have fun. I can have fun on my own. I can have fun on my own. I can have fun on my own. I can have fun on my own.
Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo.
Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carry silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. I was driving late to feel the current running from your lane. I got no brakes, so keep the voltage flowing in my veins, my veins. Ooh, and I'm falling through flickering lights. I'm falling through flickering lights, yeah. Good things always happen after we hide it somehow. Come alive at night. We stole the colors down on Ocean Drive. If you want it, louder, louder, see it louder. If you want it, then we'll take it louder. 'Cause time's outside. My heart's electric. I feel the magnets pulling me your way, your way. I need the static. When we touch, the time goes slowly, slowly. Whoa, and I'm falling through flickering lights. I'm falling through flickering lights, yeah. Good things always happen after we hide it somehow. Come alive at night. We stole the colors down on Ocean Drive. We hide it somehow. Come alive at night. We stole the colors down on Ocean Drive. If you want it, then we'll take it louder, louder, louder. If you want it, then we'll take it louder. 'Cause time's outside. Never thought I could love. I was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise. There was summer inside. Now I can think of a time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together. Don't mind wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter December night, December night. You know what I like. Do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire. December night, December night, December night, December night. On a throwback to summertime. Drinking red cups and see the lights. And with the burning heat, we just fall asleep till the seasons change. You said I'll be your fire, I'll be your savior, I'll be your lighter, lighter.
can't help myself, and I really wanna show you that I wanna get to know you. Believe what I told you, and I can't help myself. When I look into your eyes, I see you don't wanna fight it. There's no need to stop trying, because I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, cause I know I can prove. Baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can feel the pain inside of us, and I know I can change for your love. Oh baby, I don't mind, cause your love's so hard to find. I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you. Yeah, we can call it a second chance for love, and I know I need every single moment with you, cause I finally found the one that makes me feel at home. And so I'll never give up on you, even if that's what you want me to do. Give me a chance, cause I know I can prove. Baby, the last thing I want is to lose you. And I can feel the pain inside of us, and I know I can change for our love. Oh baby, I don't mind, cause your love's so hard to find. I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you, and I'm sorry that I had to leave you waiting. You deserve more than I ever gave you. You can fall into my arms, yeah, I promise I can change for your love. Oh baby, I don't mind, cause your love's so hard to find. I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you. Oh baby, I don't mind, baby, cause your love's so hard to find. Baby, I wanna make it right. Every last bit of my heart I give to you. I give to you.
Tell me how you feel tonight. I don't wanna waste no time. Been patient for a while now, let me know. You act like your hands are tied, but you don't leave me satisfied. And I'm not gonna chase you anymore. Ooh, if your love ain't true, I'll find someone new. Yeah. Ooh, all we've been through, but I ain't your fool. Let me go. Could talk all night long about what went wrong, but don't hold me. Let me go. Can't make this right, so don't tell me lies, and don't hold me where you go. Da 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 da. So don't hold me where you go. La da 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 da. So don't hold me when you're in my bed. I can't get it out my head. It don't feel the same it did before. Even when I said I quit, you always found a way back in. It's the last time you'll be walking out my door. we don't. Just saying what we both know. Let's lose control. Hold me and let me go. Could talk all night long, but what went wrong? But don't hold me, let me go. Ay, can't make this right, so don't tell me lies. And don't hold me where you go. Da 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 da. So don't hold me where you go. take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up above fear and its pain. Letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up above feels good. Starting to believe what will be, will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up above fear and its pain. Letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up above feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up above fear and its pain. Letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up above feels good. You're with me, it's alright. Together, all our lives, a new start is inside. We're falling, it feels right. It's okay to hold me. You know where I wanna be. It's okay to hold me. Oh,
Some days I just can't get up, comatose, stupid. Same old energy, scared of what the future holds for me and all my friends. We want so much better. We can only get there if we all just come together. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important. No one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Recognition, demolition, I just need your light. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it to your heartbeat, heartbeat. We can only get there, it's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important. And no one's gonna take us down. So love me
check out that big bang. fight. This is your moment to shine. It's down to this final play.
Bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Big up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Yeah, bigger than me, you're not bigger than me.
Singapore is your home for the final day of the group stage here at the Horizon Cup. Only 2 spots are left in playoffs, so it's do or die for 4 of the squads competing today. Hey everyone, it's your boy Digon here with the Rocky, Zoro, and Riku to bring you the final day of the group stage of the Horizon Cup. Riku, how's it going? You got off yesterday and you got to see Team Secret take a win.
I know, right? My SCA heart is so happy and of course so pumped today. Since it's the last day of the group stages, a lot of teams will be pushed to their limits. If there are any trump cards and pocket picks we still haven't seen, I bet now's the time to bring them up.
For sure. Rocky, Zoro, what are you excited about for today?
Well, so with Tribe's chances to go further in the tournament ending yesterday, I can finally leave behind the little bit of bias and fanboying that I was carrying along and focus on pure analysis. So yeah, I'm excited for the matches, that's for sure.
Don't worry, you're not alone. My heart hurt there for our Tribe Gaming friends as well. All right, first let's take a look at the standings in Group A. Dakun Gaming have locked up the first seed with Rolster Y holding the second seed because of their head-to-head record. Now over in Group B, our second team from China, ThunderTalk Gaming have also topped the group with Team Secret securing a second place spot of their own. Trust us, it's those 2 teams at the top at 1 and 2. Now, with the groups concluding today and we've seen enough games under our belts, I want to know who are your MVPs of the group stage, and this time I won't steal the good ones, so Riku, you can go first with the MVP of Group B.
Okay, good. I'm going to say Z from ThunderTalk. I think he's the best player in the world at the moment overall because Z has crazy mechanics and twice the champion pool because he played both roles. Before his transition from top to mid, I feel like he could have been the best top laner in the tournament, but you know what? I think he's the best mid laner in Horizon Cup. And that's insane because on top of his transition, the rest of ThunderTalk's lanes had roster changes, and that didn't change his ability to carry and outplay team fights and skirmishes. Whether he's on a control mage like the Orianna or an AD like the Riven, he is absolutely solid.
Yeah, he is, and we got to see those stats earlier. It doesn't tell all of the story of the impact he's had throughout the tournament, how many game-saving plays he had on Zed, on Yasuo. It's been a ton of fun to watch. Now, Araki, who you got for us in Group A as the MVP?
Yeah, when looking at Group A, and as a pro Baron laner myself, I'm going to be looking towards the top side of the map more, and I'm looking for standout performances that really surprise me. So that leads me to Rattel. I want to make the bold statement that I believe from what we've seen so far, he is the best Baron laner in the tournament in either groups. No one has been able to match his play and large champion pool, and not only is he mechanically outplaying his opponents, but he also barely makes any mistakes. You rarely see him get caught out or die if he's playing weak side. Yeah, his awareness is definitely top notch. The fact that he's been a win condition for KT, I think, is the big point, and I'm pretty sure, excuse me, I'm pretty sure that is feeding his teammates a lot of insurance and confidence.
Yeah, for sure. Again, you saw the stats there. The second most gold percentage out of all the players in the tournament. And when you have that much gold on you, that's even more pressure, and he's still been able to perform. Now, as we take a look at the schedule, we've got 4 matches today, but the matches that matter for knockouts are plain and simple. It's our first match of the day, Sengoku versus Team Queso for that final spot out of Group B, and then TSM versus SBTC for the final spot out of Group A. So let's start there and dive into our second elimination match, SBTC from Southeast Asia versus TSM from Brazil. Now, Araki, what do you think is going to be the difference maker in that side of the matchup for TSM?
Well, for one, it's confidence. I had a little bit of an interaction on social media with TSM's director of mobile, where he was talking about their results in scrims and how he believes they have a good shot at proving how good Brazil actually is if the team minimizes mistakes. From their play at the Horizon Cup, I've quickly become a big fan of the players on the team. Their aggression is fun to watch, and namely Carlito has not ceased to impress. Excuse me. In TSM's match versus KT, he was showing us a whole new level of mechanical play for supports on the Galio on mobile when he was Justice Punch flashing for initiations. That's so sick. And speaking of Galio, this will probably be a very contested pick between SBTC and TSM. perhaps even banned away from TSM because Carlito can single-handedly carry games on it. And if it is banned, I'm expecting him to go back to Rakan or Braum. The thing is, Rakan is sitting at a 37% win rate out of the 16 games we did see him, and Braum is currently at 21% win rate out of the 14 games. So both picks aren't exactly too hot in their results.
Yeah, so if those kind of alternatives aren't great, I'm gonna challenge you here. What is an answer that you think that Carlito can pull out here that could help TSM that maybe isn't one of those two?
Yeah, another pick that definitely does play into TSM's aggressive playstyle is the Alistar. It's doing better than the other two picks I just mentioned. It's right now at a 50% win rate. And again, it's a tanky, engaged CC support with which Carlito does favor.
Yeah, Galio, tanky, engaged, CC has that. So does Alistair. Makes a lot of sense. Riku, what else about TSM do you think needs to be priority for them?
Well, for me, the player alongside Carlito in the Dragon Lane, we've got Petroni, who has been incredibly consistent. I think one of the contributing factors why TSM was able to match Rolster-wise team fighting was because of this player. He can play anything. Ezreal, Lucian, Senna, you name it. He also never hesitates to flash in, to set up for himself. And I think that's going to be super important. Because if you want to take, every single shot you can when it comes to opening opportunities for yourself, especially when you're up against SBTC.
All right, well, for more on Riku's difference maker in this matchup, Petroni shared a word on his Horizon Cup run so far. Let's take a listen.
Eu achei que o jogo era muito importante pra gente, principalmente mostrar pro Brasil que a gente é capaz de bater de frente com as principais regiões do mundo, e principalmente da Ásia. Era um jogo muito importante pra gente e infelizmente a gente não conseguiu sair com a vitória, mas eu acho que a gente fez um bom trabalho, a gente mostrou o nosso jogo, a gente mostrou pro que a gente veio.
But the rest of TSM, they have the HP advantage and they will slay Rolster to the ground.
Eu acho que a gente vai confiante para esse último. Antes de vir aqui para Singapura, eu era bastante fã dos jogadores da SBTC, a gente estudava bastante eles e jogar contra eles vai ser um prazer e ainda mais definindo o nosso destino no campeonato, eu acho que vai ser muito divertido. Eu acho que vai ser uma série incrível.
Obrigado there, Petroni. Now, for the SBTC side, where are you looking for the Vietnamese team to shine?
Well, their
For me,
fundamentals
I'm going to have
looked...
to look at Dragon Lane.
Sorry, Riku,
Oh, you
go
go
ahead.
first.
No, you go ahead.
All right, okay. I'm looking at Kirill, of course, Dragon Lane again, because, while he has been a bit low-key for the past few days of the tournament, he's very reliable and can hold his lane even up against scary teams with scary Dragon Laners like Luna and Wind from RY and DKG. But, yesterday, he did way more than that. We saw Kirill shine on the Ezreal in their series against Tribe. He's so confident and precise with his Mystic shots, and I definitely want to see that again, because I feel like if SBTC doesn't get ahead in the laning phase, they will be forced to play into TSM's team fights, and we all know how deadly they could be, and Kirill will be a huge factor to winning those 5v5s.
Yeah, he was looking good on the Ezreal. What about you, Rocky? What do they need to do?
Yeah, their fundamentals is the thing that I touched on just then, and I do think they look fantastic, regardless of the firepower that they do lack a little bit in the solo laners, in my opinion. It's a general takeaway for me on the Asian teams that they are a step above in macro and their understanding of how to tackle playing around objectives and knocking down the outer turrets one by one. I'm yet to see any Western teams match that style, and to relate it back to the matchup against TSM, it would benefit SBTC to avoid and stop getting caught up too much in the aggression and the chaos that TSM will try to throw at them, and instead slow down the pace and utilize their strengths.
All right, if that's the case, then I'm looking a lot here at July in that mid lane. All right, we'll get those teams clashing in match 3, but the day kicks off with Team Queso versus Sengoku Gaming playing for that final spot out of Group B. So what are you looking for each of these teams to improve in order to lock in a playoff spot? First, Sengoku, Riku.
Okay, for Sengoku, I want to see this team sticking to their winning formula back in the Japan Cup. Rush being the setter and Hawk as the ace. Yesterday, we saw mid-jungle picks that doesn't necessarily set up for each other. We're talking about Wukong Ziggs or Yasuo Graves. So the early laning phase engages relied solely on Dejiwo roaming the mid as an Alistar. But if they do default to the formula, I'm expecting Rush to be on a Lee Sin or a Nunu. And if they feel more confident on the draft, I want to finally see Hawk on his monster account.
Rocky?
I completely agree with Riku. I think the Lee Sin and the Nunu for Rush and the Alistar for Deju have been really big. I particularly like how they link up together and sync up for plays around the map in the early game and the mid game. I think that's a huge win condition for Sengoku, and for their hopes and their chances for their tournament, for this tournament. I hope they recognize that this is one way they can play and get leads in the early game and utilize it more.
All right, well, you saw their roster there. They've been rotating on the top side of the map with Kai and Mochi. Looks like Kai's getting the start today. We'll definitely solidify that for you when we get into the game. Now let's move on over to Team Queso. Where do you want to see the European squad improve ahead of this decider match, Riku?
Yeah, I want to take a look at their confidence because, I feel like Team Queso's match against Team Secret during day 3 rattled their confidence a little bit. There were instances yesterday where they had positional advantages around objective fights and they would hesitate, back away, and wouldn't pull the trigger. So since this is a do or die scenario for them, I'm expecting to pump up the aggression so they don't let Sengoku dictate the pace of the game.
Rocky?
Yeah, I agree. I think Riku is really on point on her reads of these two teams. I think Sengoku did look better versus TSM, but at the same time, a weakness did get exposed in that series where their top side didn't look that great, and they're still figuring out who to play more. Machi and Kai both are subbing in and out constantly. And while I don't think Acolyte is on the same level as Azar, I still think he's a very good player in his own right and could very possibly run away with the lead if he's given the opportunity to.
All right, focused on the top side of the map. Is there anywhere else where we should be looking here, Riku?
Yeah, I'm looking at the support matchup, Memorize versus Dejuo, because, I feel like this is also going to be centered around tank engage support picks. For Queso, they have to brace themselves for early roams and setups coming from Dejuo. Either you have two options, right? You can target one while he's alone in lane, or have Memorized Shadow Dejuo to see if he can punish any aggressive play in the mid lane. Or another option, maybe we get to see the Janna being played again, as that was the soft counter against the Alistar yesterday. While you can't engage as a Janna, maybe if you flash Monsoon aggressively or something, but that's very, very risky. You can make reactive plays with the Howling Gale and Monsoon to deny headbutt pulverize combos. We saw that yesterday with Team Secret versus Sengoku Gaming, so there is a possibility we may see that again.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw the stats, you could see they looked pretty similar, except the kill participation. Deju getting all over the place, so Memorize is going to need to step it on up. And now it's time to hear from Memorize teammate Queso's EBRO on where the team's head is at heading into the final match.
We don't feel so good. We have games that we could win, but we make some mistakes, maybe for nervous, I don't know. The opponent was so good, so it's okay to lose this match. We now need to focus versus Sengoku because it's the important game. We really spent a lot of time watching Sengoku. We are really prepared for play versus them. We already did all for that game, so let's see.
Here's Andre, shutting down Azua. There's the kill they needed on the other side as Queso do answer.
For us, it's not only win. We love competitive. We love compete. So it's not only win. We have in the blue the compete. Of course, we are growing so much. We are playing versus the best teams in the world. We are growing so much. We are learning every day, not only in stage, also in the scrims, and we're gonna take it back for Europe.
Now, after hearing that from EBRO, I know that you had a quick thought you wanted to touch on his champ pull here, Arakizoro.
Yeah, well, first, I'm loving the confidence. And I think it's really important that they have recognized that dwelling on the past doesn't really matter because they still have a chance. As long as they win today, they can move on. The champion pool point was that the Senna has been such a good pick for EBRO. It's reliable, safe, provides a lot of utility for the team, so enables his team more. I prefer it much more over some of the other picks that require an individual performance, like the Draven that we did see in their match against Team Secret. So I'm hoping they can prioritize the Senna.
All right, let's see who the fans believe will be the third seed out of Group B in our MasterCard fan predictions. And there you have it. It's a little bit slanted towards Sengoku Gaming. 57% of y'all at home think they're going to take the win, which leads us to our predictions. Let's go with you first, Arakizoro. Who do you have taking this one?
I do think this will be a really close series. I'm very split between supporting my Western fellas or following the analysis of that Sengoku have looked better. Bottom line, I think I'll give it to Sengoku over Team Queso 2-1.
All right, Riku, time's running out. Quickly, get yours in there. Who do you think is going to win?
2-1 Sengoku Gaming, for sure.
All right, there you have it. This is the last day to show up or your run ends here. See who can continue their first chapter of the Wild Rift International play as we send it off for match number 1. See ya. Last day of groups, with only 2 spots left. This is going to be full of big ticket bangers. Team Queso versus Sengoku kick things off.
일단 저희가 이제 앞선 경기에 의해서 그리고 이제 많은 시청을 위해서 이제 뭐가 더 중요한 픽인 줄 알았고 그리고 뭐가 더 선호하는 픽인 줄 알았기 때문에 거기에 대응해서 이제 카운터 픽을 짤 거고 그리고 이제 저희가 잘하는 픽을 구성해서 상대할 겁니다.
Sengoku take down ThunderTalk.
이제 강팀들이랑 만나는 건 이제 항상 즐겁고
Team Queso went from Shelly charging the next and almost losing the game to Acolyte saving the day.
We are really prepared for play versus them. We are ready for that game, so let's see.
And this one going to be very important for the ThunderTalk side.
我们如果进了，就是能多观察观察，就是对手的能力吧，以及他们的 BP 以及他们的打法，这样让我们更好的去研究对面嘛。
ThunderTalk prove why we consider the Chinese teams the best in this tournament.
Sí, estamos totalmente determinados en ganar nuestro próximo match.
Rolster have improved so much.
아직도 저희의 100%는 아니라고 생각하고 일단 저희가 그 트라이브 게이밍을 이기게 되면은 높은 확률로 이제 조 2위로 제가 좀 더 좋은 조건에서 경기를 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Tribe Gaming, can you show something off here today? At least take a game.
Knowing that we have no chance to come back, it's pretty disappointing. I just want to say that this isn't all NA has to offer. If we can beat them a couple games, it'll show that the playing field isn't as wide as we originally thought.
I do love the pressure that's on SBTC versus TSM.
TSM have had a bit of a rocky roller coaster.
We keep it positive and try to laugh off anything that doesn't work. We're really confident that we'll make it out of groups and make history for Brazil.
SBTC have fully come online.
Mình cảm giác rất là nhanh cho đến ngày mai để tham gia cuộc đấu sống còn với lại TSM. Khi theo dõi TSM đánh thì mình thấy họ cũng có khá nhiều điểm yếu. Tuy nhiên họ cũng là một đối thủ rất đáng gờm.
I've never breathed Wild Rift.
We have gone through the best of the best.
It's now or never.
That was massive.
This is going to be hype.
This is your moment to shine. It's down to this final play.
Bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Big up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene.
Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world for day 5 of the Wild Rift Horizon Cup. It has been a blast. These past 4 days have, according to Log Battery, and I agree with them, absolutely massive here in Paris.
That was massive.
I love that
Bravo.
call so
We're
much.
getting in to the final day of groups. We have a couple of matches today that are make or break, and we're starting off with one of them right now. Sengoku versus Team Queso. Queso, on one side, we've got the Japanese warriors, Sengoku. They are fierce. They are ready to take on the world. And on the other side, cheese.
Now, from a logo standpoint, samurai warriors tend to have a pretty sharp blade, which can cut through cheese pretty quickly, and it's not going to be quite the stinky affair. But for Team Queso, we don't want to count them out. In their moments of brilliance, for me, as a jungler, I've been really excited about Andres' play whenever he's been able to get a leg up in those early game leads.
Yeah, this team shows a lot in the early game as well. I'm really impressed with their jungler, but I'm also very impressed, alongside many of the other people on the broadcast, with Baron Laner Acolyte. Especially when he's on this Darius, he has shown us some of the more dominant games of that role of the entire tournament. Now, it doesn't have the same level of consistency as some of the others that we've seen, but when he gets those pop-off games, it's just completely lights out from him.
And to be fair, you know, Acolyte has usually had some of his best moments not on kind of the trifecta of Baron laners that Iraqi Zora has really played up. The 3 Baron lane queens in Fiora, Riven, or Camille.
And also the alligator.
And then you got to throw Renekton in there. But usually the best games have been from Acolyte's Darius. And I think for those who don't know or are familiar with the Origin series, going into that grand finals against Riggs, Leon was kind of touted as the best Baron laner of Europe. So not only for Acolyte to overcome and prevail against his opponent in that lane, but also coming here to Horizon Cup and developing himself and showing to be one of the brighter stars of this roster is something to take away, win or lose tonight.
To me, that top lane matchup is even more important in a series like this, where you're against Sengoku, who have been subbing in and out their Baron laners. For this match, it does look like we have Kai back to that starting role, but they've been subbing him out for Mochi in some of these series as well. For a team that is splitting time with 2 different Baron laners, maybe this is that moment where Acolyte can truly pop up and truly show why he is the one and only Baron laner for Team Queso. Notably, his laners have not been removed from the ban pool quite yet. It's just that Twisted Fate and Senna that you mentioned as being really powerful for EBRO.
Especially the analyst that's touting EBRO's champion pool when the Senna was available for EBRO. It not only allows Memorize to be a primary carry, or at least to have a lot of income from his side, thanks to having a Senna as the support despite being a Dragon laner and the way that works, but because we're not seeing that today. Jack's also coming through as the last ban. And we're now going to see Acolyte on his Camille.
On this champion. You just mentioned that he hasn't had the biggest pop-up performances on the Baron lane Queens, but you will need to make that happen right now, if that, of course, is his champion of choice. The Renekton locked in as the counterpick into it could mean that this Camille does slot into jungle instead. Now, it is on a patch where that has been weakened. It no longer has great interactions with the jungle camps on Camille's hookshot, but it does still function as a really solid ganking jungler that can side lane.
Yeah, T-Tigers attempted to pull it out, and it can be a comfort pick if Andre wants to go with it. But I was going to note this, Max. Notice how Team Queso, even in the wins that Sengoku Gaming had really triumphed over, a lot of them came from games where Rush was dominating in the early game on the Lee Sin, but they banned the Nunu instead, and Sengoku didn't even take it when they had the chance. So now this gives Andre the opportunity to take it for his own, and now they're supplying a little bit of extra follow-up engage with this Galio.
Lee Sin being the choice here means that you have all that pick potential, and with Nunu off the board, as you mentioned, the premier tank jungler isn't there to be a brick wall for Rush's champion pool, so he is going to go for that scaling style of champion, the more selfish style of champion, sort of going against what we heard the analysts say, specifically Riku, I think, used the volleyball terms as Rush's the setter to Hawk's ace. But you do still have a lot of ways that you can play as the 2v2 here for Sengoku. You have the magic damage and the physical side. Graves tends to want to be in melee range, which really is appreciated by a champion like Orianna, who wants to attach the ball to you and pop that shockwave.
There's still time for Deja Vu to come in if we're going to continue down the volleyball terms. Be the libero, always be the last kind of call efforts, like, hey,
they're saving him counterpick.
They are indeed saving him counterpick. So, and now that we've seen that Diana and Corki are locked in the board, we know that this is going to be memorized. Galio, we have seen mainly from TSM's Carlito pull out some fantastic performances on the Galio.
Nice.
But Sengoku, Deja Vu, I mean, he's going to go for that classic Alistar that he has been making great performances on. Anytime I see rock about Alistar now in my solo queue games, I'm immediately just experiencing PTSD.
I've really been enjoying the tank support pool. I'm glad that Alistar is joining the ranks of that as well. The champion that is just really solid. You know exactly what he's going to do. He's going to headbutt, pulverize, and he's not going to die. He has that unbreakable will. And that's just a really solid thing to have on your team, especially when you do see for Sengoku, they have a lot of setup crowd control. They've got Renekton's stun that he's got with his Ruthless Predator, and Juan can go for the Chains of Corruption too to set up and kill exactly one person. But also what Alistar does is provides a secondary option for that Orianna ball as well. Another shockwave deliverer, very, very valuable into that backline, which as of right now, and will be for this game, is really only EBRO's Corki.
Sengoku have the means of some decent primary engage, as you've already noted before, thanks to Chain of Corruptions as well as Alistar being able to follow up or even look for it and comboing with that Shockwave. What I'm really looking at, though, is that how committed to dives from this roster of Team Queso, because you have the Camille that can always look to lock someone down with Hextech Ultimatum. Package right on top of that. Hero's Entrance on top of that. If it's not the Camille, you've got freaking Diana who's ready to come in with Moonfall. I mean, everyone is just piling on in. And if Sengoku Gaming are not able to react fast enough with the disengage the abilities that they have, then this is a way for Team Queso to start off the series right.
And realistically, there isn't a whole lot that you can do disengage away from a Camille Galio engage, apart from literally stasis. You only have that as an option. If you do have that, then great, you might not die. If not, those two ultimates in conjunction are just so strong. I remember the two of us have played a lot of ranked games on the Camille and the Galio together, those sweet summer nights that we had together, Rafa. Playing the Camille Galio.
Back in July and August, man. Back when Camille was still playable in the jungle, that was kind of like our climbing strat.
Yeah.
Just straight from unranked all the way to Emerald, you know?
Whatever happened to those days, Rafa?
Well, we started playing against better players. So it is
we
what it is.
became better players as well.
Kind of similar to the journey of many of our other teams coming in over from the West. They were the best in their regions, and now they've gone up against better teams. But for those all at home, make sure you don't miss out on content you're already paying for by linking your Prime account with your Wild Rift account, where you'll receive a random skin chest thanks to our friends over at Prime Gaming. You got primers?
I do, yeah. I picked up my skin just yesterday. I got Scorched Earth Renekton. Yeah, great skin. I was looking at getting a Renekton star, because I need to get more into the Baron lane pool. Speaking of the Baron lane pool, we do have that Renekton up there in that spot. As Rush pathing around that location, Acolyte pushing pretty far, could lead to some action with Rush, but on this Graves, probably more likely that he will just continue farming up and get some more levels.
The interesting thing about this, anytime that junglers will go to their Krugs instead of the Raptors after red buff, is usually kind of indicates that they are looking to lean towards one side of the map, whereas if they go for Raptors first after red buff, they're usually wanting to come straight to mid lane, hacks a little bit, push in the wave, and then get priority for one of the Scuttle Crabs.
We are what Andre's doing. He just takes red into Raptors, hits level 3, arrives in mid, gets this push out. Now Team Queso have their pick of the litter when it comes to the Rift Heralds. Andre's actually sneaking outside of the range of vision. There is a ward that could potentially spot him, but Sengoku definitely thinks that he's topside now.
Yeah, Team Queso have the jump on the Rush here. Flash from Andre to make sure that he can get in there. Even the flash from Rush is not going to stop Burst Blood from happening. Team Queso have taken Sengoku out of the jungle.
I absolutely adore that vision play that Andres went for. Like I said, he hopped over the wall after, edging toward the topside river. Sengoku were like, okay, he's picking topside. We're free to go down bot. We're free to take our Scuttle Crab and handshake that one away. But memorizing EBRO found this collapse alongside Andres.
But I don't know if they know that Kai is here waiting to capitalize. They know that Andre doesn't have flash from before, as he already committed it for the pick on the Rush. There's a lot of damage coming out from Sengoku Gaming. It's not going to kill Andres, but they will claim the Scuttle Crab this time around.
Andres had a great first play to take that Scuttle Crab, but then he got just a little too greedy. You can't take both of them at the same time. The death timers are not long enough this early into the game, but we do get another look at this one. Memorized, great crowd control chain leads into that song.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Ebu's last auto attack, that flash from Rush could have been the saving grace for him to get out of First Blood alive. Sengoku don't get away so easy. Team Queso, solid start, and that's them about a 500, 700 gold lead into the early game. Nothing to write home about, but it is definitely one to set the pace of. But looking at the next two neutral objectives coming up just a minute from now, no one is close to hitting their first item power spike quite yet, but actually, as I say that, EBRO could be getting towards that Essence Reaver quite in time before the objective spawn.
Definitely could. I'm certainly looking at memorized here at this point because he is just a few seconds or a minion away from hitting that level 5 point, at which point he can play in conjunction with Acolyte and almost certainly kill one target. Just his level 5 now as he's walking back to the lane. He is going away from where Acolyte actually is, so Team Queso aren't planning on coordinating this so soon, but they have this opportunity as he's now recalling to go for one of the objectives that they have available to them. Perhaps this Rift Herald, that's where Acolyte already is.
Kai taking a recall as well. Look at how Sengoku are swapping lanes, so you can tell that they're putting more resources into contesting this early Rift Herald Sengoku. I mean, we have already seen such a shift in priority, and of course with Daku Gaming specifically making the early read of playing towards the Rift Herald, trying to invest a lot of resources into snowballing one particular character, one particular carry to receive a lot of resources and just getting them stupid.
Sengoku initiating this swap means that they take the Rift Herald completely uncontested, and that's something that I typically really appreciate when teams do at the early stage. They go for this Rift Herald, it's a lot easier to kill. They did trade it for an Infernal Drake, and that is a lot of extra damage that's being provided to Queso now forever.
And Deja Vu coming over here to assist Kai, making sure that Team Queso, despite not having Rift Herald, they had an opportunity to burn down this turret. We have to see what Rush plans on doing. He has a Rift Herald on his side, but he did not crash it or spawn it into the Baron lane because Acolyte doing a pretty good job of defending it in 1v2.
We're seeing both teams take this sort of half measure, trying to defend and attack at the same time across the entire map. And I like that you mentioned, Rafa, that Rush didn't pop Rift Herald, so Sengoku didn't fully commit to one side or the other, knowing that they did have 3 members on this bottom side of the map, so Sengoku keep that opportunity for them later. And if you look at their item builds as well, you can see the Seraph's Embrace is being built up. You can see Juan is going for a Tear of the Goddess as well. They're okay scaling up and waiting for a couple more item spikes before they get their team fights on.
That Rise wants to look for Kai here. Even if they don't get the kill, pushing him off will do enough of the job for Team Queso. They rush this down. Rift Herald's gonna crash. It's gonna be super close, but Sengoku are gonna be the ones that come out on top of the first break.
Nice bump and gold for Sengoku, specifically centered around this top side pack. Juan picking that up, Rush picking that up. They're ballooning just a bit more into this game. They have a little ways to go before they can match that goal of previous, mostly due to this lane swap that Juan took for himself. That turret structure is going to be nice, especially when the next Rift Herald comes online, and especially when it comes to some debuff that was just taking one.
Rush is still sitting on item completion, so he has to respawn right now. However, the rest of Team Queso not necessarily in a position where they can capitalize and catch someone out from Sengoku and start a fight. So this tempo time, or this tempo reset from Rush, not going to be punished from the side of Team Queso, just because the defense has been such a great job. And honestly, Smack, it's been so close and such little action. I hope I'm not, you know, caster cursing it right now, but I'm knocking on the desk just to make sure that both Sengoku and Team Queso are not only playing with respect, but also trying to optimize every single play.
Each other out as they sort of have been this entire tournament. You know, both these teams have been scaling up in their team strategies across the entirety of the Horizon Cup, and this is the best time to call them. This is the match point for both of them. If they win this series, they are in. They lose, they are out. Simple as that. This is their direct competition for that 3rd seed in this group. So play patient, wait for that perfect opportunity, and take low-risk plays.
Rift Herald spawn. They got a charge off. They didn't take down the tier 1 turret though against Team Queso. They're gonna hold on to the middle center point of their map, lose that center point, and then it becomes just that much easier for Sengoku to start invading to your jungle, start getting aggressive vision down, and that's when things start getting really tricky for Team Queso, trying to catch side waves and rotating out, because you have, we go back to the top of the show when we looked at what kind of champions that Sengoku have. They have powerful pick champions, Shockwave, Chain of Corruptions, and Alistar combo. You combo that together, someone's dead.
They're still taking their time. They're not trying to activate that immediately. You can see that with Juan, he's moving again up to this Baron lane, not trying to get priority for himself in the mid lane. He's just trying to get as many resources as possible into him before the team fights actually begin. Because, as you said, Dejuo has his Hypno Pulverize. He has that accessible at level 2. He's level 8, so he's definitely waiting for a bit, but this might be the opportunity.
Packages available. EBRO is coming. as fast as he can.
There it is.
Oh, there's the engage. Hextech Ultimatum on to Hog. They want to land the rest of the combo. Shockwave barely misses. Chain of Corruption's in response on to Memorize. Looking at Rush, putting in some damage. Stasis on to Kai, and just frontlining for the rest of the team. And how can it be possible, Spax, that no one goes down?
Well, the reason is because Sengoku went for that full disengage. They backed up. They said, okay, they're coming into us. Let's give them that opportunity. Let's just back away, play the defense, toss out this Chain of Corruption, make sure that they have this zone field that they can't really do anything about, try to play away from this package that now has to be used defensively because Connected just hurts.
Okay, Kai, he's a big scary crocodile. He's got a Blade of the Rune King, you hit him with the Empowered Ruthless Predator, and he does a crap ton of your maximum HP as damage. But during that time, Andres was able to secure the Rift Herald. He's gonna go for another turret. He's gonna guide it over to the Baron lane, but the rest of Sengoku are gonna commit 4 members to this mid lane push. They're gonna take tier 1.
Mid lane turret feels great to have. Excellent headbutt to cancel out that Justice Punch.
3-man taunt. Memorize trying to set up on the Deja Vu, but he pops the Unbreakable Will. Or actually, not quite. He's just that damn tanky.
Yep. Alistar, super tank as it turns out, especially with that Aftershock that he popped earlier with the Headbutt Pulverize combination. And like I said, he did a great job to stop the momentum of Memorized on that engage. He was clearly going for something with that Justice Punch. Could have potentially gone for the Justice Punch flash play, but didn't end up having that opportunity because of Deji was excellent. Which moved back away as Reese.
He has the flash. Yeah. He recognized the danger right there. As soon as he Luna rushed forward and saw a crocodile and a cow amidst the bush there, he thought to himself, this is one rodeo I don't want to be a part of this, Max. I don't have enough rope, and I don't have enough food to keep these animals away. And
yeah, the cowboy hat too. He's gonna have to hit up Kangas for that one. I don't know how much he's gonna want this one. We'll wait for game 4 to see if he actually does want to put that one back up. But I digress. Both teams, again, they're still feeling each other out. They're still waiting around for the moment where they feel really, really powerful, where they feel that the team fights are completely theirs. And because they're sort of scaling up adjacent to each other, just waiting on cooldowns and waiting on the other teams to slip up.
See how Team Queso are just waiting for Sengoku to slip up. Waiting for one carry, whether it's Hawk or Juan, to just walk into a bush thinking that, oh yeah, there's no way in there here, and then BAM! I know it's not Halloween season, Smacks, but you know, they are trying to do the spooky wookie procedure onto them. Deja Vu,
a bit late.
Potentially looking for an engage opportunity here. Has flash available.
Nice.
Nice kick from Andres. Says, hasta la vista, baby. We're not seeing you today. No more clients. Team Queso are going to take their leave. And man, you can feel the tension in this game 1, Smacks, because both teams know if you take this game 1, you have the momentum lead. You're only 1 game away from closing the distance and guaranteeing a spot into the knockout stage.
Both teams know that. They also know that if somebody on their opposition makes an aggressive move, that surely they have the backup, because this game has been so slow. It has been so calculated for both of these squads that if someone's taking that step forward, that just means that you're in a bad position, as Andres potentially will be backing away. He has the Dragon's Rage kick here.
But I have to say that I'm favoring slightly Team Queso here, because they've been able to get chip damage onto these side tier 2 turrets so far. Yes, they don't have control of the tier 1 since Sengoku Gaming was the one that took down that turret just 4 minutes ago. But if you get an advantageous push, a pick on a Deja Vu, he answers back with the Unbreakable Will. Have Kai on the sidelines trying to see if he can screen them, but Team Queso are going to force him back, kick away. They're just trying to force down the turret. They are not trying to play a game of actually fighting. They're trying to go for turrets, but oh god, Evo going a little too far forward, which means it's an easy shockwave from Hawk to set up. That's the Dragon Laner gone from Team Queso. A flash from Memorize, see if he can make his great escape. He used the heroes. That does a nice, whoa, what was that move fall? Ruiz catches up on the board. Sengoku, can Team Queso clean up the pieces? Can they go for the janitor duty? Andres! Dale, 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 dale! Andres, arriba! Jesus! Jesus! You are an absolute man, brother.
Triple kill for the Lee Sin on 0 HP. You can see he just now purchased a full Black Cleaver, a full Guardian Angel after that one. What a pop-off from this guy. What a pop-off from you, Rafa, as well. I don't even know what you were saying at that point. That was incredible. Not quite as incredible, though, as the way that Team Queso turned this entire fight around. They got the cooldown out of Dejuo before, and then they fully committed to it.
Yeah, taking a look at this Axe replay, Max, you see that things are going a little awry. Dragon Laner flies in at the speed of sound and then gets eviscerated at the speed of sound as well, but then it's the re-engage, the confidence from Team Queso to go back in.
Very, very impressive stuff. And this is where it all turns back around for them. Ruiz gets a gigantic chunk onto 4 members. And Andres, huge props to him for being able to manage this amazing cleanup afterward. His janitorial duties have been fulfilled.
Yeah,
Look at him.
Look at him. Ruiz popping off as well, giving props to his jungler. And now Sengoku trying to contest Team Queso in the Dragon Pit. This is the 3rd Dragon of the game. Ocean would give a little bit of extra regen as well as spellband blocks. Andres onto the sideline. EBRO trying to maintain his distance, no package available. He's going to have to Valkyrie over this wall. He doesn't really want to have the burn flash. Takes a lot of damage from Kai. He has to flash away. This Crocodile is very committed. A Dragon's Rage to Kai separates him from the Dragon Laner. Evu's still trying to fire back with these packages and the missiles, but he's going to go down to Deja Vu. Sengoku Gaming still on the hunt, still on the chase on to Memorize and Ruiz. Ruiz taken very low. Hero's Entrance is going to give him a little bit of reprieve with that magic damage shield, and he's going to walk out alive.
Ebu out of position once more for Team Queso. He's the only member of this backline. Everybody else is full-on dive, completely reckless abandon onto their backliner. It's left for Ebu like, come on guys, don't leave me alone. I want to come help. And then he's just isolated. Everybody in Sengoku knows he is the easiest member to kill, and it all starts with him just in this corridor, completely alone. You gotta feel for him, but great punch.
I'm not gonna lie, Smax. Ebu has been quite sus in the positioning, but thankfully the rest of Team Queso have been able to deal with the threats from Sengoku Gaming trying to dive through the front line and take out this core team. The rest of Team Queso still tied up with Sengoku Gaming in terms of gold. It is still an even playing field.
I feel like this is one of the only games of Rise Cup that we're going to have that goes all the way to that Elder Dragon. It's barreling toward that minute mark, and the rakes haven't actually been taken on time either, because we're about to hit 16 minutes, and it's not even close to spawning. Sengoku with 2 dragons, Team Queso with the Infernal, which I definitely prize as the biggest one to have you get a lot of damage, but on a team like this, you have most...
Oh! Andres has been caught!
Nice
he
hit.
pops the Dragon's Rage. He had to use Flash as well, but he doesn't lose out on the GA, which is absolutely crucial, making sure that Team Queso can maintain having a jungler on the field.
You know, it's crucial, but at the same time, Andres has just been playing on 1 HP the entire game anyway, so as long as it doesn't hit 0, it's gonna be all right for him. Now moving up to that side lane, just keeping pressure around the rift for Team Queso. I love this move from him, knowing he doesn't necessarily need to recall. He has a lot of sustain in his kit, so he can just be another extra minion for his team, forcing somebody on Sengoku to come match this as they try to get pressure elsewhere.
And look at that, Andres once again going to split push duty, answering Baron lane side to take down this last turret. Hawk is going to answer him. There's some other members from Team Queso looking to ping the Baron, but that's a very tough objective to take down, Smax, as we've learned from our solo queue woes.
We can listen to the time just Hawk.
Whoa! Right into potential moonfall, but a beautiful stasis from Hawk is going to buy time. Hero's Entrance will connect, though, on the knockup. Last Sonic Wave into the Resonating Strike makes the mark. Hawk goes down, but it's a 3-man knockup from Deja Vu. Sengoku Gaming with the counter re-engage. Kai on the front lines, chasing away Team Queso, and Andres doesn't have any reinforcements coming for him this time around, as Sengoku now have 3-3.
They've evened the kill score at this point. It was in Team Queso's lead the whole rest of the game, and now they're trying to move into the rest of the jungle. They're trying to see if they can get anything more, but this game is just so close at this point. As soon as you take a kill, as soon as you take a team fight, you sort of just have to go back to base. Like, all right, we got this small victory. It's just a battle of small victories the entire time, just throwing missiles at each other in the game of Battleship.
Looking at this, despite it being a 3-for-3 or a 2-for-2 even trade, Sengoku are going to come out more victorious in this trade because not only they took the GA off of Andres, which means he's not going to have as much freedom to make such a risky play going for a kick or for an assassination onto the backline, but also it gave a lot of time for Rush to counter jungle and steal more gold away from Team Queso's jungle, which is only going to be better for Rush. As Memorize looking for a taunt onto Rush, but no one is there for the follow-up. Acolyte, they pick their target on the Dejavu. He pops the Unbreakable Will, has to flash away from danger as he was getting very low there. Sengoku still keeping all 5 alive.
Flash and Unbreakable Will means that Dejavu doesn't have nearly as much engage on this squad. Now it feels like Team Queso have the entire pit to themselves in terms of the Drake, but they're not satisfied with that. They want to play for the vision. Excellent scouting from Juan to shoot the arrow into that brush, not getting killed.
5 members from Sengoku looking to approach the death push here. Team Queso are trying to maintain. They are too intelligent to fall to a measly pick Team Queso, trying to see if they can find an opportunity onto Juan, onto Hawk. There's still Tastes available. That's a lot of damage. Dejavu catches out. Memorize. He's getting locked by Chain of Corruptions. This could be the engage for Sengoku to just take this game into their own hands. Rest of Sengoku Gaming deal with Ruiz. Memorize has already been eliminated as well. Acolyte running, going for a recall, and Elder can be the prize for Sengoku.
The layers of the Sengoku team fight are stacked on stacked on stacked, but the teleport is here. Andres is ready and willing to dive into the pit. Reckless advantage. Can he get in? No! He's just dead! And Ebu has no means of getting in either. Rafa, they're gonna take the Elder.
Wait. 2,000 HP, it would be super close, but the smite from Rush is going to secure the Elder Cloud Dragon for the team of Japan. Sengoku Gaming, ace Team Queso marching down the mid lane.
And no blood was shed in that team fight, but they can't end the game quite yet. Memorized and Ruiz are going to spawn. Sengoku set their sights instead on the Baron. Gonna take every objective off of the Rift, claiming their prize, taking a sigh of relief, knowing that they have everything they need to take this series to match point and become that much closer to qualifying for knockouts.
The game is not over, Smacks, but Sengoku Gaming have all the pieces necessary to start taking away every single structure from Team Queso. They can even just pick one lane, and as soon as they find one advantageous pick and maintain a numbers advantage, it will be all that is necessary to take game 1.
And it just feels like Hawk on this Orianna is just playing 2 different champions at once. He's got himself on Orianna, he's got his own health bar, and then he also has this ball. He's attaching to anybody on his team that can be in that front line. Dejavu doing a phenomenal job as well, has all this movement speed, has the Zeeks, could potentially dive right here. They don't really need to, though. The minions are doing all the work for them right now.
Even Hawk is doing a great amount of poke right now, throwing out command attacks into dissonance. Doesn't even have to proc the shockwave until he feels it will approach lethal. Both the inhibitor turrets in the mid and the dragon lane have been eliminated and just absolutely destroyed. Sengoku Gaming corralling the minions. Shockwave onto Andres. Acolyte flies forward looking for it. Hextech ultimate pick. A hero's entrance from Memorize tries to break up the fight, but Sengoku Gaming are already advancing forward. A moonfall just to spy time for Team Queso is all going to be all for naught because Sengoku Gaming will move to match point. One more game and they will advance to the knockout stage.
A close and tense game to the bitter end. All hinged on the way that Sengoku played around the Elder Dragon. They had so many moments where they knew that their job was just to push individual members outside of reach, making sure that the Venn diagram of Team Queso, with all of their circles, all of their ultimates, could not intersect. They could not land onto multiple people at the same time, isolating all of them out, scattering them like a scatter plot, ended up being the name of the game for Sengoku. And it was super, super close as well. The entire game they were trying to do this, it all exploded into the one last Elder Dragon fight.
I think there's one key word that we can take away from this series from both teams, and that was patience. Patience until the late game. Sengoku Gaming, anytime the Team Queso had what seemed like an advantageous avenue to play through, even with the side lane turret pressure that they were exerting towards the mid game, Sengoku held strong. The fortitude, unbreakable.
It was a very patient game. It feels like there was just tense back and forth positioning every single time for about 17 minutes into that one. It felt like we were just coasting
It was crazy,
by.
man.
It was sort of coasting, but at the same time, we were just like hands on the handles of the car the entire time. Like just 17 minutes of roller coaster buildup. Just strap me in, Rafa. Hold my hand.
It just seemed like, when is it gonna drop? When is it gonna drop? When are we gonna finally like just get the rush of excitement? And Rush was definitely bringing us to the very top, right? We got to a huge summit, and it just seemed like, all right, we're finally gonna get to the breaking point. It's gonna just break open, and it's like, nope, we're still going.
Yeah. And you know what, Rafa? Because this is best of 3, we did the woo. We like went all the way around. Woo. We're winding back up again because we're gonna get into game 2.
That's right. The series is not over, but for us, we're gonna throw it over to the analyst desk over in Singapore with friends in Gabby, Omo, and Brandon.
Thank you, Rafa. And we definitely feel the rush of energy here in Singapore after that game. It is extremely vibrant with these two teams. Welcome, everyone. My name is La Tigress. We have Omo and Grandin here once more to break it all down. But despite all of the energy that we're talking about, the game itself felt a little more subdued, at least to start, particularly because of the pressure that both of these teams are feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. I felt like Queso did a really good job denying a lot of the fights that Sengoku wanted to try and go for, which has been their most prized strength. I want to praise Sengoku for that fact, but Sengoku ultimately were able to get those important critical pickoffs and team fights that they needed.
Yeah, we heard from the Team Secret interview yesterday they were trying to avoid fighting against Sengoku because that is so known to be within their style, and a little bit of that here today, even leading to a longer game than expected from both of these teams.
Yeah, and this comes back to what you mentioned as well, right? About the pressure, the stakes here on the line.
Get a knockout!
Yeah, this is it. This is it. It's do or die. It's the same thing we saw yesterday between SBTC as well as Tribe Gaming. Your tournament lives are on the line here. You got to be a bit more careful. And I think we have statistics later on as well that shows the game time of this one significantly higher than what both of these teams are used to.
And the pressure on every single individual playing here, that much more when you look at the top lane, the consistent switching out of that Baron laner over on Sengoku's side, but definitely held his own here in this matchup against Acolyte.
Well, I would say more than held his own. I think Kai performed very well in the team fights. You look at it, he's always the first one in. He's always the one soaking so much attention, so much aggression from Team Queso, and he almost always survives as well while still doing his job. So I think it's a great performance from him, and I want to see more from Kai as we continue.
One of those lanes that we're always going to be looking at when you look over at Team Queso and how Acolyte has been such a backbone for them. But of course, you have to bring that focus as well to that jungle and mid matchup, because on the side of Sengoku, for instance, these are the leaders of their team bringing in plenty of experience.
Exactly that, right? Because Rush and Hawk were previous world champions for other mobile titles before. Coming into this, I actually had the chance to talk to Hawk a little bit before his game and ask him how you guys are feeling. And he was mentioning to me, well, the rest of the team, they're still a little bit inexperienced. They feel the nerves, but going to this one, we're going to play our best. And he even highlighted to me that prior to this, in their own regional qualifiers, as they led up to their ultimate win in the finals, they were still screaming low to mid-tier Southeast Asian teams, but they got so much better throughout their boot camp, throughout their practice leading up to Horizon Cup, that their old scrim partners can't hold a candle to them anymore.
And you have to think about that aspect, right? We hear about teams like DKG smashing through their scrims and the confidence that that gives them. But then on the opposite side here for Sengoku, really ramping up because of all that they have learned throughout that process of getting prepared for here today.
Yeah, and I think the Sengoku that we're seeing on stage here today has definitely shown improvement from both their regional leagues as well as from the start of the tournament as well. And I love seeing that growth from these teams, their willingness to experiment a little bit in both your roster and your drafts and your team play. But at the end of the day, you know what works for you, you come back to it and you make it look good.
And coming back to the energy of these teams, because it's more than just the fact that, oh, we get to have a little extra fun because we hear some screaming, right? It kind of sets the tone, because on our perspective here, Team Queso getting loud. If you watch their qualifying matchups, that's very in line with their personalities, but more interesting enough, we saw the response from the other team getting loud to match the loudness from the opposite side.
And here's the thing, Sengoku actually speak a mix of languages, so it's in Japanese, it's in Korean, it's in English, they have to bridge the gap as well. well. So getting loud is just one good way of really getting the point across.
I can just tell you that Naisu is a universal language.
Hey, I dig it for sure. And you have to keep that mentality strong when you're looking at the stakes for this matchup, securing that knockout stage in the 3rd seed. So if we look over to Team Queso, because it's not like they were floundering, they were holding their own. Yeah. Is there anything that you want to see adjustment-wise from them to be able to push this series a distance?
Well, I think earlier on you brought up Acolyte as well and how he's such a key player for Team Queso. To me, he's been a bit invisible in Game 1. We really need a better showing from him in the next 2 games, possibly 2 games, if we want to see Team Queso have a shot here. I think Kai has been playing so well, and we really need to see Acolyte match that or do even better himself.
It's really going to come down to how well they're going to be able to match what Sengoku want to try and get done, because we know what happens. Sengoku are a quite linear team, if you want to put it that way, have that description for them. They want to fight. And so for Team Queso now, they just have to watch out for that possible win condition and play to their own.
I'm sure Team Queso are going to be talking through their game plan to try and pull out the victory in the 2nd game. But let's learn more about their communication style in our Bo's Sounds of the Game.
They want top, they want top.
I can ult. I can get what, okay?
Okay, you wait top.
You are 4v4, okay?
On my way. You can run? Yeah, I can.
Nice,
I am here. I use everything. I don't have flash, What? Corki. Kill Corki. Nice.
Okay, it's not rushed. There is Spirit, Predator is mid along.
Okay.
Mid fire.
Okay, I ulted.
Okay. Slowly, punch you up.
Hidai. Holy shit.
Corki. Okay, nice.
You win?
We can, yeah. Slowly. Push mid.
Yeah, push mid and go direct. Push mid and go direct. Okay, nice.
So like down even before like pick that start.
That's so sad.
We are getting ready for Game 2 between Team Queso and Sengoku Gaming. Sengoku, the representatives of Japan, what many of our colleagues considered a dark horse coming into the tournament, are now at match point. 1 game away from qualifying into the knockout stage of the Horizon Cup here.
And there's only 1 spot left, Rafa. There's only this match that matters for the rest of the seeding in Group B. Team Queso, backs against the wall at this point. They need to win these next 2 games if they are going to continue on in Horizon Cup and make sure that today is not their last day. Sengoku, on the flip side, only really needed 1 more. And it can come in Game 2, it can come in Game 3. I'm sure they would prefer it to be in Game 2 to keep the momentum.
And some things to mind going into this Game 2. Referring back to what our friends over in Singapore were talking about and what they want to see from Team Queso if we want to see a full 3-game series, is that the game plan that they had was really more about trading objectives, first going for the Dragon, but then looking for the Rift Herald and trying to play towards side turrets and just funneling a lot of gold. And a lot of that gold happened to go into the pockets of Andres, which, don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of funneling junglers as a resident jungler myself, but he was playing Lee Sin, which is not necessarily one of the champions you think about when it comes to funneling resources to. Lee Sin is more known for trying to get things started to propel someone else forward. Yes, he can do well with resources, as it really does depend on the pilot of the champion. And we saw Andres have great target selection in some of those mid-game fights, but compared to something like the Graves will always out-damage and outstay Lee Sin.
Well, Rafa, the next time that you're playing Lee Sin in my games and I take your kill, I'm not gonna hear any of your back talk.
All right, listen, you're the support buddy. We gotta be funneling Alf Battery, because he's our Dragon laner. We gotta be funneling Pastry Time or TJ, because they're our mid laners. Or we gotta funnel King. Actually, we don't need funnel King. he plays Pantheon, you know. He doesn't play any of the actual good champions.
Oh, man. Well... Angus, if you're listening to this, we love you. We'll get you some kills later. But
hell yeah.
For this team comp for Team Queso, you mentioned that they're giving a lot of gold and they're giving a lot of experience and side lane pressure to Andres. In the way that the team comp was drafted around, it feels like that should have been shifted over to EBRO, because he's their only backliner on this Corki. He was the only one who was dealing a lot of sustained damage. Everybody else was just facilitators and divers to make sure that he has frontline before he arrives. The problem is, They didn't set up that before he arrived. He was just caught out a couple of those times in the early game and put him on the wrong foot.
Yeah, the front-to-back team fighting didn't always work out in Team Queso's favor. As you said, a lot of the times, EBRO was immediately isolated out by Kai on this Renekton, who definitely deserves a lot of credit for that game, because he single-handedly made EBRO's life a living nightmare every single time that they were trying to set up for a fight. And it was like, I see a corky in the water. And you don't have any friends. You don't have any amigos, my dude. You know, you're kind of alone. And then slice and dice. That's a dead.
It's like a shark swimming in the ocean, smelling that drip of blood, and then pouncing on the Yordle gunner. And EBRO, unfortunately, got killed a couple of times because of that. Very, very well played for Kai. The way that Team Queso can combat this, though, is to have perhaps another backliner in their squad, so that if somebody does get isolated and burned out, you can not run out of steam in the team fight. You have another guy. You have another marksman, perhaps, who's going to be pumping out that damage when the rest of your front line is still alive. That's something that Team Queso can do. The other opportunity is if EBRO just also picks a diver and you have 5 of them.
Quite a few changes going into this game to draft those smacks. Not only do Team Queso look to put Deja Vu on something else and put the libero of this team onto the back foot, trying to make him spice up the support pool, but also Acolyte secures the Renekton away from Kai. The Camille didn't really do as much as Team Queso would have liked, and I think this is just going to spell that Team Queso not necessarily focused on funneling resources in Acolyte to be a primary split pusher, as Renekton has proven to be a better laner that transitions into just flank duty, trying to isolate and single out a primary carry from Sengoku Gaming and basically give him the same treatment that EBRO did in Game 1.
Renekton just does it all. You really can't go wrong with locking in this champion on your squad. As you mentioned, Rafa, he has just so many tools at his disposal, and a lot of those can be used to isolate this Varus that Juan is picking yet again. More pick potential for Sengoku once more, though. They're keeping this Varus. They're going to this Camille. They have to now deal with a lot of side lane threat as Andres plays the Fiora, likely in the jungle here.
You know, I think Andres hurt us a little bit. He was like, you know what, you're right. I am taking a lot of these resources. I should probably play a champion that does well with a lot of funneling into my side. And I don't think this is Andres' first Fiora this Horizon Cup. I could be wrong. Hopefully we can get someone to clarify on our production end so I don't start spewing off incorrect stats here. But I am excited to see this stylistic pivot from Team Queso going to Game 2.
Yeah, it's less about the big team fights. They do still have this Galio at the core of it, but they have more single target damage, and they have more ways of continuing a team fight after their carries are dead, because, well, they just have more of them in this game. You're going to have that Blade of the Ring King on Renekton is going to be able to rip somebody apart. Not to mention this Fiora, not to mention the eventual marksman that we're expecting EBRO to select. There's no Ziggs available, so he can't go for that mage, unless he's going for the old NA strategy of Orianna bot lane, but we haven't seen that yet.
You know, I was curious to see if Sengoku was going to lock in the Jax as the counterpick to Fiora that we have seen. Really innovated by Huebo over from Dakun Gaming, but if you've seen the prior Sengoku Gaming matches during this Horizon Cup Smacks, you know that Rush looks the absolute best when he is playing the Lee Sin, when he is driving tempo, when he's accelerating the game state, and just setting up his laners for success.
On Team Queso's side, they did actually select EBRO a dive champion. They have this Kaisa now for him, so sort of taking both of our words and heeding them in this draft. You know, we can feel a little proud of that. But for Team Queso, they are definitely trying to adjust to the situation. They acknowledged that EBRO was getting picked off. They acknowledged that they were leaving him on an island. And now with this Gragas, they have more dive, but they also have more disruption. They can push back away the Camille and the Lee Sin that are diving upon Team Queso. And this is really valuable because this is actually one of the only ways that you can counteract a Camille ultimate, which is you just knock her out of it with the Gragas count.
Whether it's mid Galio or mid Gragas for Ruiz, both champions will relatively do the same with resources, get super beefy, but also build decent amount of damage. And for both of these champions, they have powerful methods of engage, but especially for Gragas, if things get a little too spicy, a little too heated for the backline, and Ebu can't necessarily Killer Instinct out of danger, you always have this explosive cast. If you're not using it aggressively, you can always use it defensively to punt these threats away from your backline.
Talked a lot about Team Queso's draft adaptations, and while Sengoku doesn't have nearly as many, there are some key differences in this one. First of all, they do have the Braum instead of Alistar. Alistar banned away, but it is notable because Braum is a very similar champion to Alistar, but much more defensive. He's not diving in past his carry, he's just staying with his carry. And for this game, it's likely going to be Hawk on the Orianna and one playing that backup as well with all the utility of these arrows. I really like this difference for Sengoku because it keeps the same number of dive champions available for the Orianna Shockwave. Now it's going to be Camille instead of that Graves, or the Lee Sin instead of the Graves, excuse me. But you do also have more in the tank to stop any of the dives that Team Queso are going for in this game and did go for in Game 1.
The exciting thing for Sengoku Gaming is not only we're seeing Rush go from a scaling jungler that prioritizes a little bit more income and resource funneling into himself, but he's now returning to the Lee Sin, which means that he is setting others up for success. We already saw how great of a job Kai did on that Renekton in Game 1, just continuously making Ebu not really enjoy playing the game in the first one of the series, but now he's playing the Camille, which means that he is going to be more than likely the primary, how should I say this, the recipient of a lot of love and attention from Rush, funneling resources into him, looking for, I imagine the Sengoku Gaming are going to be looking at the Rift Herald, prioritizing a lot of their members to shift on over before that 4-minute mark, and then just say, yo Kai, I got this Rift Herald, come to this turret, you're going to receive all this gold, and I need you to be super strong so that you can always threaten the side lane push.
And as this Game 2 begins again, Rafa, we are strapped into the roller coaster, taking our ascent into the sky. Last time, it took all the way until 17 minutes to really get going. Let's see if it takes that long this time.
You know what, Max? Let's really embrace it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting right on aboard for Sengoku Gaming and Team Queso game number 2. Strap in, please buckle up, keep your hands and hands inside the car at all times. Remain in your seat. And that's what it's just gonna be like, folks. Just strap in, because it's just going to be a long ascent. If we learned anything from Game 1, both Team Queso and Sengoku Gaming are going to be playing with great patience and a lot of reservation, and only going for absolute 100% plays.
But it's games like this that I can really appreciate, because both teams know what their win condition is, they know how to tackle it, and they know what formula it takes to get to that win, which is really valuable, because now that we are at the last stage of the group stage, trying to get into that knockout, for Team Queso and Sengoku, this is their last opportunity. They didn't give themselves any other opportunities because they lost to the teams above them previously. So this is that last moment. This is where they need to show us what they've learned all throughout the classes of the Horizon Cup.
This is an early rotation over from Andres and Ruiz. However, the wave is not quite prepped yet, so Kai knows that this is coming. He's going to have some time to prepare how to prevent this anti-dive. Watch for the hook shot. He's just going to use it to disengage, not tries to outplay it. And now the wave will dissipate. And while he misses out on some gold from not being able to hit the minions, it nets only about a solid 500 gold lead for Acolyte, whereas the rest of the members of Sengoku Gaming are just going to invest it into continuously laning and Rush.
He's not committing any abilities to that dive at all, just moves on back to the mid lane and takes his punishment once more as Hawk. Great health lead right here. Andre is going to relieve just a tad, but not before taking another command attack and dissonance to the face. And he hit this level 5 with this cannon minion. It does look like that's going to be the case. All right, he can take a recall now. He can play around this rift and potentially look for an ultimate, as we are just a minute away from the objective spawn.
Neither member of Sengoku Gaming or Team Queso are close to a 1 item power spike. We still got another solid minute left. We're gonna have to check in once again as we get closer to those objectives. I think the other thing that we have to note here, Smax, is just already prioritization from Team Queso. They know that Kai can be a potential and powerful split pusher. Why they prioritize, even though Andres will more than likely appreciate just farming and funneling resources and stuff. The fact that they are making sure that Acolyte stays somewhat ahead, at least for the early part of the game, sets the tone for Team Queso.
The hardest part of the game when you draft this Fiora is that early. As you said, they're trying to plan out where this champion is going to be, what resources it can and can't take, and especially against a champion like Sin, what fights it can and can't take. Because at this level 6 point, you do have access to the ultimate. You have your lunge fully maxed out. You can go for, or lunge maxed out at 7, excuse me. You see what I'm saying? You have some power, but it's not nearly as much as when you get that 2 item, that 3 item power point. You go with that side and take 1v1s. If Juan is gonna dive right into you by himself, though, you're probably gonna take that.
Juan is technically all by himself because Deja Vu is rotating on over to the top side of the map, and we called this out. Sengoku Gaming want to prioritize the Rift Herald because that is where Kai will be able to receive the majority of that gold funneling once the Rift Herald crashes and gets those extra turret plates. Now the question is, Team Queso, will they benefit off of taking this first dragon off the table?
Nice bit of sustain to Andres. Gets that one from himself.
Beautiful stuff from Rush. First blood over to the representatives of Japan as they move one step closer to closing out this series. It's not doomsday yet for Team Queso, but you know, Sengoku Gaming already making moves.
Yeah, I called it a dive. It was really more that Rush pushed him into the pool head first. So a little bit unfair to EBRO there as we get an actual fight up here.
Acolyte getting stunned up by the concussive blows into the glacial fissure. But beautiful body slam flash from Memorize and says, "Come back here, boy!" Kai with the explosive cast sends him right back into the waiting arms of Acolyte.
Let's go, Memorize! That Kragus play was nuts! The geometry here as Shockwave tries to clear out the wave. Acolyte can't do much other than take away this honey fruit. Looks like the turret take has been stopped. Memorized really far. Nice dodge.
Blue Suede shoes, fancy feet. Memorized dodging out on that sonic wave. There's been an opportunity for Rush to just send him to the Shadow Realm. Sengoku Gaming making sure that Team Queso don't get too far with that advantage, as Sengoku still remain ahead.
Memorized is like honed his mechanics between games 1 and 2 as we watch this Axe replay. Oh, this is the Lee Sin kick. So this is what I was saying. EBRO, okay, so he did actually attempt this dive. It wasn't Rush pushing him in, but it is still a really solid play for Rush, and it is EBRO playing a little ass.
Honestly, I still like the alliteration he gave. He was going for the dive and is like, oh, I don't want to do this, and then Rush being like the old brother's like, nope, see ya.
Getting skittish on the diving board, looking down, like, yeah, I don't know about this one.
This is 10 feet high, you know, and I'm only like so tall. I'm like half of this height. I don't actually know this, but for Acolyte, this looks pretty grim. And then beautiful stuff. Body slam flash, catching both two.
This is what I was talking about him like honing his mechanics between game 1 and 2. You had to feel like he went back to the Team Queso break room and he was doing like thumb push-ups or something, like get his mechanics going, because that was insane. That was the best play that I've seen all day for this Gragas. It hasn't been a very long day so far, but it's still true.
We still got 3 more series to go. You know, make sure we'll come back to that. Team Queso, 4 against 3 under this Dragon Lane turret. It is going to be the first one taken down of the game 2. Team Queso. The rest of Acolyte trying to defend against in a 2-1. Oh, no. No, this is not looking good for Team Queso. Sengoku Gaming are looking to capitalize. But then as I say that, Andres and the rest of Team Queso are just able to annihilate Deja Vu, and Sengoku Gaming able to retreat. But man, this is getting really tense, Max. Once again, we're in the state where both teams are firing response after response.
This is a more rocky ride of the roller coaster for Game 2, Rafa. As we get to watch this team fight once more. Acolyte getting picked off in the mid lane. It was the shockwave for Sengoku. It's a very crucial moment because I don't think they really knew just how explosive the oncoming 4v4 would truly be. Team Queso fully aware of this. They fully know that they have all this engaged potential. They can toss Ruiz into that back line, and Memorized playing this line super, super well once more, bumping everybody away from his low health members, and again, just all this redirection of his abilities.
Ruiz catching out Rush with this taunt, but Chain of Corruption on the Memorized doesn't actually net into much for Sengoku Gaming. But I wonder if it's just pressure alone that they were trying to maintain control of this river. But the Scuttle Crab still goes over to Team Queso. Andres was able to snipe that one away from Rush. Rush looking forward to put the Sonic Wave onto the Resonating Strike. Not going to take that second part though. Acolyte did have that Ruthless Predator available. Dragon is alive, Smacks.
Second wave of the objectives. Queso looking more at this Rift Barrel. They already used their Counter-Strike tools in the previous scuffle. They don't have the Hero's Entrance. They don't have the Killer Instinct quite yet. They're pushing all the way up on this Baron side of the map, and with the turret already taken previously, this does feel like potentially an inner turret. Depends on if Andres feels the need to drop his Rift Barrel. Looks like they're backing away just a tad. It certainly could have been that inner, though.
The window was evaporating fast, Smacks, because Sengoku Gaming, quick on the rotation, immediately bolted towards the top side of the map. The rest of Team Queso said, you know what, maybe we could have, but we're content with holding on to this for now. There will be greater rewards to reap if Sengoku Gaming fall to Team Queso in an advantageous team fight, and then they conquer Herald into taking more than one structure.
You know what's really interesting to me this game, Rafa? It's not something that you usually look at a whole lot, but on the side of Team Queso, every single one of their 5 members has gone for first. Now, this item does provide you with magic resistance, which is nice against Hawk, but more importantly, it makes it so you can't get stunned up fast.
Whoa, Memorized. Proto Belt into the body slam. It just forced Hawk's hand. He flashed over the wall. Ruiz is still on the chase. This is a very dangerous Galio to be messing with. So Ruiz actually could threaten Hawk's life there, but Hawk is able to maintain his cool. Doesn't even throw out the shockwave. He's going to maintain that as he will get a recall in.
A couple of crucial abilities used there for Team Queso, most notably all of them on Ruiz. He doesn't have that Hero's Entrance again, so gonna have to wait for that cooldown to come back if they want to go for another big explosive team fight. Luckily for Team Queso, there's no big objective on the Rift right now. But I'm sure they're looking at this mid lane turret that they want to crack open. Once you do crack open all of the outer turrets, the enemy jungle is much more accessible to you.
How patient will Memorize? I was hoping that there would be like a kind of a long con that Memorized will just use Ebu as bait, and then someone comes up, and then you just surprise them with body slam, and then cast them right back into Ebu's waiting hands. But so far, it looks like Memorized taking a more aggressive approach, trying to scout out some vision control in this jump quadrant, which means once again, Stacks, we are this time around. Team Queso have a solid 3,000 gold lead, so it's nothing to scoff at, but Sengoku Gaming not necessarily strangers to this situation.
And they have more defensive tools this time with Deju on the Braum. It's not the very fun build that Max Green goes, where he forgoes Flash and goes for 2 offensive summoner spells, but it is more favorable to the retreat side of things. You do have that extra movement for Deju to go for if need be. Of course, once it's available.
Wow. Andres pops a grand challenge. Juan says, yeah, I don't want to challenge you, buddy. I'm good. I'm going to flash over the wall and just take my reprieve. This potentially opens up this tier 1 turret. Rift Herald has already been used, actually. When did that happen?
Yeah, I believe they popped in mid lane, but it was quickly dealt with. So Team Queso don't have that tool anymore. They didn't get a nice chunk off right there. So eventually it could pay dividends, but it just hasn't yet. They haven't been able to break apart the game yet. That's what they're still looking for Team Queso. It seems like we're getting more and more back into the realm of patience for these two teams, which again, I do really appreciate, but after the whiplash that we got in the early game, it is sort of, we're getting back to the same old for these guys.
Spelling a lot of yet on this.
lots and lots of yet. Yet seems to be the big word.
Oh, well, yet to come. Andres locked up in this XF ultimatum of Ruiz, providing some reprieve using the hero's entrance, but he might have just sent himself to the death. Oh, Memorize trying to come in with the body slam flash, throws out the explosive cap for Rush with a quick flash through the wall. Hospistasis just to make sure he doesn't die to the ignite. Meanwhile, Acolyte has also joined the fray, and he helps, takes down Kai in the exchange.
Couple of solid kills, and Ruiz playing the sacrifice on the Galio. His gargoyle ways lead him over into Andres, making sure that his Fiora does not die. And like we have been saying since the draft, this composition is more built around that jungle spot. Andres can be a carry in the teamfights in the side lane, which seemed like what he wanted to do in game 1 anyway, but he didn't have the tool to do it. Now Team Queso, they save that carry, they save their golden child, but they lose out on this Infernal Dragon. That's one more stack that Sengoku has toward their Elder Dragon goal that they had in game 1 as well, as we get to watch this one again.
The pick was primed, the target was juicy for the taking, and Andres, you know, even Rapace is not going to save him from being locked down in that trap. But you have to feel for Ruiz, who gave his life for the greater cause, almost taking down Rush. It had to be almost up to Memorize. Unfortunately, it's not enough damage to the back of it, but they are able to trade since Kai did overextend his welcome.
Hey, that's picture. In the picture down there. Okay, so, hey, that's another fight.
Explosive cast, right onto one. The rest of the members, Kai will go down for the efforts here. Grand Challenge has been popped, a lot of healing will sustain the rest of the members of Team Queso as they go forward on the chase. Deja Vu critically low on HP, and it's a beautiful barrel from Memorize that will catch him out. Ruthless Predator onto Hawk. The flash over the wall. Ebu tries to follow up with the Killer Instinct, but he will not find him quite yet. Hawk will make his great escape, but the rest of Team Queso potentially challenging Baron?
Team Queso certainly could do this. Rush has Flash, or no, not Flash, he has Smite available. Scouting out the area, seeing if they're going for the Baron or if they are lying in wait. Turns out it's the latter.
Oh, but Andres, he saw Rush walk up, but he says, I need one. One is the key. One is the one that they need to take down, and the Grand Challenge has been initiated, and it goes down in a blink of an eye. No AD carry, no Dragon Laner for Sengoku, and now their power has been diminished here.
Took a bit too long though, Rafa. The rest of Sengoku are here now. Another ultimate onto this carry for Team Queso, taking out Andres. No more Baron, and Team Queso have to run for the hills.
Andres gives up his life. Sengoku Gaming won't be able to answer on the Baron, and there's no other neutral objectives off quite yet. The Elder Cloud will still take some time. Taking a look back at this replay here, Snack. I want to see how this all looks.
Team Queso finally committed to kill that mid lane turret. They got fed up with it. They're like, that structure, you're going down. I've got my eye on you. And then Sengoku really just overreached to try to punish them for it. They don't have as many tools as they thought they did. But for Team Queso, they are really strong in this team fight. I feel like they don't quite realize it because they really just wanted that mid lane turret and they sort of stumbled into a favorable team fight, but even still, they got some really valuable picks off there and they retained that lead and break apart the map further so they can stretch that.
Still a 3,000 gold lead despite it all for Team Queso here, but Sengoku Gaming, the later the game goes, the less that gold lead will be of significance for this European roster. Team Queso still down, backs against the wall. You have to remind our folks at home, Sengoku Gaming, they are at match point. Even though being behind, one more advantageous team fight could be what sends them advancing into the knockout stage.
This win on the horizon for Sengoku Gaming. They can see it in their eyes. They can smell it on the ground and in the air. They know that all it would take is one Nexus for them to get into this playoff round as Andres fighting with Rush into a team fight.
Memorize throws out the explosive cast, tries to break up the fight here. Advances forward to a four-man taunt from Ruiz. Can they capitalize? Can Team Queso pick up the pieces? Can they do janitor duty? It's already one taken off the table. Deja Vu is critically low. He's gone. And Rush has to flee the scene of the crime because he's also low on HP. Do Team Queso flip it? But Baron's a little too scary to take. even with the number advantage.
Team Queso again get 2 in a team fight, but they don't have the health bars. They don't have the confidence to go for that really risky Baron. Instead, they take a reset. They know that the death timers will still be up when it comes to this Elder. Elder Cloud Dragon up and ready for the taking. Rush in the area. Can he steal this?
Check this out. Juan, despite 15 seconds down, has bought the teleport enchantment. We're gonna have to see if Sengoku Gaming can stall enough time. Memorize on the flank, looking for the body slam. It's a Dragon's Rage from Rush, trying to keep Hawk safe. Ruiz is playing goalkeeper, a tactical sweep. They're putting all the members on to Rush to make sure he doesn't get in, and the Elder Cloud will be secured for Team Queso, the representative of Europe, on their last legs. Backs against the wall, but they're super low on HP. Ruiz advancing forward, the taunt on the 3, but Kai advancing into the front lines, through into the back lines with the hook line. He looks for tactical sweep on the Ebu. Can he out-damage him, but he will stay alive? Stasis, it's a double kill for Ebu. He still has killer instinct. Can he find Hawk? Hawk will go down. He takes out Ruiz in the blink of an eye, and now it's only Andres and Ebu that are left standing.
Sengoku are still competing in this team fight after the Elder Dragon was taken thanks to some quick decision-making on the teleports. They arrive into the team fight, the 2 members that got picked off previously. They are left with some table scraps after the Elder was already taken, and that is thanks to the previous play from Team Queso. That is thanks to their positioning around the pit, and specifically Memorized, who pushed everybody outside of reach, making sure that objective was theirs.
Take a moment to breathe, Smacks, because my God, we were at the summit for a while, and I thought we were about to come crashing down, but we still got one more slope to reach. I can feel it.
Here is this positioning from Kai. He is really the difference maker on Sengoku. He is the reason that they were still competitive in this team fight. Yes, his Hextech Ultimatum does get parried, but watch this re-engage for him. Watch him dive back in, get the stasis to stall out for Ebu. He doesn't get to re-engage, and then we also get to see Hawk on his Orianna dealing a lot of hurt too. He does live by the end, even through the Elder Burn.
Rush, stasis, Hero's entrance there. He's gonna safeguard away. That's a huge shockwave from Hawk. Can it be game-changing? Can it be the one that sends Sengoku into the knockout stage? There's still multiple members from Team Queso alive. Ebu is gonna run away, but it looks like Acolyte will fall to Sengoku Gaming. The representative of Japan, they can see the win in their eyes. They take out Memorize, and it's only Ebu for 38 seconds to defend the base by himself. But look at Ebu, he's cutting off the minion wave. He's gonna be able to buy some time. Memorize is also just delaying them as long as possible. Sengoku Gaming, they're gonna pull in the teleport. They're gonna try to do as much damage as they can. No need for Baron, no need for any other objective. The Nexus is what they want, Smacks.
Memorized roped everybody from Sengoku away from the Baron, but they don't want the Baron, Rafa. They want the Nexus, they want the knockout stage, and they're gonna get it. Sengoku Gaming to 3rd seed.
Congratulations to Sengoku Gaming, the dark horse of Japan. After thick and thin, a magnificent battle from Team Queso, the representatives of Europe. They fought them to the very bitter end, but you can see the elation in their voices. You can hear them. Give it to them. Let them know how proud you are to advance to the knockout stage. Hats off to Team Queso. They fought hard. It is a disappointing end to their journey here, but they can hold their heads up high for pushing Sengoku Gaming to the very end.
The Warriors have done it. The old heads, the experienced crew of players, they've been through a lot together, and they will continue that journey here in the Horizon Cup. They qualify for that knockout stage. Ooh, and I believe that means that they will be playing against the 2nd seed from Group A as well.
Let's see that selfie game. Victory selfie right here, ladies and gentlemen, for qualifying into the knockout stage from Group B. They will join Team Secret and ThunderTalk Gaming as the other 3 representatives coming from Group B. They will now await to see the last seed coming out of Group A. Although this does
Rolster, right?
This does put them against the Minds of Korea. KT Rolster Y.
Man, that's gonna be exciting. That matchup happening in 2 days. Sengoku will be taking a well-earned day off. Unfortunately for Team Queso, they have a lot of days off after this one, as they have been knocked out. But it was a close one. Both of those games were neck and neck the entire time, and I think Team Queso does deserve a lot of credit.
I want people to remember that when they look back at the series score, that yes, it was a 2-0 for Sengoku Gaming, but it wasn't a stomp. It wasn't just Sengoku walking and waltzing all over Team Queso. They had solid game plans. They had very convincing team fighting. And it took them all the way to the late game. And it always just came down to one team fight that just gave Sengoku the last edge.
War of attrition playstyle is what led Sengoku to victory, and they're going to need that one as well as we progress on through into the Horizon Cup. The playoffs are best of 5, so we've got a lot of action ready and waiting for Sengoku in that one. I can't wait. I can't wait to see this team.
It's going to be a blast, man.
Their preparation has been so cool to watch and unfold in these games that are so close. Just punches, nothing knockout until the very end. These games are so long, so tense, and so thrilling.
Well, I definitely know some friends who want to get some punches of knowledge as they get ready to break down that immaculate series from Sengoku Gaming.
Thank you very much, Rafa, with the 1-2. Sengoku get on through into the next round, and they're going to be playing Rolster. That was a huge win there for them. Here is our first look at the knockout stage. You can see Team Secret currently waiting. ThunderTalk also waiting on that opposite side, but a huge win there for Sengoku Gaming over Team Queso. And here it starts with the draft. Riku, you were saying how much it was going to be important on finding new picks, finding new ways. Well, I mean, even in that game number 2, Team Queso got creative. They were still able to pick up the Fiora and had Renekton on the top side of the map, had the Galio. It felt like things were going well there for the draft, but it didn't quite work out that way. What'd you see?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Queso was really smart to have Gragas Galio on their draft, right? So there's a lot of mind games going around. But for Sengoku, you know, they said, hey, Hak had a solid game on the Orianna. It's a safe pick to either of the flex matchups, either the Gragas or the Galio going mid. So why not pick it up again? And you have 2 picks that can deliver the ball, which is, you know, Camille on Kai, Rush on this Lee Sin. So I really like the adjustment that Sengoku did for this draft.
And I do have to add that the Nunu ban didn't really make a lot of sense, given that you're giving Lee Sin to Russia anyways. You looked amazing on it. I think it's one of his most popular picks and will continue to be into the playoffs. So the Nunu ban felt a little bit wasted. Then there was the problem that they kept digging deep, trying to find a pick for Ibu to have as much impact on as the Senna that was banned. And it did, you know, they tried the Corki in the first game, didn't work out well. Earlier in the tournament, the Draven didn't work out well. And the Kai'Sa, again, nice try, but it wasn't enough. And Queso didn't really have an answer to help Ibu.
Yeah, and even once we get past the draft, this game was so great. Both games in this series, so great. Just a quick stat here. The game times for both these squads, sub 20, both games, you could just feel they were going longer and longer here, Rocky.
Yeah, I mean, that play top lane was so huge. Actually, a lot of the notes that I did take down were mostly positives for Team Queso. It was so crazy that it came down to the smallest margins in team fights. And yeah, I mean, Sengoku had the Orianna, had the Varus, who were dishing out a lot of damage throughout the duration of the extended team fights that we did see that they were able to finally overcome.
Yeah, I have to agree with Iraqi here. I mean, I was looking at how Ibu was able to adjust, you know, especially that, you know, they picked Kai'Sa into Varus. It's either going to force you to just take a lot of pokes in the lane since you're going to get outranged, or, you know, most of what teams do is lane swap. And that is exactly what we saw. But since they didn't want Acolyte's lane to suffer, they decided to just put Ibu in the mid lane because Ruiz can manage on his own as the Galio with his level 5 ultimates and more. So props to Ibu for surviving the laning phase. And after that, after he survived the laning phase, it was just so back and forth. And I think the most crucial moment was definitely after Elder. It felt like, you know, it felt like Team Queso was about to take it to game 3.
Watch the minimap here. I love this attempt by Ibu. It wasn't enough, but watch the minimap. Kai'Sa's gonna cancel recall, gonna move up to the wave and try to cut it off. that would have been enough to stall the game and have possibly another chance to make a comeback. But Sengoku had another wave in the bot lane, so after killing the Gragas, they just pushed along with it. The TP came through, and they were able to kill the Nexus.
Oh, for sure. Just multiple times here in this game where you felt like Team Queso did enough to close out on Sengoku, whether it was the pick around the Baron area, but then Andre stayed a little bit too long, down over at the Elder Dragon fight, taking the Elder Dragon, fighting through. Sengoku Gaming still found ways to get back into the game and get it done. And I think that speaks volumes of this team now that has another big task on them. So if you take a look at Sengoku Gaming moving on to the next round, what is the big takeaway that they can have from this series as a whole? And we'll start with you first, Araki.
So I do think they understood that the biggest win condition is to have some sort of an early game tempo jungler such as the Lee Sin. The problem is they don't have too many of those, right? It's only the Lee Sin, it's only the Nunu. So if KT Rolster facing them off in the quarterfinals do recognize that if they ban it away or take it away, that they'll have an advantage. Sengoku are going to struggle, but there are a lot of things that they did find well in this series, especially, like I said, playing around the bot lane and the early game. So that's a positive at least there.
Riku?
For me, I like the pivot from Dejiwo. Alistar has been banned. Might as well lock in a good disengaged champion like a Braum to make sure that Hawk and One are going to be protected, especially looking at the composition that we saw. Galileo and Gragas, that's going to be deadly. So I really like the adjustment that they could do, that they don't have to be super aggressive all the time at the early game, and that mindset is going to be very helpful coming into the playoffs.
And of course, with the finale of these... Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Rocky.
I was going to say, looking more towards the bot lane, the Varus is a pick they've been repeatedly focusing on, and I think it looks really good. It's a very similar composition to what we saw Team Secret pull out yesterday when they had both Varus and Orianna with a split pusher. For Sengoku, it was the Camille, and that way they can offer them a lot of space. They didn't play the 1-4 perfect here, but the idea is definitely there, and if they manage to find the execution, it's very strong and really hard to deal with.
And with the finale of this series, this is the last time we get to see Team Queso, the representative of Europe. They had a great run through Origin series. So Riku, what do you make of this team's run here at Horizon Cup?
I think it's super impressive. They were still able to push Sengoku Gaming to their limits, and I really like how they mesh with the 5v5 team fights, especially Memorized and Andre as well with their performances have been incredibly solid. Whether or not they're on carries or engaged, it's still really, really nice to watch. And again, they pushed Sengoku Gaming to their limits today, and really, they really should be proud of their performance here at the Horizon Cup.
Araki?
Yeah, I think they can keep their heads high. EU and NA both do go out in groups. These two Western regions in particular are not having the best results, unfortunately, but there's a lot more to look forward to coming next year and a lot of lessons to take home and learn from.
Yeah, definitely. Well, one of the best parts of Sengoku advancing to the knockouts, hopefully we get a little bit more clips of Rush dancing. Check out these dance moves right here behind that young man right there. It looks as smooth as his Lee Sin, right?
Lovely.
Are you not impressed? What's going on?
We are impressed.
I wish we could show the casters.
His early game and his dancing skills.
They're getting the dance.
I don't have too many comments.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
All right. Well, as we close the chapter here, it's time for us to step away. But when we return, ThunderTalk and EBRO take the stage for the last time before the knockouts. As we go, please check out Panic Show, EBRO Gaming's fan-voted battle anthem, along with the rest of the teams competing at the Horizon Cup on the official Horizon Cup playlist on Spotify. See you in a few.
Ladies and gentlemen.
from the beginning.
What's going on?
Jake from State Farm, the perp just confessed. I think. I don't know.
What?
Oh, can't afford streaming anymore, so here we are.
Oh, don't give up what you love. State Farm has options to personalize your policy so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Oh, that's great. The subtitles would be nice.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Never thought I could love, I was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise, there was somewhere inside. Now I can think of a time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together. Don't mind wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter December night, December night. You know what I like. Do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire. December night, December night, December night, December night. On a throwback to summertime, drink the red cups and see the lights. And with a burning heat, we just fall asleep till the seasons change. You said I'll be your fire, I'll be your savior, I'll be your lighter, lighter, no, no.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for our second series of the day between ThunderTalk Gaming and EBRO Gaming. Second representative of China taking on Latin America's sole proud heroes. As they come in, they don't have the best record, but for ThunderTalk Gaming, we already know that this result in the match does not change the outcomes. ThunderTalk Gaming will advance as the first seed. EBRO have already been disqualified, but we still get to see, Smacks, the kind of the journey and the continuous evolution of a roster that came in completely fresh and not the same as they entered and qualified through the WPL.
All throughout this group stage, Rafa, we have been on a journey, and that journey's name has been ThunderTalk Gaming. This team, as you said, came in with 3 completely new players and 2 completely new role swaps as Feibai and Z swapped their positions. They have had some trials and tribulations all throughout the group stage. They've won all of their series, but contrary to their Chinese team partners over in Dakun Gaming, they have lost a couple of the games that they've had in those series. So it's up to ThunderTalk to keep improving as a team, keep showing us more of this winning formula that we've seen from them, or maybe some other layers to it as well, and keep that undefeated streak going. They've already locked in for that semifinal.
Smacks. Looking at both of these two teams, I want to point out something. As we've already alluded to the back before, that ThunderTalk will advance, EBRO will not. Both of these teams, I still appreciate that they're coming in and taking this series just like they would any other series. Because for ThunderTalk, this is a chance for them to continue pushing their limits and seeing what strategies they can continue to refine as they get ready for the knockout stage. And for EBRO Gaming, this is all about pride. This is all coming out and saying, we are a team to be remembered, and even if we don't have the best score line exiting out of Group B, we still got here because we're the best in our region, and we're here to show them love and to show them that we are here to make them proud.
And at the very least, this is a scrim where you get to sit in these cool chairs in the cool stage with all the cool lights around you, which is always fun.
I mean, this is such a dope stage.
Oh, yeah. It's so beautiful. I love all of the different colors that come around the stage as well. We've had like some beautiful oranges for the sunset, and now it's more nighttime behind them, so we're getting the purple and everything. It's very pretty. But as we get into this draft, we can see the ThunderTalk prioritizing the Renekton, the tried and true alligator champion. I think I called him a crocodile earlier. He's one of those. I don't actually know which one is an alligator or a crocodile, but regardless, he's good.
It depends, Max. Is this salt water or fresh water?
See, I thought the alligator and crocodile, the difference was like where the teeth layout was.
I mean, so the snout does also change between crocodiles and alligators and the overall like kind of face shape, but usually the easiest way to remember the difference is alligators usually found in fresh water, crocodiles found in salt water.
I did not know that.
Things I learned
we're learning new things every day here at the Rising Cup. And we're also learning that ThunderTalk are going for this very early Kha'Zix draft into the Graves that he says is locked in.
So this is something that we saw from Dakun Gaming when they took on Rolster Y in yesterday's series, which was an absolute dynamite of a series, casted by our friends Patient Time and TJ. And when they found out quickly that ThunderTalk, or Dakun Gaming, when they were doing the Kha'Zix matchup, even though Hueba, fantastic carry jungler, you don't really get the same ease of execution and results on a jungler like Kha'Zix, who is really reliant on picks, catching members out in rotation, rather than straight up team fighting, because if everyone is bunched up, you don't get the isolation damage.
And it was very different for Dakun Gaming as well, when they played it just yesterday, because they are used to playing this funnel jungle strategy. It's not necessarily something that ThunderTalk have gone for very often. On the contrary, they typically have a lot of power that comes from their solo laner, specifically Z, who's been heralded continuously as one of the best players in the world. This draft is not about that at all. Z on the Twisted Fate now, as the final lock-in will be that utility pick machine alongside S12K on the Thresh, now locked in.
And I think this is still just showing the continuous evolution of ThunderTalk Gaming, how they can reliably put faith and resources into other members that are not Z. I know earlier at the top of the show, Rike was talking about, yo, Z is just straight up the best player here at Horizon Cup. And I know many of us would agree. Z has been looking pretty damn good. But when he first came into this tournament, it was all about, oh man, Z's gonna pop off in the Baron lane. And then we saw the roll, so I was like, oh, okay, I guess, well, what, can he play Assassins? And he pulled out Zed game one. I was like, holy crap, he can't play Zed. But then he starts playing things like Orianna and Twisted Fate. He's changing up the flows, Max. He's giving us different ways and styles, which just completely diversifies the palette and also increases the diversity and depth in his champion pool.
The fact that he's doing this also while having the ribbon banned against him every single game is providing this team with a bunch of different strategies, a bunch of different advantages in the draft. Now, we're gonna have to see if they can make this variation of it work. It's a very pick-oriented composition. Every single champion on this squad wants to kill one at a time. You got the isolation damage of Kha'Zix, and the Void partner there for Kaisa wants to dive in alongside you, paired up with the stuns, the point-click stuns, I might add, of the Twisted Fate and the Renekton. The other side, that's going to be something that EBRO have to avoid and have to plan for. I'm sensing a lot of stasis, boot, and chance are going to come through on the squad.
Either that or even QSS could be a decent investment here, because if you dodge out on one crowd control, then maybe you have enough time to flash away from the rest of the CC chain that comes in, because as you said it before, single target crowd control is highly stacked. On the side of ThunderTalk Gaming, you've got Gold Card, Death Sentence, Ruthless Predator. All three of those landed on top, and then if you're caught out in rotation, and then it's just easy pickings for Chris's Kha'Zix to just gobble you up and just become a scary, scary cockroach in the jungle. And you want to squash that if you are EBRO Gaming, which is why they have developed, or drafted, I should say, more traditional 5-on-5 team
Is that the type of bug that Kha'Zix is? Is he a cockroach? Do we have confirmation? I feel like he's more of a mantis.
You know, that does make sense. I just say cockroach because when you're looking from EBRO's perspective, cockroach is the thing that like you try to get rid of, and you throw bombs at it, you try to put it through nuclear warfare, and it still survives, and it just kind of exemplifies the raid boss he is. Mantises don't get the same reputation, although
that tells me that you haven't been in close quarters with a mantis, because those things are terrifying. I remember one time when I was a kid, I had one stuck in my hair.
Oh.
That was awful. And for EBRO, they have a mantis stuck in their hair for this game. They have to get it out. They got to get the raid, stop that one for themselves. Hopefully they can do that as we get a level 1 trade. Jastly taking most of the Kai'Sa passive plasma. Not quite the thing on top, though.
Yes, Max, you say that I don't know how terrifying Mantis is. I took biology, and I learned how that goes for mantises. I'm not going to even go into it, but if you know, you know. It is a very grim and bitter end for male praying mantises. It just... EBRO Gaming, though, trying to recover in this laning phase for the Dragon Lane duo. Both Kite and Hasli taking a lot of damage, whereas Azure maintaining a high HP.
For Azure on this Kai'Sa, you have a lot of laning power. Not quite sometimes as much as the Varus. You have slightly less range. He has a lot of poke potential, especially with his Summon Carry. But the way that S12K is combining the range of the Thresh with the range of the Kai'Sa really is working dividends for ThunderTalk. There is that Ignite also. Ignite super, super weak.
I mean, Chris sees 2 juicy targets. Hasli gonna try to jump in, flash, exhaust, looking for one more auto attack damage. The heal comes out from Kite, trying to keep them alive to the very bitter end. Hasli still has flash. EBRO Gaming only burned 3. Oh my god, but Azure! How did he do that?
Flash Void Seeker, baby! Azure with the long-range skill shot, committing everything to get first blood. Excellent stuff for ThunderTalk. On the other side, Z committing this gold card and have to run now, flashing over this wall, as he says, almost finds enough damage, but just barely, not quite enough.
Zeke still has both summoner spells, so he's not in danger from Chris, but as he says, that's a big crocodile. You don't have to deal about the bugs, but you still gotta worry about this crocodile, who did get the inner rotation right on over. Lost a couple minions for it, but great trade when you take down the jungler.
Flash final kill. End up being Doomsday for ESS. On the other side, we do get to see that Flash Void Seeker from Azure. I can't wait to watch this one, because he was definitely very impressive. Chris sets up for this play as well by chunking out these members. He switches focus over to Hasli, getting him quite low. And here it comes. You ready? Boom.
Wow. That's part of the Flash channel animation thing you were telling me earlier as well, just showing how all the abilities can.
We do a lot with that.
Yeah.
Although I actually, now that I saw that happen, I don't think that's actually one of them. I'm pretty sure it would have landed without the flash. But
he just did it for style points.
It looked pretty cool for Azure. So
you know, I appreciate it. You know, even if it wasn't necessary, sometimes you gotta hit him with a little bit of a flick. Yeah. You know. But now it does open up potentially a window for EBRO Gaming to punish. It's going to be a little difficult for Isis to interact with the bottom side of the map, though, considering he also burned his flash looking for a kill onto Z in the mid lane. Chris saying, hey, I'm kind of stronger than you at the moment, so... And I also have mid prio and top prio, so that means I can walk in the jungle, start taking camps away, and Isis can't do anything because Ache is pinned up against the tower right now trying to farm.
Even after Chris commits the jump over the wall, there's no real way for him to get out. He says, just like, well, he jumped. I can't do anything about that, though. I don't have any means of success.
Yo, relax. Yo, relax. Tix had to burn his flash to get away from the very scary S12K Thresh, who was ready to burn both flash and ignite just to take down Tix. We saw some action over on the Baron side of the map, a flash from Ache as well. And even though they did not result in kill smacks, the pressure is being felt. Fabile is gonna walk into Ache, and he's still got a bug. Oh, but Ache, okay, he takes out Chris.
Ache, the turnaround is gigantic, and there's no threat of him getting killed anyway. So you can't just back away from this one. There's no more globals. He already popped that Destiny. He's going to be able to walk away for free. Oh, Descent, it's mid. He's going to need too much, though.
There's a Dragon over to EBRO Gaming, and because ThunderTalk already lost out on their jungler going for Ache, had it not been for the miraculous turnaround and the surprise kill, that could have been a Rift Herald already picked up here, but Azure rotating on over to help Fayball. Also, oh, Shockwave is huge though. S1 gone. Chris can't take the Rift Herald because he needs the rest of his team to help him.
Not too bad for EBRO. Headbutt Pulverize is a very solid and, you know, well-historied way of getting the Orianna Shockwave through onto your team. Now Hostley playing bodyguard further into the river. He's isolated, does not want to be there any further. EBRO walk away with that kill from before, alongside some turret damage in mid lane now. He's gonna be okay with the turret, I think.
Z is just being a nuisance right now.
No,
this is actually Doomsday right now. Flash gold card, one more wild card, bam! That's how you do it.
Yeah. Kite needed to stay under that turret. There was no way that Z was going to be able to deal enough damage to him under there. He needed to wait for his team, but Kite getting antsy. He was trying to find an escape route and ended up being that the escape route leaded to death regardless. Z, Honey Fruit wants to stick around.
You know what that was like? It's like when you're in the alleyway, you're trying to get home late at night, and then you see some shady person in the bush ready to like take your money, and you're like, okay, just take everything. But the person actually just wants to kill you straight up. He takes.
Goodness.
I know we got really dark right there, but
grim. Also, I want to question: where are you living where there are bushes in mountains?
Utah's crazy, man. It's wild out in the streets of Salt Lake City. EBRO Gaming, Hostley having to pop the unbreakable will just to get out alive. Another 1v1 between Ache and Fayball, but he's flashing forward. He gets the guillotine. He feels confident. He knows his champion. The bleed isn't going to be enough. Abel gets enough of the Cold to Meek healing. Ache will not be able to take him down. He doesn't have flash, but
oh no!
Oh, the port coming in from Z. Can Hostley get in there? It's still not enough damage to take on Ache. He's still alive!
Man, that was so smart from Faye by using his Call to Meek to get the heal off of the Krugs. He knew that if that camp was up, that was his only way to survive. Now ThunderTalk in the mid lane.
Hostley doesn't have Unbreakable Will, so he is more susceptible to damage. A couple more auto attacks. Azure is going to commit, and he just takes out the 1-2 with a beautiful Ecathian Rain. The Dragon Lane duo of EBRO Gaming go down in the blink of an eye. Teeks in a 1v1 against Fayball. Still has Shockwave, but he's running low on mana. Whereas Fayball, it's all about cooldowns, baby. It's all about Fury, so he doesn't care about burning a resource here. Gonna try to run him down, but Tix should have enough distance. Oh no, the slice and dice through the Scuttle Crab, and it forces the flash.
Really smart maneuvers from Faye yet again. Oh my goodness, up in this top side. It is a pickoff on Azure. That's a shutdown over to Hostley. Azure, you had everything up, but you just way too far into the enemy grounds.
I am definitely down for EBRO Gaming continuously looking for response plays. No matter the stakes of the game, no matter the cost, they are not going down without a fight, Smacks. They are making sure that ThunderTalk, if you want to get through this series, you're going to have to put up a better fight.
A lot of damage on the team.
You know,
Hold me, red card, not red card, gold card. Getting my colors mixed up. And Teeks is getting his mixed up as well. He's on the gray screen.
I did say better fight, and as soon as I said that, I felt bad because I felt like I just cast Curse Teeks. It's like, bro, why you gotta say something? Why you gotta open the mouth? I was fine. I was chilling. I just had a crocodile, and then you just provoked Z to come to my lane.
The comedic timing of this is really valuable. Rocket Bell in. What a death sentence. They have enough damage underneath this turret. Doesn't quite look like it, but we're seeing the mechanics on this Thresh come to fruition for S12K. Very impressive.
Scumbag blue up is going to stop Fable. Save recall here. Hostley gets a knock up though onto S12K. The pump back, I don't know what they actually want. Chris secures the dragon, getting exhausted. Hostley is one beefy cow, but they're actually going for Isis. And that's the shotgun man going down. Ebu, or I should say Azure, just using the killer instinct to run down the rest of EBRO Gaming. They've already lost two by the wayside smacks. Hostley finally pops that ultimate ability, making sure that he has the damage reduction to make it out alive. But ThunderTalk, they are taking command of the Rift Max. And EBRO Gaming, despite some early answers on, this is where the lead is starting to grow immensely for ThunderTalk.
ThunderTalk is moving where they please. They're moving as a unit, and specifically Azur is really feeling himself in this game. He is going wherever he actually wants. He just dives in with that killer instinct and just does not care. He has all of this damage on Kaisa. He had that flash play from before. He's just going off in these team fights. Z is gonna get some zoning. Oh, okay. Everyone's trying to just push EBRO outside of his pit before they finish the Rift Herald. I like it.
There's like a lot of just what's the word for it? It's when, you know, you're getting ready for a fight, and then you have like the members like, you know, throwing insults at each other, or like, you know, screaming, or they're kind of shouting battle cries, and sometimes they make the moves. There's that one team from I don't know if it's from New Zealand or some part of that side of the globe. I think it's like Haka dance, and they just start slapping their knees and everything. That's what ThunderTalk is doing. They're basically just like throwing out random rockets and just being like, we're not actually going for you, but we might. We just might. And what are you going to do about it?
They're just playing peekaboo with EBRO right now. Just opening up their eyes. Watch out.
I mean, it might just burn a flash just because EBRO Gamer, like, scared of it, right?
I'd be scared. EBRO's down quite heavily in this game. They have not been able to match the pressure of ThunderTalk. They've been matching some kills here and there. They've gotten a couple of these turrets, but the pressure game is a completely different ball game than what EBRO are playing right now. Z and Osley just pass like ships in the night. It does force Z to use his flash.
EBRO Gaming starting to lose more structures to the hands of ThunderTalk as they take out the tier 2 turret Baron lane. That's a beautiful pick on the Teeks. Pops the stasis. Chain of Corruptions from Kite tries to dissuade the rest of ThunderTalk from pursuing even further. Z with the Proto Belt once again, but now Hosley tries to capitalize by looking for the headbutt, or I should say knock up there, pulverize. But the rest of ThunderTalk are able to just position beautifully. The rest of EBRO Gaming don't find any further picks from this counter engagement. And EBRO Gaming now down a few summoner spells, down a few ultimate abilities.
Oh, what a stop there from S12K, the death sentence to cancel out the headbutt pulverize. Now Z in his backline, he's completely out of mana, but he doesn't need mana when he's selected the gold card.
Look at Chris
diving into that back. Ache is in a 1v5. He can't get the dunk down, and now Azur flashing in to secure Chris that triple kill. Chris flashing as well. Can he get the quadra? Not quite enough. He says survives. He says, get out of here. You're asking for too much. ThunderTalk already get way more than EBRO would have liked.
Chris just trying to girl boss a little too close to the sun right there. A little callback to Summoner Series moments where once the jungler starts feeling themselves a little too much, you know, they're trying to push themselves to the very, very close to their limits. Chris bit off a little bit more than he could chew, gives up the death over to Isis, but the overall advantage state for ThunderTalk remains the same. Very, very much ahead right now.
Z specifically is really testing his limits. He doesn't have a rapid fire cannon. He went for a hat instead. He's just going for burst on this Twisted Fate as we're getting another engage.
S12K has the lantern. Doesn't hit the death sentence, but it's okay.
Chris stole it! No way!
EBRO Gaming, they try to get something, just anything back from ThunderTalk Gaming, but as you already called out before, Chris with the objective steal hops right back on in. S12K over the wall, just roping in Teeks with that death sentence into the play, setting up for a full team ace from ThunderTalk Gaming. It's not going to be game over quite yet, but they are very much in the driver's seat, Smacks, and they're very much in the process of closing game 1 out.
ThunderTalk Gaming is just a ruthless team, Rafa. They do not care if you are outside of that playoff contention. They are going to drive you over with the cement roller and just have a lot of fun with this game as well, Rafa. It feels a bit bad for EBRO, but you gotta respect that ThunderTalk are diving in for these assassination attempts, and they're making it look stylish.
EBRO Gaming trying to hold on to the very bitter end. ThunderTalk almost, what is this? 17,000 gold ahead.
Nice math. Thumbs up from me. That was great. Yeah, they're very fed at this point. ThunderTalk, they can move around and maybe take this Baron. They have a lot of pressure thanks to that mid lane inhibitor that they got before. Super Minions crawling their way up, providing that sort of sixth member to the team and making sure that EBRO have to check themselves before they dive into this fight.
Rest of EBRO Gaming, a Death Sentence connects on the Ache, but it's a Proto Belt or Rocket Belt into Azure, trying to catch him out with that Apprehend. Z's.
Whoa.
Oh, okay. Proactive flash from Hosley. They've eliminated Z. EBRO Gaming are still down a hell of an amount of gold. That is one member gone. Can they steal this Baron? They flap down it. Wow! Okay! Teeks steals the Baron away from ThunderTalk. I'm not sure how much of an advantage it will gain back for them, but damn, EBRO Gaming not going down without a fight.
It doesn't mean they win the game yet, but sure as hell, it looks cool. EBRO pushing into this mid lane, Rafa.
They're gone.
They're still going. They're still taking structures. They're still engaging. Costly finds a head bump, pulverize. Still have this minion wave. Can they get another inhibitor turret? Can they keep going?
It's 7 seconds. They could just get inhibitor turret. Snacks.
They did it.
EBRO Gaming just took up straight up 3 turrets, down 17,000 gold. However, this is a lot of a collapse. Z finds the Destiny on the East says S12K with the flash forward on the Death Sentence. East says trying to make his escape out, but it's the style points from Z with the Proto Belt into the wild card that catches him out. And now ThunderTalk, in the wake of EBRO Gaming making a hell of a play to unlock the base, ThunderTalk says, we'll do you one better. We're just going to end the game.
Uno reverse card is in full effect for ThunderTalk if they can break through the Baron minions. With this teleport, it's looking like they're going to secure for themselves, Rafa. ThunderTalk bringing themselves to 1-0 in this series against EBRO Gaming.
You know what? Hats off to EBRO Gaming. That was a hell of a play that they made. The proactivity from Hosley to immediately just go for Z and chain pick after pick, and dude, you can see it in their faces where Kite is just like, oh man, imagine if we had gotten one more kill off of that, because they had a 3-man advantage. Had they found one more pick, they could have potentially won the game, down 17,000 gold. But ThunderTalk, they're not a team to let an advantage like that go down the drain that easily.
It's good to know that EBRO are in high spirits here in this series. You can see the smiles on their faces there. You can see the smiles on our faces now.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
That was hella entertaining just to see the last couple minutes. I mean, Smacks and I were like ready. We're like rolling up our sleeves like, all right, you know, how are we going to prepare for game 2?
Well done, ThunderTalk.
And then suddenly EBRO are just like, whoa. What? It's like, what? Where'd that come from?
It gave me that moment where I was leaning back in my chair, and then I felt myself leaning a little too far, like, ooh, I gotta stabilize.
You know what it actually was? It's, you know, it's that meme where the gamers are super relaxed. ThunderTalk Gaming, or they're just like slumped back, you know, just like, oh, they're not taking it seriously. 3 members gone, Baron stolen.
Lean forward in the chair, make sure.
Like, all right, time to be serious. Time to be serious. Let's close out this game once and for all. But man, I was hella entertained.
Yeah.
You know, and going into game 2, I think this gives things to both teams to think about. Not only to EBRO Gaming, giving them some confidence, saying, hey, you know what? Even if we're down a lot of gold, we could still make plays to come back in the game. And for ThunderTalk Gaming, hopefully it shows that like they can't just disrespect EBRO that easily. They're going to have to watch out for some comeback plays. But for more on the action that we just saw from game 1, we got some amigos over in Singapore. Gabby, háblame. What's up?
Yeah, what's up is we're still hanging out over here, and you are exactly right. You can't take away the respect on the EBRO name. They were putting up a fight there in this game, but ultimately it was ThunderTalk that came out victorious. And I'd say this was a pretty scrappy approach to the game from them. A lot of activity through and through.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams were not shy to take fights here, and I love that particularly coming from EBRO with the back against the wall, playing the best team in your group. You're not shy to take every single fight that they present to you. Hachi as well, shout out to that guy. 1v2 takes down the jungler of TT. Not an easy task.
Ache always looking so good for the team, even in the losses, being such a consistent player. And if we're bringing things over towards the ThunderTalk side, I think there's a lot of consistency from them as well in the way that they're showing out. The bot lane, for instance, as you can see right there, continuing to make those plays.
Very aggressive, very dominant. SLK picking the trash, and he's making it work.
I mean, frankly, they're pretty nuts, right? But then again, that's kind of ThunderTalk in a nutshell. Every single lane can make things happen. It's really just a question of how they feel like playing at this point. Because looking back at this game, it's definitely a different take from how they usually go about things. A lot more mechanically inclined, and it kind of feels that way.
At Z on the TF here, a lot are talking about, hey, is this the best player that is here at the Wild Rift Rising Cup?
That's not TF. That's an assassin. I don't know what you're talking about. That's not Twisted Fate.
I mean, hey, Z's role swapped. He's making all these champions have different faces and play styles too. It's very much within his right to just show the stretch of possibilities within Wild Rift.
Yeah, Z is amazing. He's popping off a ton here as well. And I think that if you count this as playoffs per view, because TT, of course, they've already locked in their spot for the semifinals there. This is a great showing for TT. It's a change of pace, right? We see Z on a more utility-based carry, and his side laners prove that they can carry as well. And I want to point out a little interesting tidbit here as well. In day one of the Rising Cup, we saw both Chinese teams come in highly prioritizing that Z mid. Now suddenly we see both of them pivot and start prioritizing this Kha'Zix. What's going on in their scrims there? I have a couple of questions.
Yeah, I have those questions too. What is going on within the development of their scrims and kind of the drafts they're bringing to the table? As far as for the side of EBRO Gaming, it's not like there isn't value to this matchup. One, obviously the morale of being able to pull off a victory, but the experience that they are gaining here at the Rising Cup.
Exactly. I got a chance to talk to EBRO Gaming. I got to talk to their manager, and hearing about them from the horse's mouth itself, you know, they still have that pride as professionals. They feel bad when they lose a game, but they come in with a positive mindset to learn and to grow and have better experience. And I asked him, going into the future, how are you guys feeling? He said, we want to continue as a team, go back to our home region, dominate it, and then meet us here again for the next international.
Which means we can look forward to seeing all of them play together again. And I want to know what you have learned from this squad then and what we can look forward to in their future performances.
I love their energy. That's first and foremost, right? Looking at both camps right now, it seems to me like if you don't know the result of that game, you would have thought that EBRO won game one. They're just so energetic, they're screaming, they're positive, they have the right mindset. And I love that coming from a team like that.
Yeah, even pulling off that Baron play, keeping things
huge.
interesting. Absolutely. And the series itself is still continuing on. More games to come. Let's head back on over to Digon and the gang.
Thank you very much, Gabby. The gang's all here, and it's time for our State Farm assist of the game. Rocky Zoro, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, isn't it crazy that even on a champion such as TF that isn't really very skill expressive, Z still finds ways to shine. Very decisive Destiny ults, the movement around the map, always being at the right place at the right time, and the Proto Belt gold cards that we saw later on in the game, they were just all such a pleasure to watch. I mean, you could see here, really good setup by the Renekton, slice and dicing through the minion wave to land the stun, follow up from Z, and they secure the kill.
Yeah, Takes definitely did not see that coming. And I really like this new look for ThunderTalk in general. You know, Z now playing for the team as well as yesterday, picking up Twisted Fate, picking up more of this utility champions just to set up for Chris as well on that Kha'Zix. And yeah, just as Oma was mentioned, maybe we're going to be expecting this spooky ghost hunting combo where you pick Rengar, Kha'Zix, pair it with a champion with a lot of these, what do you call this, global ults like the Galleon, the Twisted Fate, and find picks here and there early game.
Well, with the team already kind of qualified, it feels appropriate for them to try things out and really push the boundaries, because we've seen them play through the top lane before. We obviously seen them play through Z. This time it felt like they're trying to play through Chris here, Rocky.
Yeah, with ThunderTalk guaranteeing first place, I'm certain they're looking ahead at this point towards the playoffs, and they have a few days break until the semifinals, which they earned a bye to. This is the perfect time for them to experiment with some new things, possibly expand some of the champion pools, which could very possibly be a big problem against some of the tougher teams. That's kind of what I see the Kazakhs in this draft as, and I would like to see them do the same thing with Feibai a little here, because if he doesn't get the Renekton, it feels like he doesn't have a lot to fall back on besides the Diana. So yeah, an opportunity for ThunderTalk to make use of the leisure to have and prepare some solutions.
Well, ThunderTalk had control of most of that game till EBRO almost closed it back on out, but ThunderTalk still got that game number 1 under their belts. Will they be able to close it out? Let's find out with Rafa and Smax. Y'all, I hope y'all are ready for Chapter 2.
Chapter 2 begins here, Digon. Salamat, Kaibigan. Just for you, buddy. Hopefully I said that correctly. I'll have to get my Tagalog checked up here from our Filipino friends. But for us here, advancing into the next and potential last chapter of this story for EBRO Gaming, they will be sending in a new player. Hosley is out, and we have a new support. His name is Dabu, and I'm not going to lie, Smax, we don't know anything about this guy because when we were reaching out to our friends over in Lorcito Salvaje Abierto and asking about the players, there is another player by the name of Buddha who was a sub Baron laner, but we're not aware, or at least don't have any info on this other player in Dabu. So the only thing I can reason, even with Hosley's performance in finding those crucial picks and almost making a miracle comeback, I imagine that EBRO Gaming want to give this player a little bit of stage time since this is more than likely their last game.
Well, I mean, when you put it that way, it is a bit sad. But the good thing here is when you're subbing in Dabu, if he is the only substitute that you have, and he's the only substitute that you brought along to the Horizon Cup, you might as well make sure that he gets a game in. So I can appreciate that. I imagine that this is the same player though, because Buddha, Dabu seem like exactly the same name except swapped around, and at the same time he's swapping to support instead of Baron. So maybe it's symbolic of a role swap for him as opposed to over maybe to the support position.
That could make sense. Well, whether it's Buddha and then we just did a little oopsie in kind of our individual prep, or it's a completely different person, the end result is all the same. EBRO Gaming will be on the blue side, as now first pick has arrived for them. No Camille, no Riven, no Renekton available for first pick, and EBRO Gaming actually are going to prioritize this Orianna Fortix.
Orianna in the mid lane here, as you said, Fortix. He has a lot of teamfight power with this champion. He has a lot of laning power with this champion. And while it is rather bold to lock in your mid blind into a player like Z, who has a lot in the tank as far as counter picks that can be creative coming from the Baron lane roll into mid lane, you do have just a solid knowledge of what this champion is going to do in that lane game. And that is something that we can certainly respect as we get over to the ThunderTalk side, where we got this Diana, got the solution. Diana, on any other team, would probably be mid. It's probably going top though.
Yeah, that's what I would imagine as well. Don't forget that this is actually a triple flex because we've also seen Chris play Diana jungle as well in their match. I don't remember who played the Nunu jungle on the opposite side, but the idea was the same, that since Nunu is not going to really pressure you or invade you pre-level 5, you can kind of scale and get to the same point as well. EBG are going to go with the Darius and the Graves once again for Ache and Isis respectively, maintaining the same core. Oh man, all right, we got Rock Monster in the game here for ThunderTalk.
We do. If we assume that the Diana is going to the Baron lane, then this is probably a Malphite support. Yeah. So we're getting some engaged threat from S12. Okay, well.
This is a lot of knockup smacks. I feel like a Yasuo is coming out from Z on the last pick.
That's true. If Yasuo does come out, I have to warn everybody that Yasuo is currently at a 0-7 game score. not the greatest. Although, one of our friends on the broadcasting side, Yuko, did point out that Yasuo's whole thing is the 0-10 power spike.
True.
So if we can get him to that point, if he can lose 3 more games, maybe that's the point where this champion does become broken.
EBRO Gaming respectfully acknowledging that there's a lot of knockups and a lot of engage, so Rakan and Zaire are a great way of not only disengaging, but also kind of mitigating all those threat potentials. And ThunderTalk, maybe they were thinking about the Yasuo, but now that they know that it's a lot harder to try and pile into a Featherstorm Shockwave combo, they're going to pivot, and now we're going to see Vayne more than likely for Azure, which does mean that this should be a Lucian for Z.
It definitely could be. There are a lot of ways that this could go, but that is my assumption as well, meaning that Diana is in jungle. Vayne, regardless of where it is going to be played in this draft and by who, it does provide you with a ton of late game damage. It feels like this is the marksman that you want to have on your team when it comes to late game, but it's going to be played by Feibai.
I knew it.
He is on.
I knew it. I was like, it would be wild if we just sent Vayne into the Baron lane just to really give Ache like just a real annoying time. Because if we think back to the early game, when Ache won the 1v2 against Chris and Feibai, they're like, you know what? This Darius needs to be put down. Enough is enough. We can't let EBRO Gaming have any of these comebacks and these surprise moments. And when you are playing Darius into a Vayne, if you can close the distance, then it's pretty easy to start all-inning her. However, the range advantage, it is so tricky, it is so difficult to actually close the distance in the first place.
To be fair, Malphite is also pretty annoying for Darius. It's just that Vayne is a different kind of annoying. You have to deal with the poke that's being sent onto you all the time. You have to deal with all of her movement. And if she does start kiting you out, that's something that a tank like Malphite could never possibly do to Darius, especially when you don't have access to the Unstoppable Force ultimate. The fun thing about ThunderTalk composition is that they have both versions of annoying for the Darius. So realistically, they just have everything that Ache doesn't want to play against on this champion. And I really like that strategy because Ache, like you said, did have a lot of moments where it felt like he could come back into the game and make things scary for ThunderTalk.
As our friends over in Rolster Salvaje said, Ache, most known for his Darius. And he's actually going for the phase rush keystone this time around because he knows that movement speed is crucial to closing the distance and staying on top of Feibai once the distance has been, reached, basically. Yeah. So,
you're saying that Ache is most known for his Darius. To me, he's most known for looking like a shredded human. This guy is so intimidating with his presence.
I mean, he's lucky. He's lucky in Olaf. Basically.
And then you see him in the post game just smiling and laughing it up, and you're like, oh, this guy's a teddy bear.
Well, Ache is a very lovable person, and he's also he's also an emotional person as well. As speaking with Aku, one of the commentators for Los Hitos Salvaje Abierto, Ache very much the emotional core of this team. He's feeling good and he's feeling confident. He inspires the rest of the team. However, if Ache ever does feel a little down, then that can affect the team. But I think, credit to EBRO Gaming, they have been in high spirits. They already know that they can't make it further into the tournament. This is their last series, potentially last game. And they're ending it out in a great mood. And so, props to them to still playing one hell of a lesson.
And Ache, that hug offer and invitation extends to you whenever you want. This is just a free coupon to redeem at any moment. A hug from me.
Un abrazo, hermano.
I love nothing more. He is playing in the mid lane for this game, which leaves Teaks on this island up in top. It leaves him to deal with Chris's just huge advances on this Diana. A lot of damage forcing him to call.
Knowing that, oh goodness. First blood from Z, walking Ache down. I think Ache just wasn't expecting the amount of damage coming out from Z. Ignite thrown, Ache didn't burn the barrier or the flash. And Z, I mean, Z is just really showing us that he can play any champion.
And he built for the lane in this game too. He has the ability power in this Axe replay. He has Summon Airy. He has Ignite. Everything that you could possibly want in this 1v1, and he is going for that full AP. This is likely the lose.
Oh god!
Malphite.
Oh man! This is gonna be quite the rocket of an explosion when Z just hits a thick 5-man unstoppable force. He's gonna build Ludens. He's gonna get Death Cap. He's gonna get Void Staff. Hell, he might even get the very rare and rarely seen Infinity Orb as well for the extra crit damage when it's low.
You know what I want? I want Awakened Soul Seed. I want more stuff.
Man, now we're really talking.
I know this might be a little traumatizing.
He's coming.
You did just lose the full AP Malphite earlier today.
He's
on
coming.
The way. Run!
Boom! Z with the unstoppable force. Run from it. Dread it. Destiny arrives all the same, and his name is Z.
Rock solid! Oh, Ache is here. He's the next fighter. He has to flash out after a great bubble from S12K and ThunderTalk continue their reign of terror on this bottom side of the map. Nobody can contest them. Z's Malphite just adding another champion to his vast repertoire of options he can go for. This is the kind of stuff that you want to have moving into that playoff structure where you just have all these options that teams have to think about when it comes to the bans that they're popping into Z, as pretty much every single team has spent at least one ban, usually more, into this single player on ThunderTalk.
Meanwhile, in Baron lane, Feibai is having the time of his life just farming up on Vayne, and he doesn't have to deal with the laning phase where traditionally Vayne doesn't have that great of time. He already has Blade of Rune King. We have a potential skirmish over this Rift Herald. No unstoppable force available for the next few seconds, but Z is making the long walk over from the Dragon lane. He's gonna have it available, but the Rift Herald's already been secured by Isis, and if EBRO can get out. Meanwhile, oh no! Kai, I'm sorry, bro, but this is the way of the Rock Monster. If he finds you, and he's got all that AP, you are going down, brother.
Z doesn't even need to use his flash there either, because Kai didn't have flash, he didn't have Feather Storm. There's no feasible way to escape the Rock as he just trudges on over to the Dragon lane. Feibai forced to flash out. He's in a 1v2 situation, does not want to get apprehended as he's making his way over to try to defend for this turret. Rift Herald means EBRO likely will secure this.
Oh, Ache wanted to go for the pick on the Feibai, but S12K, he says, you know what? I realize that you are a marksman without support. Allow me to assist you, brother. Tie the wave from over the wall. Ensures that Ache cannot get any further, and a beautiful bubble right on top of it. He says, now has to fight, but he can't even get out of more than a couple shots because Feibai takes him down.
Well played from S12K. I'm really enjoying the crowd control he's been finding. But now for Chris, he's got some crowd control of his own. Unstoppable force, look at that green circle. It's coming up, Rafa. You gotta run. You gotta make sure you get out. Oh, he's not gonna do it, but he is still gonna get that kill on T.
Yo, no,
he is doing it! No! When you least expect it, Z dives in and takes you down, Rafa. 4 kills on the Rock in the Pit.
That was like the moment in a horror film where the killer just looks at you and he gives you the creepy smile, and in this case it was the question mark Pengu, where Nabu's like, am I alive? Did I make it out? And then
I think we should change Malphite's title from Rock to Rocket at this point when he's going for this build. So much ability power, so much burst is available, and every time that green circle on the right of your screen is full, you have to be ready for one member of EBRO, if not more, to be blown up to smithereens.
At this point, the green button is not a green button, but yet a red emergency button.
Oh,
it is a huge siren. Oh god. Oh wait, he actually had to force his ultimate over the wall. Because well, we got more fighting in the mid lane. Feibai just tumbling forward, taking out Kite and Dabu. And now Z was super low on HP, but the rest of EBRO Gaming were trying to single him out. Looks like Feibai got a little too close to the base though.
Man.
Tix was able to pop him over the wall with a shockwave. Z, he's dancing in and out.
The moves!
He's just got to walk up, seismic shard.
Barrier!
Okay.
Hold on.
He's just going to run him down at this point.
Wait, dead man's plate? Hold on. He's still alive.
He's fast. Avoid the turn shot. No, the minions. Tix, escort him home.
Woo!
He made it. Round of applause for Ache making the great escape.
Nicely done. The rest of his team may not be so lucky as the team doesn't choose Feibai. So much assassination threat on the single target with that condemn against the wall, but here engage. Dabu, the new player on the block with quickness, finds 2 with the knockups, but he left his AD behind. Kite, it's exploded with the fireworks of Z. All the same, Rafa, EBRO find a couple of kills.
Z, once again, saw Kite, and even though the rest of his team in Isis and Dabu were destroying Chris, Z just looked at Kite and said, "I'm sorry, little one," and then just sent Kite to a trip to the fountain once again. I mean, at this point, Z doesn't care about making the multi-man play. He cares about just stacking up the kills. He is 5-1-2 on this full AP Mal fight. We're getting the hat coming in soon as well.
It's coming. He's got 2 rods, and 2 rods put together become a hat. Because that's just how it works. We're seeing the seismic shards be enough to push all the members of EBRO Gaming away from this Rift Herald, claimed by ThunderTalk. They're going to take all this pressure and move around until Feibai condemns that, maybe?
Damn, he really wanted to hit that.
I don't think he actually did want to hit that.
You know what?
That
doesn't really fit my narrative, Smacks. I'm trying to save Feibai's, you know, it happened. Now Z has unstoppable force available, protocol forward, and Kite is like, yep, you win. I can't win this game of chicken. You get my Featherstorm, and I'll walk away safely, and Z just walks away, smirking to himself. The dragon will be ThunderTalk.
In a game of rock, paper, scissors, EBRO are choosing, or forced to be unable to choose paper the entire time. It's just not in their repertoire. Only scissors for all 5 members. Nobody has a winning matchup against Z. Drake isn't quite low. Members of EBRO are here.
Okay, but Dabu, feeling confident on the engage, was able to lock up a couple members, but Z with the 2-man knockup. Chris with the follow-up on the moonfall. ThunderTalk Gaming just destroy Ache and Isis.
That is Cloud Drake for EBRO. They get the prize that they were looking for to begin with. They get the steal away thanks to the smite as we watch this Axe replay. Drake set up by ThunderTalk. You can see they're just kind of playing with their food at this point. They're just leashing this, daring the members of EBRO to dive in. I can't imagine that they really wanted to lose out on the Drake, but they got what they were looking for. Both teams really got what they were looking for. ThunderTalk, more kills, EBRO with the steal.
And you know, a lot of credit to S12K in this game so far, because there have been a lot of advantageous picks that EBRO Gaming looked for, and it potentially could be better. But the Paddle Wave has always interrupted Z on the run. He really doesn't want to use the Unstoppable Force, but he finally does it. But he just walks right into more members of EBRO Gaming. That's a death down on the giant AP rock monster. He has assembled the death cap. He's on 2 Infinity Stones, Max. He's working towards his 3rd right now. Oh no, Kite. Oh no, Kite.
That Featherstorm is going to go down eventually. Feibai on a rampage on Vayne, claiming another soul. S12K 1v1 against Ises, falling for Feibai, flashing onto this Graves. That's a double kill for the marksman in the Baron lane as ThunderTalk lose out on their mid, but they've got this Rift Herald. They're gonna break apart the mid structures of EBRO.
You know, Smacks, despite ThunderTalk being only up 6,000 gold, this looks more convincing than the game one where they were up like 17,000 gold, because EBRO Gaming still act. Oh, okay. They actually. Oh no! Good night, question marks. It's all in good fun, but ThunderTalk, they have earned their spot. They knew that they were coming in as one of the favorites to dominate Group B. We knew that the results would arrive just the same, Smacks, but man, oh man, don't they look damn good doing it.
Z's Malphite was just a treat to watch. And just as you said, we knew that they were going to be the first seed. We knew that EBRO were going to be the 5th seed. And they knew it as well. You can see it on their face. They're just like, I can't believe we slipped that. I can't believe we just fell into the trap.
Deeks looked into the camera and he's just like, we just got started on by AP Malphite, man. That's how good they are. Holy.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, you just gotta respect it. They know. You just see there's like, well, we just had that happen.
Yeah.
It's AP Malphite.
It is what it is, man.
Yeah.
Now here comes the most important part. ThunderTalk Gaming getting ready for the selfie shot. All right, so we got the normal. See the man, the second to the left. That is the face of a cold-blooded killer.
That's Z right there.
You would never suspect it. He looks so sweet and innocent, but his thumbs have taken the lives of many virtual characters in the past 5 days. He is the most unexpected, like, just, I don't even know. The words do not do justice of how fierce this player is, man.
Well played for Z and the rest of the ThunderTalk crew as they continue the reign of terror for both Chinese teams, matching that of their partners in Dakun Gaming. They will both be undefeated in series score moving into the playoff race, both claiming their spots in the semifinals. And I mean, if that one's any indication, ThunderTalk are looking scary for whoever makes their way up to match them.
Chinese teams are just built different this tournament, Smacks.
Yes, so.
Horizon Cup have definitely shown us that Dakun Gaming and ThunderTalk Gaming, they are the teams to beat going into the knockout stage. We do have one more match that does determine our last seed from Group A. And then, of course, one last match to show out the roses for both Tribe Gaming and for KT Rolster. But TSM versus SBTC will be coming up next in a win or go home banger. When we come back, it will be that match. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen.
Would you ride for me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'ma be me, vibe on the wave. Look.
It's invisible, but it's always with you. It's the defender of your decisions, the bodyguard of your buffs, the guardian of your greatness on the Rift. It's the Cisco network, powering every epic moment at the Horizon Cup, so you can go wild on the Rift.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Horizon Cup, and welcome, Smacks. How's it going, brother?
Yeah, hey, I get to stand up now. I was just sitting over there in the desk for a little while for those 2 last series. Now I get to stretch my legs. I get to be up here with you, D-Gon. It's exciting stuff.
Yeah, well, we're excited to have you. Our next match has another group decider where the winner clinches out the 3rd seed of their group. Now, earlier, Riku got to weigh in on SBTC versus TSM. So, Smacks, I want to hear from you. What do you think the deciding factors will be in that matchup?
It definitely feels like this is going to be a lot around the duo lane. I feel like after the last performance that we saw yesterday, the Ezreal here for SBTC is so huge, and it's unlike any other team that we've really seen out of the Ezreal as well. Kiral pulling this out in all 3 games yesterday. It allows him to play the weak side, and it allows them to integrate more of Yunero into this team as well, which otherwise they weren't really doing as much leading up to this series. But as you can see here, they're bringing Yunero in more. They're bringing Kiral into the fights on Ezreal in the late game, and I really like this look.
Yeah, I mean, just throughout this matchup here against Tribe, he was constantly skirting around the edges of team fights. It's so much fun to watch here, Riku.
Yeah, exactly. I think the Ezreal really enables that for him to just play front to back, and his positioning has been incredibly prime. I mean, we talked about this at the top of the show where he has been low-key, he's been reliable when it comes to the laning phase, but yesterday he really shined, even almost getting that Quadra over towards the Rift Herald.
Yep. So hopefully he'll be able to continue to get picks like that and continue to look good. Also, as you said, Yunero, right? Not only get him involved, but really get his confidence back because he's the substitute that came on in and struggled a little bit early on. Now, finding ways to get into the action without necessarily being a weakness of the team.
Right, and it feels like this tournament has very much been about how they can integrate him, how they can put him onto this team, because the roster move was very recent for them, just coming right into this tournament for SBTC. They came in as one of the favorites when they were rocking their previous roster, and now that he is finding his strides, I think they can sort of climb their way back up and become a favorite again.
All right, so for this early groundwork, we said draft Ezreal, but I know it can't just be as simple as draft Ezreal. So, Riku, what else do SBTC need to do to get on, get a leg up on TSM?
I mean, there is also that different dynamic, right? We saw how they played around Julie, where they were initiating level 3 ganks. They were enabling Akino on the Thresh to see if they can open up opportunities to get, Julie ahead. And we saw the Fizz for the first time, at least for Julie. And he was able to get, 3-minute mark, a Rabadon's death cap, 4-1-0 already. And I think that can be replicated if they draft correctly and if they do want to approach the same thing again.
And Riku, we heard a little bit from TJ earlier about how big this win could be for the region, but I wanted you to put it into context. How much is this actually going to mean for the Southeast Asian region?
I mean, it's insane. We already have Team Secret already at the playoffs. We have 2 slots from SCA. Bring in SBTC. It's definitely going to mean a lot, especially, SBTC had a rough start. So this match is so crucial, again, for getting into that playoffs and for the entire SCA community.
And it also feels like for SBTC, if they can win this one, they're already going to go up against their SCA compatriots in Team Secret if they can get to that 3rd seed too. So very fun matchup if they can win against TSM, of course. They still have to do that.
All right, so what's the opposite side here for TSM, Riku? Because I want to know, how can they raise up, bring the power Brazil to this matchup?
Okay, for TSM, one of my favorite compositions from them is all the circles. Just reliable CC. CC here stands for cool circles, or cruel circles if you die. I mean, you can see in the middle over there. But the theme is point and press click ults all around. Jarvan 4 Cataclysm, Camille Hextech Ultimatum, Galileo Hero's Entrance, and if you want to add in another circle, you can imagine it here based on the drawing. You can add in Diana with a Moonfall from Mikey. So it's so easy to pile on and sequence everything together. And I think it's also really good against single threat compositions. If ever SBTC try to put their carry dynamic over to Julie or to just Kirill, you can easily remove whoever is the carry out of the equation. And I feel like this also fits TSM super well, because if you center your composition around Petroni, who's going to pick something with consistent damage like the Lucian, you create so much space for him to work with as an AD carry.
Hey, you know, hopefully the team comps will look as good as that drawing. Smax, I know you want to jump on in there.
The drawing was really nice. And what else is really nice is when Petroni is on the Lucian and is on other marksmen that can skirt around and be sort of a ballerina dancer around these circles. Because as much as TSM can set these up, as much as they can set the death ball composition afloat, it's up to Petroni to be that backline and really make that actually do something. Because step one is bringing everyone around in the circle, and then step two is just hitting that bullseye with a dart.
So then I assume the big matchup for this is going to be the Dragon Lane, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. I feel like with Kirill's Ezreal showing from yesterday and with Petroni being a cornerstone of the Venn diagram composition, it is very, very much around that Dragon Lane.
Yeah, and we take a look at the stats here. Both players have been important to their team's success. You can see a little bit more kill participation for Petroni, but dishing out more damage is Kirill, and he's needed to do it because those guys, again, they've been working through those roster changes, but Kirill's success is really the catalyst here for SBTC.
It's really impressive too, because when they were in the SEA region and what they did to qualify for this tournament to begin with was very much around the mid jungle. But with the roster swap and with the sort of struggles in the beginning of the series, it has shifted more to Kirill playing this late game Ezreal. And I for one, really appreciate and am impressed by them that they have managed to bring all this new stuff to a tournament in a very short amount of time.
Well, before we get into our predictions, here's SBTC's TF, who sounds very confident in this matchup against TSM.
Cảm giác mình bây giờ thì khá là vui. Mình cảm giác rất là nhanh cho đến ngày mai để tham gia cuộc đấu sống còn với lại TSM. Khi theo dõi TSM đánh thì mình thấy họ cũng có khá nhiều điểm yếu. Tuy nhiên họ cũng là một đối thủ rất đáng gờm, nhưng mà mình cảm thấy rất là tự tin.
SBTC firmly in the driver's seat for the first time this tournament. They are in the league.
Nếu như vào vòng tiếp theo thì mình cảm thấy tất nhiên là mình không có đặt ra một mục tiêu cao quá để tự áp đặt bản thân, nhưng mà bọn mình tự tin sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành ngôi vị cao nhất. Về việc đại diện cho Đông Nam Á thì mình cảm thấy rất là vinh dự. Đây cũng là mình cơ hội để mình thể hiện cho các đội ở những khu vực khác biết đến nền esports của Đông Nam Á.
You know, it's always a double-edged sword there, the pride of your region, but also the pressure of your region. And so I kind of wanted to get your thoughts on what he said there.
Yeah, I mean, us on the broadcast, we definitely put a lot of pressure on the SEA region coming in. We expected them to be the favorites of the tournament. Turned out that China was a little stronger than we had first expected, but coming in as the second win, I think they can still bring that same pressure and turn it into success for them.
All right, prediction time. Riku, you're up first. SBTC and TSM, two very passionate, powerful regions vying for the final spot, but only one can get through. Who you got?
Okay, I think this matchup is going to be incredibly close. We're looking at Elder Drake fights. We're looking at 50-50 Elder Drake fights, possibly, but I'm going to give it to SBTC 2-1.
Oh, there's the first one. Smax, do you agree or are you going with TSM?
I'm going to go the other way. Woo! I'm going to go with TSM 2-1. I was very impressed by their team fighting, and I think that they have a very solid formula to make it work against SBTC.
All right, well, our first elimination match was very, very close. Let's see if we get another one here. To get us in the action, let's toss it on over to Kangas and Outbattle.
Thank you so much, Degon and the desk, everybody. We're getting into it. The elimination match to determine who moves on to the knockout stage to go up against Team Secret. I'm your play-by-play Kangas, but I got Alk on the desk with me. Alk, I got the host. I got to be an analyst. I'm happy that now my first time casting, I get paired with my duo for the Summoner Series. Thanks for being here.
I mean, it's an awesome time. You know, we get all the way from the beginning to the end of the day for groups, right? It's day 5. We're obviously determining the seeding for who is going to be going against Team Secret. And this is a really big roller coaster, right? We're talking about two, I think, different expectations set for these teams coming into the Horizon Cup, and it's been a really beautiful culmination of just all of the different experiences we've seen so far.
The word that you said there, expectations. That's what I want to dive into here as we're getting ready for pick and ban, because expectations were so high for SBTC. I mean, I remember at the top of the show, going into this event, we said they should be tournament favorites. Things did not shake out that way during groups, Al.
No, it did not. SBTC has had a little bit of fumbling that they've been trying to find where exactly their new identity is going to be. And for TSM, this is a LATAM region. Everybody had them maybe barely coming in as third, maybe as fourth, and here they are fighting for their lives to try and get into the knockout stage.
Yeah, I think only one of the analysts had TSM from Brazil making it out of groups in that third seed. And I mean, if they are able to clinch this out against SBTC, this would be a massive story for the team and for the region, and for an opportunity to continue on in the tournament. Now, obviously, we already know Tribe Gaming did not make it in. I did have to shave the beard off for that one. But you know what? Because of that, I think now the battle between SBTC and TSM is just that much more exciting, because we don't have any tiebreaker scenarios. It's just whoever wins this makes it through.
Better team wins. That's all you have to go with.
Wins.
And talking about it, I know TJ had been bringing it up on the broadcast before, but we talk about regionally what these teams were looking like. Vietnam being a powerhouse when it comes to mobile esports, and not being able to make it into the knockout stage. We saw it in the interview with TF. That's a lot of pressure to be dealing with. That's basically the entirety of Vietnam and the SEA region looking at you, looking at them alongside Team Secret to make it out. And this is their last chance to do that.
Especially when coming into this, you know that they had the roster swap in that Baron lane. So this isn't the initial SBTC that we expected to come into the tournament. But you can't use that as a blanket for the entire event, because you look at ThunderTalk with 3 subs coming in, and they took first in their group, so I don't want to give SBTC too much slack here, but I feel like that is part of why they haven't been performing to the extent that we expect. But we are into pick and ban here, Alex, so we get our first look into what these teams have been prepping.
Oh, this will be really fun. Unero has obviously been a pretty big change, but they were a player that they had been testing out throughout the regular season and throughout playoffs in the SEA Icon series. So this is someone that has obviously had a lot of experience with the team and brings something other than what we saw throughout the regular play. So now into this draft, this is what I consider pretty stock standard for a lot of these teams. We're talking about the kind of circle comps that they had brought up on the desk, and we have been a kind of
2 circles down. There's one left. There's one left. Just like fan 2.
Jarvan would be a huge flex, and I'm wondering what TF and Julie are going to have as a surprise, because the mid jungle for SBTC have looked fantastic when we see them actually start to thrive.
And Kiral, of course, like we were highlighting on the desk ahead of time, is now the big damage carry of the team. Ezreal still on the table. TSM have not banned that away. And honestly, if I'm SBTC, I might just pick that Ezreal Blue 1 at this point. And they go with the Ziggs ban, not the J4. So there's 1 circle left on the table for TSM. Let's see if they want to lock it in, because they do also flex that between their Baron and jungle.
Exactly. I don't know if TSM are going to be the ones to really want to get rid of it. I also want to take a look at what is Unero's champion pool going to look like, right? It's a lot of Darius, it's a lot of Renekton, and it's been something that we've seen has been pick or ban throughout the Horizon Cup is Renekton. If they want to go for it, I think that's a really important thing, and obviously just secures that pick for Unero pretty early on.
Exactly, but TSM, they have been willing to leave Renekton up and then pick the J4 into it. So let's see if SBTC actually want to lock that in. They do go for the blue 1 Renekton. Okay, so now TSM, they have that option. Do they want to, for the 3rd time this event, put J4 into that lane?
There's many different options, and Riven made it through. I was actually going to see if TSM were going to pick the Jarvan and then pick up a jungle champion, and I think that now they've offered up a really great answer where you still don't know where this Riven is going, and you're taking a pretty strong AD carry in Varus away from Kiral, who has looked fantastic yet again on it.
Yeah, and also notable that Tatis has not played the Riven yet, so this could still be flexed around. We have seen it a lot in the jungle role throughout the event, though, but it is also a takeaway from TF, because SBTC, in their only wins of the entire tournament against Tribe, they had Renekton and Riven combinations in that top half of the map, so they're already saying, no, we're not going to give that to you this time.
Yeah, Riven has been really disgusting, and we're talking about more AD carries. We're talking about the picks here for SBTC. You're giving a safe positioning AD carry in the Ezreal, and Diana, despite what we just saw in the ThunderTalk series, I'm going to just say, I'm going to pretty safely commit to the fact that this is probably just Julie's champion. Yeah.
Yeah, I doubt we'll get the AP Malphite.
Oh,
Rather
yeah.
than
If
Ben.
we get another one of those, I think we're going to have a pretty fun series on our hands.
But again, in one of their wins, TF was piloting that Diana. So again, this does fit into what they have found success with, which hasn't been too much. But overall, they have 3 champs locked in that they have gotten wins with already. TSM answering with the Alistar. They want more hard engage.
Now, TSM, what is their answer, right? Do they just immediately reach for something like the Corki, which we've seen Mikey pilot to awesome success? Or for SBTC, are they going to try and look to deny something? And now this is a Lulu solo lane, which, if you've watched the SEA Icon Grand Finals, SBTC have some experience playing against this kind of champion. It was something that Team Secret brought out against them in the first game. They lost to it, and now we're seeing it yet again.
If this is going on to Mikey, that would be his 8th unique champion across 9 games.
Not
Mikey's
scientist.
played an insane number of champs. That's one of the first things I noticed from TSM is that this mid laner, his champion pool is just massive. But we'll hold off because, again, still could be flex depending on what they need. SBTC, they go for that Nunu lock-in for the jungle. So, yes, Diana in the mid lane and back to the Janna. So, Janna, Ezreal, very safe combo in the bot lane. This is, again, where they got their 2 wins.
Janna has just been kind of a breakout pick for the SEA region as a whole, right?
Yeah.
We saw Team Secret and SBTC both pilot to wins yesterday with this champion. I'm pretty impressed. I still want to see a little bit more out of this champion before I want to call it. It's been a little bit mixed bag for me, but Akano has shown to be a really good pilot on it. And even though there's an Olaf on this, I think Janna's really, really good here.
Yeah. That Janna can just disengage the Riven, disengage the Alistar, most importantly. A lot of the hard engage that TSM have drafted for themselves. Janna just as one champion kind of disincentivizes that. Also, it's going to be tough to get on that Ezreal anyway. Then, I mean, your other options, maybe Diana is your next biggest focus there to try and burst somebody down. I do like that SBTC are defining what their style is. The Nunu is new. That's something that they haven't drafted yet. But everything else, it's like, now I look at this kind of comp and my brain thinks, oh, this is an SBTC comp.
Yes, for sure. I'm just like looking at this from SBTC. It's great that we get to see this kind of flexibility from them, that they're still trying to play out what they want to do. And on the other side for TSM, this is really big on that mid jungle that we had just talked about a little bit earlier on, right? TF and Julie for SBTC were a powerhouse in their own region and expected to come into this tournament as some of the best duos that we've seen in the Horizon Cup, but really haven't found their footing. And I think up against something where you have a Lulu and an Olaf, it's all eyes on Tethys. Can he have that impact against them, and can he really hold his own against the SEA region?
And when I look at something like a Lulu solo lane, my brain immediately goes to, that's a lane that can give up some farm, give up some resources for an Olaf to then catapult ahead, get even further ahead. So this could just be the Tethys pop-off show here if the Olaf's able to, catch a couple waves, get accelerated in the early game, because you pop that Ragnarok, and that doesn't matter if the Janna has ultimate or the Helen Gale, you can just kind of run past it regardless, and then get onto that backline. Maybe that's the access to that Ezreal that Tribe had struggled to find.
Yes, Olaf, as soon as you see that Ezreal, he's like, oh, I arcane shifted forward, back. He's like, cool, I'm just going to keep running at you.
I'm just going to throw another axe.
Yeah, I've got Polymorph, I've got all the help picks from Lulu. I'm just going to keep going at you. You really can't get away from me. Oh, you threw up the Monsoon from Janna? Well, it doesn't knock me back. A Ragnarok, go right into your face. Ragnarok roll. So here for SBTC, the thing that I wanted to note against TSM is they've been obviously struggling throughout the Horizon Cup, and right now, obviously fighting for 3rd place. This should be, I think, a kind of a taste test for what we'll see coming into this series, because obviously it's game 1, but we need to see a strong showing from SBTC for, I think, a lot of the fans to regain some of the faith here for this team.
Tournament lives are on the line right now as SBTC and TSM take to the Rift in game number 1 of this best of 3 series. When we look at these kinds of compositions, Alec, I want to set expectations. I want to set kind of a framework of where specific champions spike, and more specifically where team compositions spike. So if you're looking at these 2 teams, who's favored in the early game here?
In the early game, I would like to say that TSM have a lot of great ways to play around solo lanes. Obviously, Mikey gets set up. Lulu is not going to have as much priority in the mid lane, but because it is a melee ranged matchup, there's going to be inherent some ability to poke. And in top lane, it's the first early levels. Renekton can try to do something, but after a few, Sunny should be able to just run over this Renekton.
And actually, it's Sunny getting the better of that trade. already gets flash out of Yanero.
The Ignite was popped incredibly early here from Yanero, so another bad trade, something that we've seen time and time again, Yanero being taken advantage of by other Baron laners, and has been a way that other teams have found success being able to play. I think specifically the KT game, or the Rolster game, where we saw Rattel just have a massive pop-off performance.
And now Sunny trying to emulate a little bit of that here. Can try and shove this wave in as Yanero did not get a back off. Now is looking to walk in very far back. You're giving a lot of respect to the fact that Tetis was on the top side of the map here. We did see Tetis go into the mid lane, help push out that wave. Mikey gave some farm over there, but it hasn't really accelerated the Olaf too early as now TF, knowing that Tetis is on the top side of the map, we got a little bit of counter.
They're just going to die. They're just going to go for it.
No wave, though. This is aggressive. Yanero, he doesn't have summoner spells, but he's got the health bar, and Tetis goes down.
Okay, and Mikey just has to blow the flash. He knows that the Diana's coming over the wall, so TSM, they go incredibly aggressive. I don't know how well they were coordinating the wave, but that is a massive mistake in the early game for them.
That is tragic for TSM because the entire time, TF on the Nunu is on the opposite jungle, just taking camps away. Wasn't even needed to stop that gank, so TSM give over first blood. But now, Yanero earned that one in the 1v1, gets another kill.
Okay, and Yanero is trying to put his stamp on this game. He survives the dive. Sunny's not able to land any of the broken wing combo. And TSM back-to-back mistakes coming in the top side. Yanero with, I think, one of the only leads we've seen from him throughout the tournament. This is an early gold deficit that TSM find themselves in, and SBTC are gifted in early game.
And it is a sizable gold differential as well. That is a Black Cleaver completed before 3 minutes here for Yanero. This Renekton very accelerated right now, and we were talking about that matchup and how important it would be for Sunny. Now you're going to be playing on the back foot for probably the next couple of minutes here, hoping that your team can bail you out. Maybe this Lulu can get around the map with the Olaf again and look for another play, but at the same time, like, that's scary. Like, you might just want to play away from this Renekton at this point.
Yeah, and when we're looking at this tournament, right, it has been the talk of the Baron laners. How well can you play around the Baron lane so you can get those Rift Heralds, so that you can rotate into this objective? We've seen other players here. They're going for it. They're going to go for it.
Carlito's coming up here, saying, I got your back, misses. Flash pulverize with the headbutt into the wall. Yanero should fall here.
That's one.
Turn one. Sunny almost going down, but now the dive in the bottom lane. SBTC see their opportunity to answer the play, and they will make it a 1-for-1.
Smile and wave, boys. When they overload one side of the map, SBTC, correctly so, play on the opposite side. That has been something that we've been able to see in the regional differences between these two. The East has been really good at being able to answer on the map, make those side lane plays, trade for objectives, and the West really hasn't been able to adapt to that, and that's what I was looking forward to, hopefully here. Rift Herald being taken, they're going to trade for objectives.
That's the interesting thing to note here, Al, because we were just talking about the importance of the strength that this Renekton provides around the Rift Herald, but because of this timer, TSM actually get the Rift Herald for themselves. They also shut down Renekton, but that's a steep cost because Dragon goes down as well as the turret for SBTC.
Yes, important also to note there is during those trades, when we saw that from Yanero and Sunny, actually, it looks like we're going to get that coming in. It's Max 0.1 effective. But I kind of wanted to see what happened here. Looks like they just called it away.
That's an engage from Akino. That's the coveted Janna aggressive ultimate right there. You're not going to see those that often.
You know who also did that? Hamez on the Team Secret roster. He's obviously the general over there, and he was making very similar plays. So the SCA region kind of holding hands, locking arms, and walking in with Janna has wanted to play incredibly aggressively.
Hey, the flash ult engage from Janna, I think every support needs to learn.
I do not need that. Please do not emulate it in these solo games.
I know you do
Challenger
with Smax. If he's listening right now, he's on the analyst desk. Try it out sometime.
Please do not.
Bringing us back in, though, SBTC making a play into the top side of the map. Sunny sees this happening and backs all the way off. This could be big for TSM now as they can dive Yanero, drop this Herald, but I don't think they'll get this turret.
They might just continue this dive. There's no Dominus. There is a Rift Herald, which will take this pretty low. But they're going to reset, they're going to leave this, and take a look across the map here, Kangas. SBTC are fighting in the mid lane. They want to try and grab this, and if they can't, they can move into this top side and start to take away camps. Get a lot of gold here for Julie.
Julie gets this turret. There's nobody here from TSM to answer. Again, SBTC just ahead of these rotational plays. Anytime they see multiple members of TSM somewhere, they overload the opposite side of the map, and they're consistently getting more.
SBTC, one thing that we also saw at the beginning of this game that we didn't quite note was the ability for mid lane to move. Now, Mikey has obviously been the first one to say, I'm dropping this wave, I'm moving with Tethys either to the Baron lane or to the bot lane. We're going to look for something. But Julie has kind of stayed stalwart, right? It forced the early flash wave from Mikey on that dive. And that just means now he's getting a lot of concentrated gold into this Diana.
But on the opposite side, TSM are putting their gold into Tethys. The Olaf here gets that solo turret on the bottom side. Very far, or maybe not very far, but ahead of TF in the jungle world right there. This Olaf's going to need to put in work, though, and we haven't quite seen TSM get their full combination together, where they have the Lulu backing up the Olaf to run in towards these scrappy objective fights. They really only pulled off that one play in the top lane when Yanera was over push. So I'm waiting. What's TSM's going to move?
This feels a little weird, right, Kangas? TSM have put themselves on a timer here, and Olaf is not the farming jungler that we've seen other teams find when we're talking about those jungle carries, right? We're talking about Fiora, Riven, Jax as well, Graves, like you just said. Olaf can farm pretty efficiently and pretty fast. When you look at Nunu, you've got the consume, you do it incredibly quickly. It's not a jungler that I assume with trying to fast farm the jungle via carry is. Julie, let's see what you can do.
Headbutt, pulverize, nicely set up by Carlito, but Julia actually dancing around this with the Moonfall and the Flash, but falls regardless. TSM, that tanky Alistar can tank turret for so long, and they finally get a play.
Important there for Julie. He clears the wave, which means that now TSM, they miss out on a timer to take a top tier 1. And this means that now SBTC, playing on the opposite side of the map like we've noted, they now have access to an inhibitor turret.
My goodness, every single time. TSM's on 3 members to take down Julie, and Julie just buys so much time for the rest of SBTC that they get that tier 2. And like you said, there's an inhibitor turret available now. If SBTC win a big fight at Dragon with their wave already pushed, I mean, that's already like getting to game end situation here at 8 minutes in. They don't have a massive gold lead, but just where the map state currently is, with this Dragon spawning in 10 seconds here, things are looking dicey for TSM.
This mid-tier 1 for TSM is going to be the lifeblood for this game. If they can control this mid-tier 1, they can still have access into the river, but as soon as they lose that, with the way that the bot lane is kind of structured right now, this Dragon might just be where TSM tries to call their shot for the game. If they can't get this, there's another Rift Herald, and they haven't shown a big inclination so far in the Horizon Cup to go for these.
They got all 5 members grouped. They have priority in the mid lane, but they've lost it in the bottom lane. Again, I keep looking at that one. Julie goes down there and just shoves it out, and SBTC are playing so patiently. They're not committing to this Dragon yet because they're respecting the engaged potential of this Alistar, and instead say, look, we're going to wait till somebody's split off from the rest of the team and then go for it. But maybe waiting a little too long. I mean, you could still just look for this Rift Herald instead. So SBTC, this is, I guess, kind of the negative side of their comp, is they don't necessarily have a massive engage tool of their own. This is what like the Janna Ezreal is good about. It's kiting away from the enemy's engage.
Thankfully, because they're ahead, they don't actually need to do anything. This is a losing play for TSM, where if they can't do anything, if they can't find an engage, SBTC will just choke them out. So here, they just have to go for this. TSM have to commit. Carlito.
You gotta look for Julie on the flank here. Carlito goes forward. The rest of TSM just trying to bulldoze their way through TF, but Julie's on the flank with the Moonfall on the carries. And as well, Yanero joins in. SBTC, they had the setup for the fight. They had the patience. And a double kill to Yanero. Give him the triple as well. Doesn't even fall to the turret. SBTC dominate the fight.
Yanero says, I'm not Minas, and that doesn't matter. I'm good enough to hold my own here in the Horizon Cup. Finds a triple kill and helps his team to an early victory here. It's 10 minutes, but SBTC, they got a massive teamfight victory. They got the tier 1 turret in mid lane. And now TSM, they're going to have to scramble for some kind of cheat code to get back in.
Yeah, they are so far behind. It was pretty even up until that point. I believe they were only 2, maybe 3K behind. And you look at the engage of Carlito, but again, the Ezreal just shifts away.
Yep. They're all completely untouched, and it's the team fights that brought this team to the Horizon Cup in their own region. It was Kiral having fantastic positioning and that maxing out on DPS. We get to see here playing right on the edge of danger for SBTC, and TSM whimper away from the fight. They lose the Drake. They're also going to now lose this Herald. And this is signs of that SBTC that people were expecting coming into this tournament.
It's a different look from what I expected when I was doing prep with other analysts, with other casters. I heard SBTC, they'll fight you, they'll be aggressive. This isn't necessarily that same look. It, again, is very much, we want you to engage into us, and then we're going to outplay you with things like the Ezreal, things like the Janna. But it's working. It seems like SBTC have found the style, finally, that can get them wins at the Horizon Cup.
And Smacks also pointed it out on the desk, right? It's that Ezreal being unable to engage, and with so little tools to really lock down this champion, being far behind doesn't give you many luxuries in being able to kind of play it back, play it safe. Now they need to just look for flash engages, so watch for key summoner spells. Once they start to come up for TSM, those are the miracle Hail Marys that they're going to have to look for.
It's going to be off of Carlito, maybe Petroni. Petroni throws it out. Oh, they locked down Kirill. Flash away, has the stasis, heals available, but you can't get away from that Olaf. We talked about the importance of it. Finally, TSM find the carry, but did they extend too far? Titus goes down, and now SBTC with the engage of Julie. They just have too much damage. It doesn't matter that the Ezreal's gone. The rest of the team is that far ahead. They're diving between turrets right now, and TSM are struggling to get back to their base. The Herald's down. SBTC are making the push.
Look at how much distance Kirol put between him and the rest of TSM. It forced Teti to go right into the back line, but by the time this is happening, Akano with the huge Monsoon saves his team, and Julie, one of the best mid laners in the tournament, finally shows up and is able to then come in, clear out that team with the Moonfall.
Julie has had 2 massive Moonfalls already in this game 1, and also had a very impressive performance against Tribe earlier in the week. So, I mean, TSM, they need to be reeling right now, thinking, okay, what went wrong in this game? And also, maybe we got to consider not leaving things like the Ezreal and the Diana up, because SBTC just looks so comfortable. But it all starts, actually, of all things, with Petroni engaging here, finding the perfect chain.
They were trying to find CC, but look at that. It's Arcane Shift, it's Flash Away, and look at the rest of his team. Yes, Netis finally finds this kill, but with TF on this Nunu being so tanky, the absolute zero, and alongside that Monsoon that we said, it sets up for these solo laners of SBTC to just completely take control of the fight. And they're so far ahead, they can play with their wallets a little bit, they can dive turrets.
It's like, Kirol, I know you looked at that 28% damage so far for the team, but it's Yanero doing the damage this time. So picking the Ezreal almost doesn't even mean anything. He's just like the distraction. So Yanero can pop off right here as SBTC, even Julie pushing in on the bottom lane here. It's just Mikey who cannot handle a Diana at this point in the game. SBTC, they're 11k up. It's just a cakewalk to close out this game. I mean, Baron's on the table. TSM, they're going to have to find a desperation play after desperation play to come back. And they're into a death rush. SBTC, they set it up and they catch TSM, but a nice engage coming in from Carlito. Maybe TSM
Julie's
can turn
here.
it. They have a nice front to back, but Julie on the back line. Flashes are used. TSM, they're trying to get around, and they actually pick up the first kill of the fight. They're going to trade up. That's a 2 for 2 right there. TSM, you'll take that, but maybe Kirill can find more. Very low health bars for TSM. They will have to disengage.
Julie not being there means that they're going to lack damage. It's going to take a pretty long time for them to chew through the high HP bars of TSM. And when you take an even trade like that, that is a winning position for TSM. Now, when you look at this, they're going to get the Dragon, and then they're going to be able to redeploy, and it's going to be so important for TSM to set up vision for Baron.
Man, Carlito, they didn't want to engage on the Alistar because they know that they're not going to kill the cow, but they see everybody else. But then they just allow Carlito to reposition here. And I think Carlito's the thing that saves this fight for TSM.
It's pretty massive, right? We're talking about how big Carlito has been in his team's success. We're looking at the Galio for this guy. He's just been fantastic on a couple of these engaged champions. I'm looking forward to see what we can get. And again, they kept Kirol out of the fight. They had Akano trying to play like bodyguard against Sunny, who's in the backline with this Rivet. It's kind of annoying to deal with, yes. But again, this is SBTC still in the lead, still in control of this game. And look at this, TSM, they know, move into river, get vision, and just try to stop SBTC from starting up the Baron.
Yeah, that Baron's on the table, and you know that SBTC are prepping. How do we set this up? Right now it's Julie pushing in the bottom lane. Going for a reset as well, and now Sunny will have to answer that one. TSM, they don't have a single teleport picked up on their team. This was the team that we knew would take teleports proactively and try and use them, but now they're going to have to find ways to contest this Baron without any teleports.
Super strange. I mean, so one thing, you know, kind of a little bit off topic, I will admit.
Okay, let's go.
Mikey, Take a look at this build, everybody. This is coming in from the Wild Tour. They were known for doing some different stuff when it came to builds, also some different things. He has a Fimbulwinter, which is definitely strange. We would have thought we would have seen maybe a Saras, which would have helped with shielding and being able to survive, but it actually ended up going for this kind of build now. We'll see the validity of it. I personally would have loved to have seen a Seraphs, but Mikey still showing off that Brazil flair in some of the builds.
Still showing off the champ pool as well. Again, you know, 8th unique champion out of 9 games here. That's crazy, but very far up here. The rest of TSM are joining in. Sunny's trying to lock him down into 1v1 right now. Redemption used. Mikey's here, but the rest of SBTC have rotation as well. Everybody except for Yanero, and now they're just going to go for the fight here. TSM, they have a numbers advantage. They're going to have to do something here quick. Carlito goes in, but the rest of the team goes out, and Yanero's just taking a turret for free because of this. TSM did not commit to the fight, and they lose an inhibitor turret for it.
SBTC, they keep them enticed so that their top laner can just push in for an inhibitor. And look at this now. They're going to go attack for this Baron and draw TSM over. You need to deal with this top wave that will have super minions spawning in, and we will be able to threaten for the end.
All game, Alec, SBTC have been controlling the map. TSM are always on the reactive plays, or when they go for their own proactive play, SBTC get more elsewhere on the map, and that has been consistent for the entire 17 minutes here. I love this look for SBTC, the team that has not been living up to expectations, but now surging here in the group stage. Baron's down half health, and is Julie just going to take the 1v1? Julie 1v1 Sunny.
It's a steal.
Carlito goes for the engage. Steal does not come through. TSM, they're going to have to fight their way out of this one now because they're in the pit. They've committed to the fight. Tetis has the Lulu ultimate. Will get one back, but now over the wall, Kiril's chasing down the rest of TSM with the double kill. Get the triple kill. Do you go for the quadra to set up? Julie might just end the game before we even get there, but says no. I'll give it to him. I will not end the game. Give him the quadra kill. Mikey's denying it, but the Nexus will not be. And SBTC will take game 1 of the series.
Kiril already got a couple of quadra kills in their last series. Maybe they don't want to ruin that stat. They want to keep it on just this Ezreal for right now.
Last time, Kiril almost got a pentakill, and Yanero stole that one from him. This time, Julie was trying to play bro. Be like, no, I'll teleport away. I'll get rid of the Baron buff for the minions. I won't end the game. We'll get you that quadra, but unfortunately, the minions were a little...
It was close, but I just want to take a note. I know we're off of the game now, and we get to see all the players kind of walk off the stage. This is huge for SBTC as a whole. The fact of the matter is that Yanero just had probably his best game, 100%, without a doubt.
The entire week.
Exactly.
Yeah. That was insane.
Last day of groups, if we're talking about best time to show up, it's now, right?
Exactly.
You want to be looking good going into knockouts, and even though they'll be going up against their countrymen in Team Secret, that is still really, really encouraging to see if you're a fan of the SEA region.
Especially because Yanero's been the member of SBTC that, when you look at Twitter, you look at social media, has been receiving the majority of the criticism and a statement performance now. No one's coming at Yanero after this game because that was an insane level performance. A 1v3! And he got a counter kill in the top lane. That was nuts.
Yes, but... You know, if we're reeling it back a little bit, I know, very hype that we got to see Yanero do this kind of thing, but it is 1 game sample size.
True.
We need to see this a little bit more. We need to see it consistently happen before we start to, I think, really start to cash in on those hype tickets.
Well, SBTC feeling good after their game 1. Let's send it over to the crew in Singapore, though, to get their thoughts on the performance.
SBTC feeling good, and so are their fans after that Game 1 victory in the series.
I mean, what is there to say? We came into this event saying SBTC, they were going to be the best team in the world. I know it's just a 1-game win so far, but this is it. This is how it starts. Tribe Gaming yesterday, now TSM. SBTC, they are back, baby.
They made y'all sweat with it, though. You had to work for that fandom.
No. I'm just glad I don't have a beard to lose.
Yeah. Well, look, I need y'all to know, though, we have been monitoring heart rates at this point, taking a look after every play for our casters here. But, okay, with all that being said, though, SBTC coming out on top in game number 1, but TSM did come through with some tools at their disposal, just looking at their comp alone.
I really like the draft coming in from TSM. It was reminiscent of one of the drafts we saw yesterday from Tribe Gaming to enable to Olaf in a very good spot to take over the game. Unfortunately, the draft is just half of the battle. You need to execute well on it in game as well, and I think that's where TSM kind of faltered.
And I think the specifics of where the execution comes in is going to be on the Olaf. It's on the person that's running and piloting this champion that can ignore a lot lot of crowd control, just get into your backline, but they weren't able to get that happening.
The world is your oyster, right?
Wanting to make those plays around top, but there was such a critical lens on Yunero coming into this tournament, and he was performing admirably in this game.
Yeah, he had a slow start. He nearly got taken down by Sunny on that ribbon, so that props to Sunny as well. But Yunero, I think, very good presence of mind in this game to recognize what he needed to do, where he needed to be, and the way he navigated the team fight together with his teammates. I think this is a really good run of form for Yunero recently. The Renekton has been a huge pick for him, and I don't want you guys to forget, before Minus came in and started popping up for SBTC, Yunero was the starter for this team for a reason.
And the team playing around him very effectively in this game too, when he was getting focused top, still managing to make plays elsewhere on the map.
Exactly. I think the fact that they've been prioritizing this Ezreal for SBTC kind of leans into the idea that SBTC are trying to push for a hyper carry for Kiro, making sure they have an insurance plan in case things don't go their way. But, you know, just look at the composition. There was a world where we said, if Yunero pops off, that game is pretty much done and dusted for SBTC side.
And some risky plays taken by them too. The kill brush put in full effect, but I do want to give some props over to the mid laner as well. Julie on that pick, just making sure to set up effectively for the team in the fights.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the game as well, we saw Julie being the man navigating the side lanes, pushing the waves in to close out the game on the Nexus. I think Julie's understanding of where he needed to be at every moment has been very on point this game. And I want you guys to go back, rewatch that game, look at the minimap, and see how Julie approached every single team fight. Picture perfect stuff from him.
And if we're thinking about a lot of the players that came into the Horizon Cup as focuses, people thinking, oh, who is the favorite, who's the best? I think TF is one that also came up in that conversation as well. How do you feel that he is falling in line with his potential as a player?
I think it's amazing. I think TF coming into this was expected as someone that was going to be incredibly aggressive. Stuff like the Lee Sin was definitely up his wheelhouse. Stuff like the Graves. The fact that they're playing Nunu, and I have a specific thought about Nunu, but the fact that he's playing a more supportive role for this team is also a very interesting look for SBTC overall.
It's great, right? It shows faith in your team. It shows trust in your players to deliver. And hold on a second. SBTC are walking past right now. Let's go, SBTC!
True fandom here from our analysts. They got places to go there on the stage. But Omo, where do we got to go?
Well, we got to go right back to the State Farm analyst desk.
Omo, it's like you're a professional there. I was almost not ready for that toss. You did a great job. All right, time for the Cisco. Every second counts. And this time, it's SBTC's Carol with the quick arcane shift away that led to the team fight.
This was so crucial from him. You just saw it right there. He got to arcane shift outside of the Heba Pulverize for Carlito. And while it wasn't him who ended up with all the glory, Yunero picks up a triple kill. It is him who gets to stay alive, stave off all of the engaged threat from this. And oh look, we get this nice slow-mo here. Look at this. Arcane shift. Oh, that's so clutch right there.
Yeah, it was
And the fact that he also dodged the chain of corruptions as well on top of that, therefore, you know, you got to see TSM using a lot of their abilities just to try and catch Kirill, but boop, he just goes out with the arcane shift.
Yeah, I love that. Again, Cisco's every second count there. And I do want to move on over to just one quick point on Yunero, right? I know the casters hit on it, and I know that the analysts over in Singapore also said it feels good to see the team play around him, you know, the Nunu pick that came out to support the Renekton. But to have Yunero be under so much scrutiny and pressure for being a swap and then stepping up, that's a story that anyone can get behind, regardless if it's sports or work or esports. That's always such a great feeling, and it's good to see. So Riku, I know one thing that you wanted to talk about was the macro play of SBTC.
Yeah, I want to touch upon, just as you mentioned, you know, Yunero, again, had this instance. He was all alone at the top portion of the map where Tetis and Sonny was ready to dive him. And what he did, just cleared the wave, see where he can work from there, if there's an outplay potential. And I think it all just landed in dominoes. You know, we're talking about the macro where every time TSM decides to dive, SBTC exchanges with more towers, even the second tier tower down at the bottom lane. So whenever TSM makes a move, the Vietnamese squad is always 3 steps ahead. Yunero ahead, meaning that he gets to join fights more, and they're putting Julie on towards the side lanes. So that's less map space for TSM to work with. So I really love the decision making from micro, from Yunero to macro decision as a whole squad.
All right, well, SBTC on the cusp of qualifying qualifying on through. Can TSM catch up? We'll find out. Let's toss back on over to Kangas and Alk Battery for Game 2.
Thank you, Digon and the desk. SBTC up 1-0 in this series, 1 win away from challenging their rivals in Team Secret in the knockout stage here, and TSM will need to find 2 wins in a row. So, Alk, I want to give this one to you from TSM's side. If we're looking at it from the team that's behind right now, how are they going to come back in this series?
Oh, TSM, coming just as a LATAM team, have always had that kind of fire, had that spark. They obviously had a grueling Game 7, best of 7, to just get here from the Wild Tour. I expect this team to try and at least go for something, but this is also a team that has had, pretty long series all throughout their bouts throughout the Horizon Cup. They've taken a game off of Rolster. They obviously took a full series up against Tribe. So we're looking at them try to really push some of the better teams in this tournament so far, obviously against Rolster. I expect coming into here that TSM, we see something. Now, Blue Side has not obviously been their cup of tea. They've been very heavily favored on Red Side. So now here, I wonder what their strategy is going to be, what this mix-up is going to be.
Blue 1 pick is so powerful, but you're right, oftentimes they'll leave up things like that Renekton and then try and counterpick them instead. But they're at least adapting some of their draft, taking away that Riven. They do not want to see that one here. So it's TF, Senna, and Riven bans from TSM. And it's the full circle ban from SBTC. There you go. There you have it. No circles will be available for this team.
Riku and Sam are incredibly sad. We were talking about the draft, right? Like, what are they going to ban? Because it was going to be, obviously the Riven was super impactful. They've gone and picked up the Fiora for themselves, and we were wondering if Ezreal was going to be a champion that is kind of next on the pool.
I thought Ezreal would be contested here. Fiora has not been played by TSM. Neither Sunny nor Tetris has picked that one up, but Ziggs has pretty much been banned throughout the entire event. That's left up this time around, so SBTC get 2 power picks in the Renekton and the Ziggs. TSM's gonna have to make that Fiora worth it.
Yes. And now for SBTC as well, right? We're talking about the 80 carry picks. It looks like Petroni is going to go for this Varus. Are they going to try and pick up Carlito's champion? No. They're going to pick up Mikey's Diana. And this Ziggs, you might think, Julie's the only one that can play it right now. This is a flex for SBTC, so they can actually hold themselves pretty accountable here if they want, and try to give support counterpick, or go ahead and pick up what they want for Julie since they know the matchup.
Love this for TF though. The Lee Sin locked in from SBTC. The most played champion for TF throughout the event here, and has had some crazy highlight plays on that. And Gragas is paired with it. So presumably, I'm guessing maybe a Ziggs Gragas lane, hold that counter pick for Mikey, but like you said, they can still flex that Ziggs around depending on what TSM locks in here.
Yes, TSM, what are you going to go for in the support role? We've seen Galio been obviously really impactful for Carlito, and they're going to pick the Jax. We don't know where this is going quite yet. These are a bunch of champions we haven't seen a lot from TSM, the Fiora and the Jax. Whichever role they decide, this is a completely different style and kind of mimicking some of what we've seen from some of the other top teams where a lot of focus is going to that Baron in the jungle.
This looks like a Dakun draft from here,
yeah,
from
actually.
TSM right here. And they go with the Thresh, Carlito. Locking in that one. Now, I know he's been memed a little bit. Anything other than his Galio play. Hasn't played the Thresh yet. And I'd say the Alistar was actually pretty good. And that was the first time Alistar for Carlito as well. So TSM, overall in this series, are showing a very different look, very different champion pool than they showed us throughout the group stage. Maybe they've been holding this in the tank. Maybe this is their final Hail Mary, saying, okay, there's no way they prepped for this.
Well, you need to. You need this, right?
Yeah.
Because this is your last chance. You can't just hold your cards until the next international event.
But
we're talking about holding strats.
Yeah, the Yasuo locked in here for SBTC. Now, if you come from the PC League of Legends, Yasuo Gragas has been a lane. I'm curious if that's possible in Wild Rift as well. It doesn't look like they're going for that as they put Julie on the Yasuo, but I was holding out. I thought maybe we'd get it.
You thought you would see it. I'm glad we're not, because, you know, we've seen Yasuo have really mixed success here at Horizon.
I believe it's rocking a 0-7 record right now.
Yeah, you know, pour one out for all the Yasuo players in solo queue. They're in pain. They're just straight up crying in Twitch chat, probably saying, guys, our champion needs buffs, right? Please.
No, all the pros did this on purpose so that players would look at that and be like, oh, I should play Yasuo in solo queue because it's
just
doing
like,
it for us.
yeah, I guess, just like in its win rate here, you're either going 7-0 or 0-7. Right now, we are seeing the downside of that coin.
It would have been cool. Obviously, the level 5 power spike is going to be there, but a lot of knockouts here for SBTC, and enabling the mid-jungle 2v2 I think is really, really important.
Exactly, that's the thing. Yasuo follows up incredibly well on knock-up engage. Gragas provides that with the explosive gas, and Lee Sin provides that with the Dragon's Rage. Both of those can also be very good defensive tools. They're both incredible kite back abilities too, so TSM, yet again, even though it's a different style of, kite back comp here from the side of SBTC, it almost feels like they have equal number of tools, and we saw how difficult it was for TSM to get onto them in that game 1.
Yes, SBTC, they have an ability to team fight, but a lot of this draft is centered around making picks, right? As soon as you have that last breath, you can catch one person out with an explosive cast, boom, they're gone. Ziggs, same way. You can tend to those side lanes. I love the Ziggs here. I know it was a little bit earlier into the draft, but the wave clear that was going to come out from SBTC was really, really lacking. And I like this not only to attend to a potential side lane, but also just granting mid-priority as we get further into the game.
And I want to bring us back to TSM on the blue side. What did they prioritize for blue 1? Fiora. Fiora is going to need to get rolling in this game for sure, and it is Sunny piloting that champion into Yanero's Renekton, who just had an incredible performance. But backs against the wall, TSM have loaded onto the Rift opposite SBTC Esports. They'll need to find 2 wins in a row here to make it to the knockout stage. SBTC feeling pretty comfortable, but they already group up to push this middle.
They want to just get their top laner ahead. Yanero is going to be the one to make the first lead from the mid lane. But looking at this TSM comp, they have a lot of late game scaling here, right? Diana's in this composition. You also have the Jax and Fiora, which if TSM can get off to an even start, you suddenly have this 1-3-1 that is going to be kind of unanswerable from SBTC.
And I mean, the Varus pretty decent at just catching mid waves as well, and then you have the Thresh Lantern to get you out to safety if you need, so it's going to be tough for SBTC to lock down that Varus in the mid lane. I mean, maybe. The explosive gas is still pretty long range, the plus Yasuo. It's still good pick potential. But TSM, their best case scenario, like you said, try and play to the side lanes.
If SBTC don't find any kind of team fights or are not able to kind of get into an engaged spot, TSM are more than happy with letting this game run a little bit longer on the clock and playing for taking more of those turrets, whittling it away as we go. So making sure that Corral is set up for success.
Ooh.
Yanero?
Good trades.
Already. That's a lot of damage coming out from Sunny, forcing an early recall. Does he stay for this wave? It'd be pretty massive.
Yeah, find something here. Oh, beautifully set up. Oh, that was all Cural right there. Throwing out the explosive charge, knocking away Petroni so we can't grab the lantern. Nice stuff.
I know the people over in Singapore talked about it. I know the analyst desk over there got to hint at it a little bit, but TF only said, you just don't do it. It's just one of the things you do not give over to this guy. He will just smurf on you and just make it unplayable.
And watch what Cural does here again, because like this is a pretty direct counter to Thresh.
Tries to go for the, I mean, that's just incredibly clean play. Puts the satchel bomb right on top of it and blows it up. Julie trying to fight for mid priority, trying to at least maybe force a summoner spell away from Mikey.
That makes me think, Alk, are we gonna see Cural set up for a last whisper here? Or a last breath from Julie? Is it gonna
it
be
is possible. It's
Yasuo?
something that you may not be like, if you have to be really keyed in on, you have to be paying attention to that, and if TSM are watching the micro, it is something that we could see.
Oh, maybe TF just flashes early, flash response from Mikey, and there's also response from Tetis here. The Jax full health. TF does need to walk away. I like the attempts though from SBTC.
Look at how obnoxious that this can be on this Jax though, right? You try to go in, you safeguard in, he's just going to follow you. Leap strike, counter strike, everything is going to make it very difficult for SBTC to deal with this Jax in a fight.
If Mikey had mana right there, I thought he was going in for the engage onto Julie, but didn't quite. So resets coming through for pretty much all members right now, as the objectives will spawn in a little under a minute now. And Sunny actually is not taking the best of these trades against Nero here. It looks like SBTC might be prioritizing the top side of the map. TF's rotating up there, so let's see if the Lee Sin sticks around for the Herald or tries to rotate towards the Dragon.
Look at this, Mikey already in the bot lane to answer for this, and you have the bot lane duo of TSM moving to ascertain mid-priority.
This is also up here. Dominant spot from Yanero. Sunny still has the grand challenge, but they're not going to go for it. Okay, so that's just Dominus down. This should leave TSM with an advantage for the Herald fight.
They didn't get anything. It's still 20 seconds, so thanks to how small the map is on Wild Rift, how fast everybody can move around. Obviously, Fiora also has her dashes she can use to get around places a little bit faster. They should be able to get onto the map. Now, for SBTC, they're recalling really late for this. They're not going to have first say onto the Rift. Akino is going to do his best of trying to get maybe a scuttle here, but we see TSM, they're starting up the Rift Herald. This is something we don't see often from them. They're 8th in Herald control in the Horizon Cup and 10th in Dragon control in First Dragon.
But SBTC might not give it to him.
Is he gonna steal it?
They're going for it. The kick into the Yasuo ultimate. The setup, the dunk down. Julie popping off in this team fight. The Lantern Throne Tactics does get out, but the rest of TSM, they've overcommitted into the fight already, so SBTC, they're just going to clean it up. Grand Challenge issued, but Sunny's in a 1v2, and Yanero picks up that kill as well.
SBTC, they get the leash, they get all of the kills, they say thank you, next. Immediately setting themselves up for some more top dominance. They've killed everybody, and now they're going to also get this turret with the wave incoming.
Wow.
This is a huge start for SBTC.
Massive influx of gold off of that one play. It was an even state up until then. If anything, I thought TSM might have that chance because Yanero didn't have that dominance. But as we take a look at the X Effect replay here, SBTC, look at the setup from TF.
Oh my, this is just wonderful. It's the last second of the ultimate for the Dragon's Rage kick into Julie, and the rest of his team is just kind of stuck in the river to die. TSM not able to answer and able to cleanly cordon off the Rift Herald pit.
Yeah, the desk over in Singapore was talking about TF. Has he been playing up to expectation? Well, this is an example of the highlight reel that will be built around the TF plays here from this event alone. I mean, that was just a thing of beauty right there. And now SBTC 3,000 gold ahead with this team composition. They're in a really comfortable position to close out this game.
Now they can control all of the choke points, right? It's about controlling the river from here on out. They're going to make this play.
Dive. Yeah, nice kick away.
Say goodbye, Sunny.
Sunny, back to the turret. Actually survives.
Nope, we're diving again.
Very
Fight,
low.
boys.
Grand challenge issued. TF, you take that? No way! Akino with a flash body slam follows up. I love this gameplay.
And SBTC, they play safely around the top side while this play is going on. Renekton backs up. Yanero says, look, I am the play currently. Ziggs is going to come to try to help out with this wave.
No way.
Clear it.
Yanero's going into a 1v3 aggressively and maybe a little too aggressively. The Ziggs bomb was used to help back up, but still, kill picked up for TSM.
I like the idea of the play from SBTC, but TSM are able to punish. They go to try to clear the wave. They use the Ziggs ultimate to try to go for it. Dominus is there to try and give Yanero a little bit of a cushion in terms of HP, but it's not enough. TSM are able to punish, get some plates, get a kill on their side of the map. And it's, you know, it's
something.
It's something, but they still lose out on the other side of the map.
And if you look at, again, the global plays here, they don't have priority in this top lane. They can finally get a wave to crash in that bottom wave, but SBTC, despite the fact that they're being a little more active, a little more aggressive with this team composition, they're still controlling the map so much better than TSM.
TSM, they need to be able to get into the map first. They need to enter a river to have access to it. Yes, they have some really great disengage tools in the form of the Jax, Fiora, and the Thresh, but other than that, they need to force the issue onto SBTC.
SBTC raising the faith from their region right now. They were looking shaky in their first two matches. The only team going into day 3 without a win, but now with plays like this, they're coming back. Alec, this is beautiful. SBTC, they might look for the mid turret. They have the Ziggs bomb, not quite enough.
Oh my god, Carlito saves Petroni, just barely able to get that. And their turret doesn't go down. If Petroni goes down, I assume that SBTC will just race to finish off that turret. But incredible play coming out from this play from TSM. And we had talked about this draft for TSM. They want this game to go late, but with the deficit that they find themselves in, now they need to be able to pivot in their ability in this game as to what they want to do.
And look at the map state. Look at what's up. 10 seconds till Rift Herald. Every wave shoving for SBTC. Maybe Yanero gets caught. TSM are committing 2 members down here. Yanero's buying some time, but does fall. But the rest of SBTC, they're resetting, running right for that objective. TSM, they're not even going to get it.
Great punish from TSM. Yanero staying out onto the map, trying to maybe find an exit after pushing that wave. it shouldn't result in much, right? We have them already starting up SBTC this Rift Herald, and TSM, their timers are not on right now. They didn't move for this first. They weren't able to go for that, and it looks like they're going to try and stake their claim on this dragon.
Ooh, interesting thing I just noticed there. Mikey picked up the Zonias and then sold it, or rather undid it and got the teleport instead. This is the look from TSM, the proactive teleport plays. They might just go for one right here.
Oh.
Pain of Corruption misses onto Akino. They will get a turret, but the rest of SBTC are nearby as well. Do they actually want to go for the CF over the wall onto Mikey and right back over? Just playing with them right now. Carlito misses the death sentence, hit by another Sonic Wave, and that's a kill. That's a pick for SBTC.
That's ultimates down. That's a few summoners specifically from TF, but TSM, this should be their call saying, hey, we can't actually contest for this. SBTC get to control both sides of the river. They get to then lose themselves. Yes, a turret for TSM, but they're just, everything is gone. Without those chains of corruptions, there's not much proactive engage coming out from TSM.
Another Dragon SBTC, still with a 6,000 gold lead right now. And they might even look to siege another turret right here. TSM, they have Herald first top side. So with Herald, this could be a push, potentially even for an inhibitor turret there. Yeah, we see now Tetris finally going for a bag.
Look at this. They can't do anything in mid lane. There's not a wave here, so some of that attention is lacking. But, I mean, Mikey, what is he going to do?
Age, I don't think so. Just CC'd for days. Can't even get the moonfall off. Finally does, but there's no follow-up from the rest of the team.
Akino with a miracle exhaust right there. Completely turns that play around. Mikey may have been able to find access to the back line. Unero.
Petroni just gets picked up right there. The killing spree for Julie, and SBTC are playing with their food right now. I mean, at this point, this is such a dominant performance here, but TSM, they haven't given up yet. They want to commit for it, and they'll find Dinero. Julie now very far forward, no wave to dash to. Sunny's here, trying to catch him. Julie with the knockup though. Akino cannot save the mid laner, and now this could be in a compromised position too. Everybody from SBTC, they're just running it one at a time. And now it could be in some trouble. Akino does get away. TSM do not want to continue chasing.
The solo laners here for SBTC, they walk in one by one. TF is going to try and make the difference here.
Oh, he's going for it. Waits. The riposte comes out. Actually did throw out the Dragon's Rage, so it gets stunned. All right, it looks like we have a lull as TSM will go for reset.
Okay, huge pickups though. More kills in their back pocket for TSM. A little bit of breathing room now, right? You'll get some gold in your back pocket. Try to finish some really important items for TSM. But SBTC still in control. And I want to kind of talk about what we've seen from this team as their kind of gradual rise to power here in the Horizon Cup. We saw from ThunderTalk kind of building this team as we've gone throughout the tournament, and SBTC finally have kind of found that voice for themselves.
Exactly, and this is a different style than what they got their first 3 wins on.
Yes.
It's no longer the Ezreal Jan. This is a much more aggressive comp, and maybe too aggressive as TF. Very far forward, Tentis follows up. Grand challenge issued into the stasis. The rest of SBTC are here to try to back him up. TF still alive, still fighting. The exhaust comes through, but Tentis on a rampage finds one. Now Sunny looking for more, finds Kirill. This is the play for TSM. A double kill for Tentis and a double kill for Sunny. If you can take down Akino right here, very low health bar, but it's the triple for Tentis instead. TSM with a massive play.
You were thinking SBTC with how aggressive they're playing, with how easily they can close out this game. This should have been their game to win, but we gave TSM the late game scaling, and they're going for it right now. We're seeing mistake after mistake, and TSM are playing around this perfectly. Look at how they're able to use the Counter-Strike. The jungle and top laner here for TSM just completely making a massive difference for their team.
Yeah, TF got a little feisty there. That's one of those Sonic. That's not going on the highlight reel after this tournament. Nope. That one we will omit. Maybe that'll go at the end, you know, as the blooper reel. But what a turnaround from TSM here. They were so far behind, but now only 3,000 gold behind. Like you said, with the skill and comp, this is now looking like a game state that they can start to feel more comfortable in.
Look at the jungle right now. Tentis has finally broken the threshold where he is ahead of TF. Is now farming, and this is a huge difference from the Olaf, right? The Olaf, really all he can do is see champion, kill champion. Whereas Jax, he can farm. He can be very safe in a side lane, and now has 3 items compared to this TF. Should be a powerhouse as we get further into the game. SBTC, they're going to have to try and find picks, as you see, find the Death Brush, look for something, make this dragon into a fight position for them.
But this time it's TSM with the global plays. They have Sunny in that top lane. It's Yanero going to answer. I don't think Yanero can actually win that 1v1. Pops the dominance and it will look for it. Nera's hard committing for this. Grand Challenge is issued. Dominus is used, and
He
Sunny
wins
is not
this.
winning that. All right, Yanero still popping off on the Renekton here. As Dragon started up, SBTC, 4 members on it. They don't have Yanero here, and Sunny
Patroni's
is gonna
not here.
join in. They go for the fight instead. It's only onto 1 member, though. TSM, they're trying to fight back. They don't get the first kill, though. It's SBTC turning it around. That's a shutdown on the Tentis. And I think that SBTC, they can just run through with this one now. Nobody's on Patroni. Nobody's peeling the Varus. It's just the support Gragas running him down. As Carlito now, the only member left other than Sunny, who's trying to push the mid wave. That was a massive win for SBTC.
That's Baron for SBTC, and finally yet another team fight for them where they just blow up TSM. It was really close. Tentis was incredibly close to being able to kill TF, but is not able to find it. Now Sunny gonna try look for something. Maybe he just steals a red buff as a consolation prize. He's gonna go in blind. They're gonna see him over the wall.
He's going into the Baron pit. Sunny, you're an absolute mad lad. There's no way it flashes out.
Oh.
It was so close. He at least gets 1 kill for the
Mikey's
effort.
here. He did see if he
okay,
did.
Mikey teleports in and into his death, unfortunately. There, SBTC, they get the Baron. And Alex, they also got the bottom inhibitor turret. SBTC, they get their gold lead back on top of it.
The conga line, the power of the conga line is not just reserved for one team. It is for everybody. It is all inclusive. TSM, you want to get in on this dance? Well, here you go. 2 steps forward, 3 steps back.
Yeah, that's the shuffle. We call that one, yeah, I guess conga line works.
It works.
You don't really go backwards in a conga line.
Maybe, but it depends on the movement.
It's all about Tentis right now. TSM, that's their big hope here. 6-1-2 on the Jax, got shut down at the Dragon fight, but still has been a menace in these, little skirmishes in these picks that TSM has been able to find. But if SBTC play clean from this point forward with this Baron buff and Super's putting pressure bot lane, you have to consider them here as, favorites to just close out the game right now. It's going to be a miracle for TSM.
Yeah, even if they find this pick on the Yanero, I don't expect them to be able to do much. They're getting pulled across the map. They have Baron plus the Ziggs pick for Kural. Is just making these turrets melt like butter in front of their eyes.
And Carlito doesn't even take that death sentence. You know that there's no chance that your team follows up fast enough to get that. Tentis is going for the split push here as the Jax. I mean, this is, again, what Hueva has showed us you can do on this big in the jungle, and we'll at least get a turret for it. But, the base is just getting shredded. SBTC with this Baron, they're getting way more.
TSM, without any wave clear, really can't do much, and it's that ultimate
TF goes very
follow!
far forward, but he's got the GA, and he's got so much damage. Maybe he's gone too far, though. Sunny getting a lot traded back. Mikey goes for the engage now, but just immediately knocked up. Doesn't even get the moonfall off. Tentis has joined in, but also shredded down. SBTC, they're gonna do it. They had a rough start, but they're making a statement to the fans. Did you keep the faith? As SBTC are on to the Nexus. TSM are defending. Tentis with a couple more hits. T-Up's down, but the Nexus falls, and SBTC moved to knockout.
They finish it, and they finally find a 2-0. Their first sweep of Horizon Cup is in the last day in their last match. An incredibly close series, even though, it's been a fun run to watch SBTC, and now we get to see them go up against Team Secret yet again. So far, the history between those two teams, it has been all SBTC favored, and we're seeing a Team Secret who's also starting to surge here in Horizon Cup. Man.
And I again want to highlight, it's with different looks this time. SBTC played that same kite back Ezreal Janna with the Diana Renekton style. They didn't get that Riven in the first game, but the Nunu still works. And then game number 2 here, they come out with a much more aggressive composition. Multiple knockups. They threw the Yasuo in there here for Julie. And
gets a win!
It gets a win! Yasuo has a win at Wild Rift Esports, everybody. My goodness. But also Yanero. Props to Yanero. Even in this game 2, didn't get that massive lead, wasn't ahead. Was still 1v1 in Sunny in the side lanes.
It was really, really dangerous if you look at this composition. SBTC, smiles on the faces of the players. You can't see it, obviously staying COVID compliant with the masks there. We get to see the selfie. And as we get to see this incredibly happy moment, throwing up all of the peace signs. I love this. I just love how cool that they're playing it in the back. They're just like, we are cool guys. You don't even have to look at this.
Oh, the lip bite.
Yep.
Oh, we got a lip bite in there too.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to get one more.
One more.
Do we get another lip bite? Oh, yeah.
Oh,
there it
stay
is.
quiet. Let's stay quiet. I love it. Okay, I guess I do want to take a look. I know the desk will probably touch on it a little bit, but TSM, this is the end of their run.
Yep.
The LATAM region have been finally knocked out of the Horizon Cup, but looking good while doing it. Even EBRO finding some games against their opponents. And TSM, who I know some of the analysts were also talking about kind of being flip-flop on some of their predictions, we're still underdogs here.
Exactly. TSM came into this event, and some analysts, I think like one, maybe two, had them getting out of groups.
Yes.
But a lot of people, myself included, I mean, I was obviously, you can see, I was a Tribe fan from the beginning.
And look at how that went.
That didn't work out too well for me. But TSM have performed exceptionally well. Brazil can be proud of this performance here, especially, I mean, I know that this is a rough way to close it out, but SBTC, this is a surge. This is now looking like the team that we were promised coming into the tournament as potential favorites.
That's all we can hope, right? And for TSM fans, all the Brazilian fans, it's been awesome to have you guys. And I'm looking forward to what we get from them because they were able to push some of our best teams in KT Rolster. And now SBTC, we're obviously not able to find a win in the series, but I'm looking forward now to what we see in knockouts.
Competitive game too, for sure. But that's it for the first match. That's it for TSM's run. But SBTC move on to knockouts. Let's send it over to the analysts to break that one down.
Thank you very much, Kangas. Look at that. Beating North America, beating TSM seems to be the boon for international success. This time it's for SBTC. They came out firing and looked pretty good here, Smacks. And let's start with the draft.
Can't believe you're throwing to me with that. The draft was pretty nice for SBTC. They finally got a win on Yasuo. It's now 1-7 instead of 0-7.
Yeah, man. I mean, again, Yasuo coming out, being a pick that had made some huge plays. I think it was earlier Z had it and had some huge plays, but was able to finally get that first win.
Yeah, I feel like the setup was really good for SBTC as well. The Lee Sin kicks were awesome to see. And then they also have the standard Gragas that I believe the casters were saying is a really standard pairing with this Yasuo in League of Legends PC. It's been there for years and years, so to see that transition into the mobile version is very cool.
And you know, one thing that has definitely been standing out in all of the matches, this is Lee Sin. Like, Lee Sin has been so great and such a great setup here. Why is it even more deadly in TF's hands here, Riku?
Yeah, I feel like it also meshes well with what they wanted to do. I mean, there is also that Gragas coming from Akino to set up for the last breaths, but there's also the Dragon's Rage, just as the casters had mentioned. And I really want to touch upon, you know, on top of the Yasuo that they could do, I also like the Ziggs pick here because you have poke to match the Varus on the opposite side with TSM, and you also have so much zoning because you could do against the Quadri melee comp. There's the Fiora, there's the Jax, there's the Diana, and there's the Thresh, basically. So as long as Kirill goes front to back, it's going to be very difficult to penetrate the backline unless TSM creates this really cool flank. But Kirill's consistent positioning has been very key, especially in objective fights. I mean, it looked pretty close. You still have to respect the scaling coming from TSM. Jax on Tedis was just so huge at this point. But SBTC's team fighting at around the Dragon fight was really key here onto securing the game win.
Right, and it didn't start that way. As we take a look at the highlights from that last game, it started off looking like, oh no, like SBTC is going to run away with it. But TSM did a great job staying close throughout.
They really did. They definitely made it a contest here for SBTC. They made them work for it, which is all you can really ask when you are that far down in the early game. The Fiora ended up working out really well. The Jax ended up working out really well. You could see inklings of what could be a late game win for them. Just ended up being the case that SBTC could afford to make those mistakes, could afford to make those errors because they were so far ahead in the early game, and because you can see team fights like this work out off of that draft that we mentioned before.
Riku?
Yeah, it's a really close fight again. I was talking about, again, Tetris was able to be unstoppable at one point, but, you know, SBTC, their target prioritization, everything from their macro to their micro decisions have been really solid in this series.
So, SBTC, they come back. Seems like the confidence is back in form. They've now found Yunero's form as well, which was super important. To be honest, I didn't know Yunero's form existed, but here he is contributing multiple times and now have multiple ways to carry throughout this. So what's next for SBTC as they move to the knockout stages, Max?
I think the casters touched on it in that last game, or the first game, but that first Renekton game for Yunero was his best that we've ever seen of him. And that is a huge look for SBTC moving forward. If they can keep performances like that for him alongside Kiral having really great weak side games on the Ziggs, on the Ezreal, maybe other things that he can show us as well, this is a multifaceted team, and it is along those same lines that we had, along the same expectations that we had for SBTC coming in.
Riku?
Yeah, I gotta say, again, they had a very rough start, so it's so nice to see them back in form, and every single lane has, again, are very, very solid.
All right, and so just before we close out the chapter here on TSM, or before we close out, let's close out the chapter on TSM. Obviously, making it this far and have had some of the best games in the tournament, just weren't quite able to turn the corner here at the end. What were your thoughts on the Brazilian squad?
Well, I did predict them to win. Didn't end up working out, so that's a little bit of a bummer for my analytics personally. But yeah, for TSM, like you said, they had some really solid games all throughout the tournament. I think for this one, SBTC just had that game plan. They took away all of the circles, back to back to back, the Jarvan, the Galio, the Camille. And it ended up being that they really did heavily rely on those picks, and they didn't have a secondary strategy coming into this one that worked against SBTC. So props to SBTC there, and props to TSM for showing us how far they could stretch that strategy, because they really did have some of those strongest games of the tournament.
Yeah, they definitely did. One of the most passionate teams with one of the most passionate team fan bases weren't quite able to get past the next step, but I'm sure they're going to be coming back ready to go in future tournaments. Let's step away, but when we come back, we'll have La Tigress with Yunero for our post-game interview. You don't want to miss it.
Place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind, but I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are, even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. Think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground.
Welcome everyone to the post-match interview. SBTC have secured their spot in the knockout stage. What was the reaction from you and the rest of the team after such a victory?
Xin được chúc mừng các bạn đã có được cơ hội để bước vào vòng thi đấu tiếp theo. Cảm giác của mọi người như thế nào sau khi mình đã có được chiến thắng này?
Thì cảm giác thì rất là vui, tại vì ở đây cũng giống như sinh tử của team em trong cái vòng này.
I'm overwhelmed in happiness because like this win today is incredibly important for us.
It's so important to securing that spot. And I want to learn a bit more about your journey here. You've played with SBTC in the past, but stepping in for the Horizon Cup, what has that been like for you?
Bạn ấy muốn hỏi nhiều hơn về cái hành trình mà mình đã thi đấu cùng với SBTC. Bạn đã cùng với đội tuyển thi đấu để đến được với Horizon Cup, thì cái hành trình ấy đã như thế nào đối với bạn?
Nói chung là giống như từ nghèo mà thành giàu sang vậy đó. Chỉ là đi từ lúc mà chưa có gì đến bây giờ.
So it's been like a life-changing opportunity for me. It's like I was nothing, and then like I was stick with the team, and then this is just like a dream to me.
Oh, and it was such a dream getting to watch you play. A lot were commending your performance here. What was it like laning against Sony and having to absorb a lot of the pressure that TSM were throwing your way?
Thì ngày hôm nay bạn cũng đã thi đấu rất là tỏa sáng, có rất là nhiều những cái lời bình luận liên quan đến cái sự thể hiện của bạn. Bạn cảm thấy như thế nào khi mà đối đầu với tuyển thủ Sony và khi mà mình cũng phải gánh chịu rất là nhiều những áp lực như vậy?
Thì nói chung là đánh không đúng thực lực của em thôi, chứ đánh đúng thực lực của em thì đội này không là gì hết.
So actually, I wasn't really performed to my fullest potential in the last few days. So if I can reach to my own potential, like this team is like really like nothing to me.
Now, your next team, though, is going to be a pretty substantial one to face. You're facing off against Team Secret. It's the rematch from your qualifying games. How do you feel that they have been performing here at Horizon Cup compared to the last time your team faced off against them?
Với chiến thắng lần này thì đội sẽ tiếp tục đối đầu với Team Secret. Thì bạn cảm thấy rằng là họ đã có những cái sự thay đổi như thế nào xuyên suốt cái thời gian vừa qua so với cái lần cuối cùng mà mình đã chạm trán với đội tuyển này?
Em thấy thì họ cũng bắt kịp với meta và đánh kỹ năng hơn. Em mong là team em cũng sẽ lấy lại được phong độ và đánh thắng như ở vòng Super Cup.
So I think they are really good at this meta. And they are very skillful players. I really hope that like our team can like get it all together so that we can defeat them again.
I know a lot of us are looking forward to that rematch. Congratulations again on making it to the knockout stage, and thanks for joining me. More Horizon Cup to come, everyone. You don't want to miss any of the action we have. Stay tuned.
Thank you very much, Gabby. Great interview by Yanero, but it's time for the Oppo Player of the Series, and for this one, it goes to TF in the jungle, Riku.
Yep, sorry, we got TF. He's able to facilitate for everyone and set up early game. And he has this duality on the Nunu that focuses more on soaking damage and playing for the team, but he also has, you know, that flashiness on the Lee Sin side of him, which is very, very awesome to see in those both in the series.
Well, time for our last match of the day. Here's Kangas and Alk Battery for Tribe versus Rolster.
Thank you, Digon and the desk. We're into the final match of the group stage here, Alk. And table setting aside, you know, this won't have implications on the standings, but it is the final look at Rolsters going into their knockout stage performance, and they have had a very impressive showing so far.
Yes, Rolster has looked really impressive considering the fact that a lot of people did not know how Korea was going to perform in the Horizon Cup. We didn't know what state Rolster was going to come in. We saw that they were undefeated in their own region. It was looking like, okay, maybe Korea is a little bit weaker, especially when you look alongside the fact that they had been getting smashed by the WPL in China. But coming in now to the Horizon Cup, we've gotten some really nice, what seems like a pretty strong team for Korea to be representing them.
Exactly. They've been smashing. They've only dropped games to Dakun, who they were the only team to take a game off of as well.
And
so,
TSM.
True,
TSM.
true. Yes. You know, let's give credit to TSM there. My apologies. But now the test is, how do they look against Tribe, who are already knocked out of the knockout qualification potential here. They will be exiting in the group stage. This is their final match. So it's also a final look at Tribe, of course, going back to North America. But again, with our eyes mostly on Rolsters here, Tribe has been taking games off of teams. They took a game off of SBTC. They took a game off of TSM. Can they take a game off of Rolsters, or are Rolsters going to prove that no, they are a cut above the rest?
I don't know if they will be able to take a game off of Rolsters. The only thing that I want to say for Tribe is, you know, they have been dealing with a couple of issues, right? They did have 2 games that were the last broadcast of the day. They've had, you know, obviously playing in SCA for a little bit has just not been their meta, and so they really have tried to adapt their style to this meta. And coming off of their second game from Dakun, a lot of them came out and said, look, this is a tough road to get us into knockout stage, but we need to just kind of just play what we want to do. We saw Tigers really starting to sit in there with the vibes, really wanting to stick with that, and that's why we got to see them kind of stand out against SBTC. And now here in the draft, this is a Fiora, something that I don't think we've seen much from Chuck regionally in here in the Horizon Cup.
Yeah, it has not been played by Tribe yet at the Horizon Cup, and it wasn't one of his most played throughout the Summoner Series here. Rolsters, though, answering with that Renekton, still very prio pick here. So presumably the Renekton versus Fiora matchup, Diana paired with it. This is already looking like a Rolsters draft.
This is also really interesting because if you look on the Tribe side, I love this. Taking away Corki, it has such high influence in this series. Luna is a awesome laner to pull this in. And I do want to note, we see Nomel in the mid lane. This is not Isaac.
Interesting, yeah.
This is not Isaac here. So a different look from Rolsters Y in this first game potentially could have implications as we get further into the series. But, you know, it is a different look for them, all things considered.
Especially when I look at Isaac as being one of the star carries of the team, too. Yes. This means that could be a different look for Rolster. But going back to Tribe's champ picks here, they're going back to Comfort here with the Corki locked in. This is very popular for them, but mostly that Braum is what I'm looking at as Max Screen's most played throughout the entire Horizon Cup. So Tribe are going back a little bit to Comfort, but the Fiora is kind of the big question mark that I have around what they have so far, and Rolster's answering with that Graves and the Varus. A lot of AD damage.
How do you answer for this? They pick up the Darius, so it is going to be for Tigers playing around the most veteran player on this roster, and Olaf.
Okay.
So this is someone is solo laning something here.
Mid lane Darius into the Diana.
We've seen specifically in North America, it's been a lot of Olaf solo lane in the top lane. Darius is a really big hit. I don't know if it'll move anywhere away from the Baron lane, so we'll have to wait until these locked in. And for Rolsters, these are some very, very strong lanes to play around. The Nami and the Varus are obvious for them, and now you have Diana for Nomel.
But it is Luna and Salem's first time piloting the Varus Nami. They have not played this lane yet. Actually, neither of them have played either of these champions yet at the Horizon Cup. So Rolsters taking this opportunity on stage to try out some different things. I like that when it's the last match of your group stage and you already have your seeding locked in. You can try out some stuff. The concern is that now your opponents get more scouting on you as well. True. But I do still, you know, I like it. I like that they're bringing out new things, but Tribe, they're bringing a lot of new things here, depending on where these champions end up going.
For me, it's really important we see Rolster play well on this competition. Not only obviously playing against Tribe, but also if you can't play Varus, the champion that has been, I kind of think, defining the meta in the bot lane, then that is a massive hole in your draft that unless we see it, unless other teams maybe have it, if you're really keeping that in your back pocket, I think you're doing your team a pretty big disservice. So I want to see what this team kind of has as a look.
And Luna has been the, again, we talked about Isaac as a primary carry. Luna is right up there as well. Bertel's also been popping off too. The Rolster are kind of like a multi-lane threat when you look at their roster. But it looks like it's going to be the Fiora mid lane for Tribe. It was starting that was hovering that at the end of pick ban.
I'm very excited about this. You know, we're talking about, hey, leave it out all on the table. Let Tribe end the Horizon Cup with a bang. You look back at this series, you look at the Horizon Cup, kind of in the future, you're going to think Tribe kind of went out with a little bit of a whimper as we get into the series. They're 0-3 here, but
hey, they got one win.
They got a win.
They got the win against TSM.
TSM, we take those. As NA representatives, we take those. But when we're looking at starting the absolute carry for this team, the guy who has had some of the most standout performances for his team on things like the Akshan and I think it was, they did like Fizz. They were having a bunch of fun mid lane on that last fight.
I believe that their wins so far have been on the Akshan and the Diana.
Akshan and Diana.
That's what has gotten victories.
At least regionally speaking, melee champions, melee carries for starting. We're thinking Akali, Diana, all of these kinds of things. And Fiora, she's a duelist. She's focused about that lane and still gives him power as we go later into the game.
And again, bringing the conversation back. Oh, Tribe also picked up a win against SBTC too. So they do have 2 victories right there.
There you go.
But before we get into the game itself, make sure that you're not missing out on any content that you're already paying for. Make sure that you also link your Prime account to your Wild Rift account, where you'll receive a random skin chest thanks to our friends at Prime Gaming. This is mostly a reminder for production to myself, because I've yet to do this.
Oh,
okay. I keep seeing it on the show. I've been here every day in the studio, but I just...
Rattel?
Oh, 1v1 in the Baron lane. Chuck has to flash and barrier.
Maybe he was actually looking up at the same time where to get his Prime Gaming skin. Because I got the Frostfire Annie skin. It's not the most happy, but hey, a free skin's a free skin. And getting the flash and barrier away from Chuck is very detrimental, especially when we're talking about carries on the side of Rolster. Rattel has really stood out for other Baron laners here at the Rising Cup.
And he's on his comfort pick. This is the only this is a champion that Rolsters was able to get most of their wins on against TSM in their match there. They played this actually all 3 games in that single match. Interesting to note. So can Rattel win this matchup here, already doing well. But tracking the junglers right now. Doe looking towards the bottom side of the map here with Nomo as well, pushing out that mid wave. And already some resets ready to next screen. Wants to get back to base, but the dive potentially mid lane starting. It's chunked out.
Super close. A lot of damage, and now they're going to try and prep this wave. Look at what they're doing, just bullying. I like this from Tribe, however. The good response, they know, hey, we can't really do much here, so we're just going to have to back off, lose this wave, potentially even lose a little bit more.
Oh my goodness.
Rolster saying, no, you have to back as far as possible. Not going to be able to punish as well. They know that starting can't be here, and with all of these camps gone, they can have an idea as to where Tiger should be.
And this is a plate now picked up for Rolsters. More gold injected into their AD carry's pocket. Luna's going to be feeling pretty good about that one. Chuck finally gets the top wave shoved in as starting taking a trade aggressively onto Luna. So it looks like Rolster are the team that have the more confident early game, as Flash is moved there by Luna because of the first gank now from Team Tigers, who has hit level 5, but Doe's nearby too. Also level 5 on the Graves. Need to be careful here. Decides to back off.
All Graves does is he kind of walks up, and Olaf's like, cool. Passing, like 2 ships in the night. Something small that we can also note here is Max Green, who has been playing this Braum to obvious small levels of success, but has really piloted a kind of different style and has really kind of stood out to me as one of the best supports, despite their their inability to find wins here on Tribe. Max Green does have flash this time on Braum. And mostly from what we've seen from him is heal exhaust, some variation there. So I wonder what his take on this is, how important he needs this flash, especially against the Nami, because that matchup is so hard.
I'm looking specifically at the Diana there. If you can flash out of that moonfall, pretty important against a champion like that. And then your shield can block Varus damage, can block Graves damage, can block Nami damage as well. I actually do like this pick. I think it's, like we said, it's Max Green's most played. Also makes sense into this specific composition. But going into this game, Alk, we wanted to frame it around Rolsters in particular. How are they going to look specifically up against Tribe Gaming, who are currently sitting in last place in this group? Can Rolsters give us a performance? But it looks like Tribe are actually going for their own play right now. Onto Salem, locking him down, picking up first blood. And now Luna's in a really compromised position here. Level 6, but doesn't have the ultimate. No summoners either, as the heal is used. Barely alive. But there's the roam from starting, picking up 2 kills for Tribe.
Tribe, great early game yet again. They finally find some more wins. It was looking a little bit dicey there, Kangas. They were like, oh, do we really want to go for this? Can we find the kill onto Luna? They make good on the fact that they got the flash a little bit early on. And finally, Tribe finding some success in the early game.
You like to see those early kills, the early gold, as we take a look at our Max Effect replay here. It's just the early power of that Olaf.
It's Nami can't do anything against this champion. She's like, oh, he's just running at me. All of my CC means nothing. I've got slows, well, he's got a Ragnarok. So finally finding the kill is a little bit, I was worried there for a bit that Luna could have walked out, but starting obviously comes on through. There's a package timer as well for them.
Ooh, now dive, starting, flashes the wall, gets the kill onto Nomo. Doe going forward, exhaust, collateral damage is enough as the Unbreakable not blocking that.
Staying competitive there. They're trying to keep control of the bot lane, not trying to lose as much. Both Rolsters with their bot lane moved in, they had already achieved the dragon afterwards. And with the Rift Herald in T-Tiger's pocket, what are they going to look for? Are they going to try and just break this open? It looks like they're just going to assault this top lane, put Rahel in deficit. Old School's here as well.
They're going for the full committal right now. Ratel's going to have to pop the ultimate. Actually tries to slice nice away, saving that cooldown. Flashes instead. And that means that Tribe get first turret. I saw the Rolsters were on the bottom side looking for that, but Tribe defend and attack at the same time.
Nice job. They make a cross-map play, right? They're able to defend themselves on the bot lane. They get the Rift Herald, turn it immediately into gold. So effective, but we need to see how they go from here. We get a replay of starting. Man, he looks so good on melee carries. It's sad that Max Reed can't block out on the collateral damage because the Unbreakable's already gone, but still, it's exactly what I want to see, and a lot of the fans at North America want to see. Some signs of life from Tribe.
Signs of life, exactly. Gold's still dead even despite that first turret going down. It has been answered since, as Rolsters have gotten a turret of their own here. So very even game state at 6 minutes into the game, which makes me start thinking which team's actually, at advantage right here, because we're approaching that mid game. We're getting out of that standard laning phase.
Yeah, already breaking out of it, right? They're going to try to make this play. Now, I like this pairing of trying to have this. T-Tigers.
Yeah, T-Tigers again. You just can't CC him. It doesn't matter.
Get back in. Starting.
And on starting, he's very low. Still alive as T-Tigers has to get away from that turret.
Oh, no.
Chase him down. One more auto. Trades it back. 1 for 1.
No, he misses the throwaway axe. I don't know if it would have killed Sayla, but still heartbreaking to see as Chuck. He should be able to walk it out. Walk it out, boys. Tough it out. Don't even look back at the explosions going around you. But starting in T-Tigers, a duo that have been together for a really long time. I kind of want to see how this starts. And we're actually just going to see how it ends. Exhaust under the turret. Just barely able. It's
I don't think that
the level up as well.
Yeah.
It's so much BM.
So close. And now starting in a 1v2, didn't realize that Ratel was there, decides to back away. As the ultimate coming off cooldown. T-Tigers is here as well, also with ultimate coming off cooldown. So Tribe committing multiple members around this side of the map. They'll get a scuttle, but they don't find any kills.
This might just be Chuck going down. Spooky Ghost just barely isn't able to get Chuck. Something I wanted to note before that play was T-Tigers and starting. This is a duo Tribe were playing, but they were looking for a mid laner to kind of help and kind of build, flesh out the rest of the roster. T-Tigers had previously played with starting when he was a much younger professional player and thought starting would be a fantastic fit for this. An aggressive, young mid laner. And it was because of T-Tigers and that early synergy that they had that brought starting out under this roster and helped them achieve such dominance in North America.
And starting's also one of the breakout stories coming from North America as well. All other members of the Tribe roster have been previous world champions in Vainglory. Starting's the only one coming in here without like a championship under his belt. So
an international
championship, exactly. So starting, this is a fantastic experience for a very young player. And also, I think one of the more consistent performers and one of the more impressive performances here on the Tribe roster so far. Let's see if the Fiora 2-1-1 on starting can actually get Tribe a win against Rolster. They have the package to work around, and both objectives are spawning.
Look at this. They're just trying to gain control of the river. T-Tigers is here, but probably not going to be able to do much. He's going to get forced out.
Everybody's jumping on top of him. That's the package used. Decent damage, but doesn't really split the fight. Now locked down with Chain of Corruption, but Nomel's the one taking damage. Chuck's frontlining, but no one behind him. You need to get out of this fight. Reposition is the name of the game for Tribe.
Starting is split pushing. Get picture up.
Yeah, Fiora's up there in the top lane. So even if Rolster get this dragon, Tribe, if they can get a turret for this, that might be a worthwhile trade.
Something that we've constantly criticized some of the Western teams is their inability to make cross-map plays and play that kind of style against the Western teams. Tribe, yes, they lose out on the dragon, but this is really awesome that they're able to then push pressure onto the Baron lane, make a trade somewhere else, force for someone to try to answer, and Nomel, he's going to be there to try to get that. Rolsters, this is a team that they made a joke about it earlier, but they have some of the longest game times, even despite in their wins. So this is a team that's looking to play for a lane, and if you can apply pressure on the opposite side, that's awesome.
Unfortunately, starting doesn't get the turret, but now, hey, maybe they can just go for the team fight instead.
They're going for this.
Again for Tribe, into the pit right now. It's a blender for Rolsters. 1-for-1 trade so far, as now the rest of the Rolsters are going forward. The Darius doesn't get the reset, he flashes the wall, gets a double kill. Huge for Chuck, but now Rattel rejoining into the fight here. Chuck trying to heal up. Rattel got the damage, got the move, slice and dice forward, flashes the wall onto Max Green. Old School completed the reset, so Max Green's got no backup but a turret. That will be enough to prevent the dive.
MVP Honeyfruit there for Max Green, and it's the only thing that they can look forward to as Rolsters. They do get wiped. This is a team fight that's looking surprisingly even for Rolsters, and it stops the Rift Herald take alongside it. So I want to see exactly what happens, because a lot of team members go in and out of this from Rolsters. It looks a little sloppy.
And the Grand Challenge was issued. I think the idea was trying to get that off in the pit so that they can get all the healing, but doesn't quite, gets chunked out, has to jump away. And if Chuck got that reset, maybe so you actually turn this play, but then doesn't have the second ultimate for Rattel here.
So right there from Rolsters, just a fantastic set of positioning coming out from the bot lane there. It was Nami and the Varus untouched in that last fight. It secures the Rift Herald for Rolsters, and it stops them from coming out a little bit less. So now with this breaking open the mid-tier one and starting still a assignment threat.
Exactly, starting gets the bottom turret. So the Herald will essentially just trade turrets at the end of the day. Tribe do send starting back towards the mid lane because now Nomel's joining in onto that bottom side. But again, this is a pretty clean look from Tribe. I want to give credit to them because they have not shown too much of this throughout the event, but like you highlighted before, there's a lot of cross-map plays happening.
Tribe are playing well, but I also want to note, starting should just go down here. The rest of the team is there, tries to make some kind of cheeky play, jumps over the wall, gets hit by the Diana. Rolsters,
we got a word for that one out.
Yeah. Rolsters have been known to drop games. I will say, Tribe are playing pretty well, but also Rolsters have kind of not had the cleanest executions, as Old School should be able to get out of here with a Valkyrie. Impressive enough, they still may be able to close out this game. It's even, and Rolsters are known for linking.
And they also have 2 dragons, so when you look at the evenness of the gold, you also have to factor in the stats you get from the dragons. But now it's actually Tribe pulling Rattel in under the turret, still alive. And T-Tigers again with the Honeyfruit, just barely living.
Not able to find that kill. They're going to continue their assault. They're bringing over Luna as well. They want this top tier one. They want to get that gold and set up for a Drake on the opposite side of the map.
59 health right now on it. It's still up, but you got to imagine this next wave, it will fall. But Tribe, they bought enough time, never mind. Rattel just walks up and says, we don't need to wait. What are you talking about? I just want on to this thing.
They actually rented out the time. They had to then immediately give back the lease on that one. The top tier one is
They went to the counter to rent it and then realized they left their wallet back home. They were like, I'm sorry,
they are going to be nearest to the airport, so that is going to have to be the closest thing for them. They can go right back, they can get all their stuff. They don't need to return, at least for the next few months.
Next international return. But honestly, before that, they have this match against Rolsters, and Tribe still looking decent here. Rolsters do have the lead regardless. And now with Dragon up, you know that they're going to be looking at this objective here. Rolsters grouping up as 5, walking forward, trying to shut out Tribe from any Dragon objective.
They're just taking control of this river. Look, Tigers trying to get some kind of play going around the bot lane. Tribe, what are their setup? I think they're just going to try and force a 5v5 pool starting away from the split push team that he's been on and look for something, but I just want to check. Corki package is available. We haven't seen too many influential ones from Old School. He needs to be a difference maker here if they want to try and have an even fight.
And they find Rattel on the flank. He was looking for it, but now with multiple members of Tribe here, set.
It's going to start it.
Oh, that's package down.
Package down.
It doesn't have it anymore. Actually, Valkyrie's very early right now, and that means Rattel can go for the flank. Immediate stasis. Dragon is secured here by Tribe, but can they get out of the fight now? Because Rolsters have engaged. Starting flashes the wall, trying to retreat. Everybody else from Tribe says, run for the hills. Spread out if you can. But Rolsters just chase them all down. 1-for-5 trade.
Rolsters immediately blow up Tribe. They lose out on the Dragon, but it's still like, you take those if you're Rolsters. They're going to close this out. It's a little bit of an early game. They could have potentially just pushed for all of those mid-turrets, but they said, nope, we're going to go for the Baron. We're going to get a replay on this. Old School just makes a few too many mistakes at the beginning of this fight and allows for Rolsters to completely tear apart this team.
And Rattel, I mean, yes, Tribe pushed him away earlier, but you knew he was still on that side of the map. So smart from Rattel to just double back and say, oh, look, they're back on the objective. I'm just going to go for the flank I had set up originally. And the everybody's scatter strat from Tribe doesn't quite work out at the end as they're all picked up, and now at a pretty sizable deficit.
They did get scattered to the wind, technically. They couldn't hide. You couldn't just get under maybe like a desk. You couldn't get into like maybe into a closet somewhere. They could not hide. Rolsters found all of them and just completely wiped them from the map.
Classic Scooby-Doo strat, but this time the monster didn't find the gang as Rolsters put on their best monster impersonation right now and pushing in this mid lane. They have been monsters in this group so far, only dropping games to the #1 team from the group, and then of course, we had
Why you gotta say it like that?
I don't know.
I always want to like for that, man.
Lift it up to be something a little bigger. And then I was like, no, TSM, yeah, we gotta give them credit too. But now they're looking to make a clean one here against Tribe. 15 minutes and a half on the clock. Not necessarily the full game time that we expect from Rolsters as they already have this Baron and knocking on these inhibitor turrets.
Look at this. This is a huge wave for them. Luna's still in the mid lane, and there's not much that Tribe can do. Such little range on them.
Oh, that's a pretty big engage. Novel gets a Moonfall to multiple members, and that's Max Green down. And starting, jumping in onto the backline. If we can get Salem here, that's big, but you cannot! Salem survives through it. And now Rolsters with 4 members strong here against 3, plus the Baron bomb. They can go for the game end right now. They take this middle inhibitor turret. They have multiple cannons.
Just end the game,
side.
guys.
Just walk forward. Rolsters, why do you have to do it to us? You gotta add salt to the wound and go for one more reset.
It wouldn't be Rolsters if they didn't wait until 21 minutes to close out a game. They're gonna wait as long as possible. They want to have every single dot crossed, every I perfect for them.
They're writing in cursive right now.
They're writing in extreme cursive. It's just like dark.
Left-handed too. It's like, you know, you gotta go really slow with it. You gotta make sure it's legible still.
Well, still, a fantastic job, and we're looking at Rolsters. They are another boogeyman in this group, right? We're talking about them alongside having Dakun Gaming, favorites potentially to take all of Horizon Cup, and going forward, Tribe, they need to find something else, right? Like, I like this look. It is still somewhat in line with what we saw regionally, but
they might not have another chance to go for a look here as Max Green dies yet again. That's the frontliner, by the way. That is the Braum that had to shield up and gets killed regardless. Rolsters, they had Super Minis pushing mid and top. Novel's even going in there. So Tribe, they see the desperation play and they go for it onto Luna into the stasis. Will die regardless though. Doe very low on health, but look at Rattel. The Renekton can just solo carry this fight. It doesn't matter that the other carriers are going down. A killing spree for Luna, who didn't even die throughout the entire engage. Gets the double kill. Rolsters with a dominant performance over Tribe. We'll go up 1-0 in the series.
Exactly what we need to see from the Korean representatives here in the Horizon Cup. Finish off your last day looking strong, going into knockouts as the second seed in this group. And they have, again, been prone to drop games. They obviously dropped the game to TSM, and that means you do need to still look clean to show us that Rolsters can kind of clean out a series with a lot of confidence.
If they can 2-0 Tribe, they're showing that they are that cut above the other teams in their groups. I mean, you also look over at Group E, even the top teams are dropping games. So, like, Rolsters can leave this. If they 2-0 Tribe right here, they can look at their overall win-loss record and say, we're, like, arguably the second best performer in the tournament, and we're in the group with Dakun, who have just been smashing everybody. That's a pretty big accomplishment.
For the most part, Group A has really been Dakun Gaming and everybody else. Yep. All of you, they're looking out from their throne, and Rolsters, they're just like, I'm a lowly servant. I am here. I'm just a regional lord. I'm here to kind of take control of the lands while my vassals all kind of take control of the land. Get my pity farm away from them. Rolsters, they look good. And now I'm kind of looking at Tribe. What is their answer? What can they really go for here?
Yeah, Tribe, they need to go back to the drawing board. They picked a couple things that were strong for them, but at the end of the day, still did not work. But with that said, Rolster are not done with this match yet. But looking ahead, they face off with Sengoku Gaming in the quarterfinals. Earlier today, the Tigers actually caught up with Sengoku's Hawk after they secured their spot in Knockout. Let's take a look.
Welcome everyone. With a victory against Team Queso, Sengoku Gaming have secured their spot in the knockout stage. What was your team's reaction to it, Hawk, the mid laner from said victory team?
오늘 다 플레이오프 진출 확정 지으셨는데 기분이 어떠신가요?
원래는 저번에 이제 팀스크릿 상대로 경기력이 되게 안 좋아갖고 뭐 이번 대회는 그래도 첫 국제 대회니 좀 이제 마음 편하게 하다가 가자 왜냐면 처음 대회 경험인 선수들도 있어서 그런 마음으로 이제 임했는데 그래도 지지는 말자라는 좀 마인드를 갖고 있었던 것 같아요. 네, 그래서 이제 그 TQ를 이기고 정말 많이 기뻐했던 것 같아요. 그 일본 친구들과의 첫 국제 대회이기 때문에.
So yesterday we had a bit of disappointing series against Team Secret. So we told ourselves on the outside that we should just take this as an experience and learn as much as we can from this very first international Wild Rift tournament. But I guess on the inside, we still wanted to really win this time. And so the entire team was extremely thrilled that we were able to secure a victory.
And we loved the energy and that excitement coming from your team. It felt like both teams were getting very loud. Did you feel like there was a battle between you all to kind of own the stage in that way?
네, 약간 신경전이 좀 있었던 것 같아요. 저희가 약간 경기 부스 들어오기 전부터 서로 이제 양 팀의 거리가 있었는데 서로가 소리를 들릴 정도로 막 파이팅을 외치기도 했고 이제 약간 기싸움이 거기서부터 팽팽했던 것 같아요.
I definitely agree that there was some sort of psychological battle between the two teams even before the match even began. There was a little bit of distance between the teams, but we could hear each other very well. So yes, I agree.
Yes, so loud throughout the entire stage. And this series was a bit slower, just like the last one. In the interview with Team Secret, they talked about not wanting to let you fight because that's what you as a team want to do. Did you feel like that was the case today where Team Queso were trying to not engage with you?
팀 시크릿과의 경기는 약간 느리게 흘러가는 향상이 있었는데 서로 이제 싸워주지 않으면서 이번 경기는 뭐 비슷했다고 느끼셨는지 어땠나요?
네, 오히려 그런 경기가 있어서 저희한테는 좋았던 게 저희가 후반 캐리어인 챔프를 좀 많이 뽑았었는데 이제 저희가 애초에 그 동선을 살짝 이제 꼬우고 살짝 도망가려는 무빙을 많이 취했어요. 왜냐하면 상대방이 초반에 꽉 무는 챔피언이 세기 때문에 네, 그래서 인지하면서 저희가 플레이를 했고 그 플레이에 맞췄기 때문에 저는 이겼다고 생각합니다.
So we did have another slow series this time against Team Queso, but we actually like that because we love playing late game carry champions. So throughout the game, we try to avoid fights because the other team had strong engaged champions in early game, and that strategy worked really well for us.
And you're going to have to prepare all new strategies for your next series in the knockout stage of facing off against Rolster Y. You, as one of the leaders of the team alongside Rush because of your previous experience, how are you going to prepare your teammates to go into that matchup and what are your thoughts about your next opponent?
일단 KT는 정말 전 라인다 잘하는 선수들, 한국에서 진짜 1등이라고 이제 하는 선수들이 나오기 때문에 저희는 이제 물론 데뷔를 많이 할 거지만 그래도 뭐라고 해야지 최선을 다해서 경기를 할 것이고 그리고 이번 대회는 꼭 후회 없는 만약에 이기더라도 진짜 재밌는 경기로 만약에 지더라도 진짜 볼만한 경기 최대한 만들도록 다음 경기에 임하겠습니다.
I do agree that Rolster Y is a very strong team that is comprised of 5 very strong players, but we're going to try our best and no matter what the result turns out to be, we're going to try to have as much fun as we can.
Sengoku Gaming is also a strong team. You had great play today. Thank you for the interview.
Thank you too.
More Horizon Cup to come, everybody. Stay tuned.
Thank you very much, Gabby. And what an insightful interview there with Sengoku's Hawk.
Yeah, I really loved that. The humility, just like, yeah, we've had some ups and downs in this, but we're excited. And also, I love the point about them being so loud that Team Queso and Sengoku could hear each other very well. There's no screen in front of you, You're playing on your phone right here. You have enough distance to just shout at your opponents. It's amazing.
Yeah, definitely a lot of fun to see the emotion, how much it meant to them in that series. And we also knew coming into the tournament how loud and emotional Queso can be. And their opponent is going to be Rolster. So he kind of gave away some information in the interview saying, hey, we like to play a little bit late game. We also know that Rolster likes to play a little bit of late game. So what do you think they can learn, Riku, from these final couple matches here against Tribe?
Yeah, I think from what we're looking at, we saw the Graves coming in from RY at the first game versus Tribe. So I feel like their pivot in their match against Team Queso was right. You know, they once the Alistar was basically banned in that series, they pivoted towards the Braum pick for Dejuo, which really helps slow the game because you have that reliable disengage whenever a team just likes to all in on you.
Yeah, well, we'll get to see what Rolster will be learning here in their final match against Tribe if they get the win. If not, we'll go to one more game. The final series of the group stage will close out in just a little bit, and we'll find out right now. Kangas, Alk Battery, take it away.
Hey, that's us. Hey,
Thank
that's
you,
us.
Degon, and that's us. My name's Kangas, and you're Elk.
Yeah, I would hope so. My ID
Alk
would
Battery.
say otherwise.
Your ID?
Yeah, my ID doesn't actually have my gamer tag on it.
You're just nebulous right off.
It actually
gamer.
just says Florida man across.
Just Florida man,
Yeah.
yes, as it should, We're into the potentially final game of group stages, Al, because after that performance from Rolsters, Tribe are gonna have to find something else in the tank here to pick up a win against them.
I just want them to do something, man.
I want them to have fun with it.
I just want to see Tribe. Okay, whatever it is, whether they try to do like a very fun composition that only has one thing that it does well, I want to see something exciting from Tribe.
Sure.
Maybe, I don't think that starting as a Malphite AP mid player like Z is, but...
Never know.
Exactly,
You
but,
never know.
you know, we've seen so many different champions come through here at the Horizon Cup that if this is the final game, go out with a bang. You know, this is what we've been talking about through the series.
Exactly. Try either something brand new, ban away starting champion from
They
last
are not
game.
first picking it this time.
Yeah.
That's how that tells me.
True, yes. Maybe Tribe is identifying, hey, it didn't quite work out. I like the attempts, though, and they're saying, okay, we're not going to play it, but we don't want Rolster to get it either, so still removing that from the table. I also want to talk about Rolster because we talked about trying new things. The Veros Nami actually looked pretty good. I'm not going to lie. I don't think that they stole the show in that game one, but it's still a good look for Rolster to know now that they can play multiple things.
As long as Luna can stay safe, this is a team that is just, you know, you are always going to have that consistent AD carry. That is, hey, we're not necessarily playing for lane, but with Salem now taking up a different role, I think that is way more important for Rolsters. The fact that Salem is not on Engage, it's not Rakan, it's not Alistar, it's not Galio, it's Nami, which is just a really different role to play, especially if you're not used to playing Enchanters.
Exactly, but it's, I mean, honestly, I think the Varus kind of goes right into Luna's wheelhouse, very
Facts.
long range, so that one made a lot more sense. We catch up with the bans here. Try banning away the Fiora, the Camille, so Baron power laners, along with that Graves, taking that away from Doe, who popped off in that last game. Rolster's focused on a lot of range with the Ziggs with Cinnabon and then Renekton. Honestly, not like an abundance of insanely high prio blue 1 picks at this point. I mean, Rolster pretty much took them all off the table.
Thank God. Oh my God, I get to see T-Tigers Lee Sin. Everybody at home.
Let's go.
T-Tigers on Lee Sin, regionally speaking, was a beast. He was really good on this champion, and I'm kind of sad we haven't seen too much of it from him here at the Horizon Cup.
He has not played it.
Exactly.
He played Vi, 5 games.
You know, we got to see a lot of Vi. We could put that experiment away. She's already good on Arcane. I've seen enough of her.
Yeah, he saw the new skin. He was like, I gotta try it.
I gotta try it once. Enough. Let's get the Lee Sin. Let's get something explosive here for Tribe.
Exactly. Something that can, I mean, honestly do a similar thing as the Vi, but if you're mechanically good enough, can do it better than the Vi can. But the answer from Rolsters, going right back, Ribbon and Diana here. Novel had a pretty good performance on the Diana in game number 1. Oh, but Alk Batter, we're back to the action.
Okay, so strong mid matchup here for starting yet again.
Yep.
It is just Novel, who, you ever note, I noticed this halfway through the game, you think we could just call him Lemon? We might have to just ask production for whether or not we can call him Lemon. It is literally just, it's spelled backwards.
Well, now I'm like looking at the rest. Melas.
Nope.
Letar.
Nope. Speaking about the draft, trying to get back into the draft. Aurelia, another champion that we haven't seen, but a very, very powerful Baron laner here for Rattel.
And also Luna back onto that Varus. But the answer from Tribe immediately to the Xayah Rakan Lovers duo combo in the bot lane. Full physical damage coming in from Tribe. Let's see how Rolsters want to answer to that. They don't have a massive front line yet, but Galio can build quite tanky.
Yes, Galio alongside the Aurelia is a lot of late game scaling, I think. When you look at the Galio, even though he can go tank, you could still go this AP build and do a ton of damage. It is going to take a little bit longer because you are support and your gold income is obviously not as high as someone like Namo in the mid lane, but it is a potential thing to go for. And when we look at team fights, we have a bunch of those circles that we were talking about. Aurelia is more of like a triangle champion just because of how her ultimate works, but still a lot of space being made for what is essentially 4 melees and an archer.
And also important to note that Galio was not on my list of champions to keep in mind for this match necessarily. We actually, neither the mid laners nor the supports had played this so far in the Horizon Cup. So kind of cool to see, again, Rolster showing us another adaptation here in their final match, saying, look, Max Green can play more than just the Braum and the Rakan. We're going to show off that there are other, Salem can play more than the Alistar and the Rakan, and can also show off things like this Galio.
It's key because those are just bans that you don't have to worry about, right? We've been talking about pick ban and how it's kind of evolved. Riven has been a mainstay through it. Fiora has as well. We're talking about the main 3, Renekton, Senna, and Ziggs. Those champions who have just been permanently on the table, whether it's pick or ban. And Galio is kind of rising to be one of those other champions, especially in the support position. So to see Salem, how they're able to perform, is key for how Rolsters is going to look as we go into the playoffs.
And it also, like you said, just keeps your opponents on your toes going into that quarterfinals match up against Sengoku. Sengoku's going to be watching this match very closely, seeing, all right, what kind of form are the Rolsters in here? And Tribe Gaming are also looking at this one, saying we have our backs against the wall. We got to pick up 2 wins here to pick up a series win in Horizon Cup. That'd feel great for them walking away, but at least make it close here from Tribe. T-Tiger's back on his comfort pick, Lee Sin. I think that's a great start.
There's a lot of comfort here for Tribe, right? Chuck is a self-proclaimed Darius Garen 2-trick. We've got T-Tigers on Lee Sin, and Old School on a champion that should give him a lot of ability to kind of position very safely if need be with that Feather Storm. So important to watch what happens here, and an interesting matchup here for Darius against Aurelia. Can be very tricky for you to play out, but Chuck as an expert should have a pretty firm grasp as to what he needs to do here.
And I can't remember, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I can't remember an Aurelia game at the Horizon Cup so far. So this might just be the first one that we've seen. I think it's really cool that we're having like a surge of unique picks here in the last couple of days, just to show how deep the champion pools go for some of these players. But again, thinking about table setting for what the ideal early game scenarios are for each of these teams, I do look at the Lee Sin versus Riven matchup as being somewhat, you know, kind of like it can sway either way depending on who gets that early gold lead.
Yeah, so in the 1v1, Riven has a little bit of a lead. We might have to hold that as yet again they're trying to make an early play into the bot lane.
Very aggressive, obviously. Sonic Wave. Taunt used early.
No taunt.
It doesn't land though, and the entrance misses. So do Tribe commit? Exhaust is down. They're hard diving under the turret. T-Tigers survives. First blood picked up by Tribe. It is traded.
Tigers, he's gonna connect.
No, wait. Oh, he went in.
No.
T-Tigers, you're a mad lad. Doesn't pull it off, and unfortunately gives 2 other kills over to Rolster.
No, Tribe. This was not what was supposed to happen. You were supposed to bring balance to the Horizon Cup.
We said have fun with it, and baby, they're having fun with it there.
Oh my God, starting, he tries to go for it. The early part of that is good, but it's right here that is the mistake. Obviously, this is a huge thing to start, but without the heroic web swing from the Akshan, you lose a lot of that mobility and that damage that we expect from the Akshan early on. And it is just first blood, yes, for them, but this inability to kill Salem. Tigers, red buff is good, but it's not that good.
He saw the angle. My roommate would call that one the Kangle. That's a play I would take. I would take that one for sure.
There's a reason why we're here in LA and we're not at Horizon Cup.
This is fair. There's also a reason I'm arguably the lowest ranked master of.
Whoa, whoa!
I'll call myself out.
Eat you alive for that.
I'll call myself out on that one. Chuck in the 1v1 though. Rattel easily cleans it up.
Speaking of getting completely bodied right there, Chuck just goes down. Rattel, Ignite, Ultimate, Vanguard's Edge. A little bit of the Blade Surge around, but he's going to crash a massive wave in top lane. And Rolster is finding success all across the Wild Rift.
Oh, Max Green, you wanted it. under the turret, engaging into a galley was such an aggressive play. Almost dies for it, and now Old School's probably just got the back here too.
Okay, but you know, Kangas, if we're looking for silver lining in what is a really, really, really bad early game, is the fact that Tribe look awake. They are doing things. They may not be going well for them, but they are doing things, and that is good enough for me at this point.
Exactly. They are attempting to find plays around the map. Game 1, they had cross-map plays on the map. Tribe, they're playing with more than just their fingers in this match, but still, Rolster are a tough team. They're answering the plays. They're finding the ways to punish Tribe for this over-aggression, and it's a pretty good look for them. Salem in particular on this Galio. I mean, your first performance on this champion at the Horizon Cup, already 2-0.
There you go. We take those.
Yeah.
So now what we need to see is what are the resets going to be? Something that we saw from Tribe regionally is that not a lot of other teams were contesting them when it came to the Dragon and Rift Trail. They're now here at the Horizon Cup. A lot of people are obviously going for those objectives. Chuck, Ignite,
he gets
oh my
it!
God!
Chuck! Oh, the Ignite will burn him down, but a wonderful one. Hey, that's a good turnaround.
Okay, it stops them. Rolsters, they don't know if they can really go for this Rift Herald now. They're going to look, start to scan out, probably just take away this Scuttle for the meantime and wait for other members to reset and redeploy out onto the map. But that's a valuable, it buys Tribe some time here before the objective.
Rolsters are on it, engage from Max Green. Follow up here from starting. Doesn't have a lot of items, so I don't know how much damage it's going to do. Swings in directly into Rolsters, and now they say, well, just take the fight. They didn't even need Novel for the engage here, but picks up a double kill regardless. And Chuck will just have to watch as his team dies. And Rolsters are right onto the Herald.
That is a massive fight starting. He feels the heroic sink. But sadly, he's going rogue, goes right into the enemy team, and Rolsters blow up the bot lane pair of Tribe. It was a good look for an engage, but Rolsters, they're able to tank it out, spend a lot of time, and once all of those cooldowns are gone, they just clean up the team fight.
Now, as we take a look at our Axe Effect replay here, let's get a second look, because Tribe, they just keep swinging out. They have not stopped.
Right
and
here. It's right here that it's just, I mean, Riven, the amount of crowd control that she provides, it's 3-man stuns. Props goes over to Salem for surviving that long. It's something that we would have expected if he was playing Alistar, but Galio seems to be serving a very similar purpose there.
Something interesting to note here is actually every champion on Rolsters has a form of CC or another here.
Yes.
Whether it's an ultimate, whether it's just a regular ability. And yeah, that CC came into play in that fight now as also. CC lands onto Chuck, Salem just pushing him off this turret. So the Rolsters can grab it. They also drop the Herald in the top lane. This could be double turrets before 6 minutes here.
And Rolsters right now, they're getting everything that they could potentially want, and a Dragon start as well. It's rare to see teams be able to get so many objectives all at one time, but a top tier one, a bot tier one. No contest in the mid lane, and with Dragon being started here, Rolsters have complete control of the Rift.
Patel's going for another charge. He's just not even going to group with this Dragon.
Keep on going, brother.
I mean, why not? There's nobody from Tribe answering right now, as finally Old School will back, pick up the Solari Charge Blade, and now run up towards that top lane, but Turret's dead. And Rolsters aren't even on the Dragon. Like, they don't even need to pick this up. They can just keep pushing in these waves.
Talking about late game insurance policies, Patel is here. He's making sure he's got gold. Flash gone, Chuck.
Salem with the taunt. Still survives for a little longer, but falls at the end. And Rolsters, they get the best of 3, 4 worlds. I don't know. They got the galaxy. They got the solar system right now as they pick up this Dragon.
The entire multiverse in this game is all for Rolsters to control. Tigers, are you gonna go for it? Sonic Wave is gone, and the Dragon is taken. Just like that, Rolsters are in complete control of this game, and Tribe are just gonna have to watch as slowly but surely they are going to leave the Horizon Cup without a single victory.
Rolsters looking dominant here. Sengoku sweating when you see this kind of performance from this team. Yes, I know the Tribe kind of throwing a couple of the plays towards them, teeing them up a little bit, but Rolsters, they're swinging back. They're answering, and they are playing the map incredibly well yet again here. And there's just such a threat of a team going into the knockout stage right now. Already up 8,000 gold here. Let's see how they're able to close it out. Tribe, they're still trying to find these plays though. They locked down Nomal. That is a kill picked up. That's a good start.
It's 3 on the board. Let's go. They're going to be able to take away some jungle camps. Doe is just going to have to watch. Might even go in here. Galio is here to respond. But take a look at this. All they need to do is keep track of Tribe, keep this turret from going down.
Oh,
say that.
another double knockup. Tigers is nearby.
Exhaust.
Like, look at this damage. They just can't stop it. Doe's just insane right now. Salem backing him up, but I think Doe could have just taken that 1v4 by himself.
Yeah. He also had the red smite available, so maybe it was possible, like you were saying. They don't need to do anything. Just keep Tribe on the top side of the map, and in the meantime, Rattel is going to ravage this bot side, get more gold, be a mainstay carry for his team yet again. Level 10 to level 9, almost 3,000 gold in his pocket over his opposition, and is the most fed member in the lobby right now.
All right, I'm gonna bring us back to a selfish point here.
Okay.
I know it's a little outside of the game itself. But Tribe, the players know that I did in fact bet my beer on making it out of groups. I don't think they can.
Foolish bet, I might say.
I don't think they can hear me right now. But if I can have one consolation prize for now being only a mustachioed caster, let's get some crazy team fights rolling in here.
You got one level 1. You got the level 2 one.
They did that
already
level
cashed
2.
in your free bucks.
Well, let's find something crazy right here. Let's see if Tribe can do it. Throw yourselves at Rolsters. Throw everything in the kitchen sink already. Old school chunked out though. Has to throw up the ultimate. So maybe Tribe don't want this fight.
It resets. Herald is, kind of ticking away. It's slow but surely going over to the favor of Rolsters. Do they go for this Tribe? This is as even as it's going to get.
Salem, Chuck in trouble. Ignite ticking down. He's dead. A killing spree for Rattel. Oh, T-Tigers with the steal though. Taking away that Rift Herald.
It means the mid turret probably doesn't go down as fast as it would have, but Max Green, he's just going to have to execute to the turret, if not just barely get away. And still a kill over the Luna. And try as you might, Old School with no ultimate, no barrier, and no hope here. This is going to go down.
Does not flash in time. Hit by the taunt, hit by the stuns, chain of corruption, all that CC we were talking about, and now starting to compromise position. Swing out of there, Peter Parker. Get to safety. Oh, no. Oh, flash the wall. He's got the moves. No, he's dodging. That's going to be a dead Spider-Man. Oh, my goodness. Starting, doing his best to
he's
make
doing
for it.
things.
All right, there we go.
It takes him a while to go down, but Rolsters will find the kill onto the upstart mid laner, the youngest esports pro in his previous mobile esports. Started at 12. And is just gonna have to, kind of watch as the rest of this game. They get a turret.
It's a learning experience. It's a growing experience.
Sengoku said the same thing, and they got out in the knockouts.
You know what? Congratulations to Sengoku.
Congratulations still, but we get to see this. I mean, this is just a highlight reel for Rolsters, right? They lose out on the Rift Herald, but they make plays and still take down multiple members of Tribe
They just
Game.
look so good, man. I mean,
it hurts.
Rolster, why? If they were in Group B, I think there's a chance that they could have been fighting for that first seed based on the level of performances that we see this team is capable of here as Rattel in the 1v3 situation, but has backup from the Galio, locking down Tribe. They can turn this one easily. Rattel picks up 1 kill. Stun there onto Max Green, now turns back into Chuck, who pulls him in, says, "Run away, support! I will sacrifice myself for the cause." As now, Doe getting on the flank, but Old School and T-Tigers find a kill onto Luna. Almost here as well. Max Green's ran all the way down here for the backup, but says, wait a minute, who's going to sacrifice themselves for me now? Wait, guys, I need somebody here, please. Flashes away. Doe will pick up that kill, and there's nobody for Tribe to help out.
Go!
Oh, no, with the PM.
This is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see some of the KT Rolster boys show some spirit, show some fun out on the Rift. Oh my god, it's right there. Doe throws up the hand sign. He says, look, I will allow you to live for but a moment.
I'll allow you to think on what you have done.
Yes, I will let you just simply think you had a chance of escaping the legend that is Rolster's Y here. And now it's 14,000 gold, Kangas. It's almost 13 minutes. I don't know if they're going to have time to really wait out another 8.
Max Green, Chuck sacrificed himself so Max Green could get away. Could have backed, but then he saw his team get the kill and Luna was like, oh, we can group, we can do
it.
Hope.
There's hope.
Yeah, the hopium, it unfortunately
faded quite quickly there for Max Green. And for the rest of Tribe here, as like you said, that gold lead, it's not necessarily one that we see teams come back from. Rolster wide, still looking dominant here, and looking in top form. Again, I want to go back to what we had said. What are the new picks? What are the new things they're trying? And how is it looking? Salem's looking good on this Galio.
Salem is a standout when it comes to the support position right now. He's looked really good. His engages have looked awesome. And I think it also starts to break away from kind of setting that dichotomy, right? The SEA regions playing Enchanters. I'll save that. I think they're still dead, Kangas.
That's, yeah, speaking of Salem, yeah, no, this goes right back to your point. Yeah, there we go, the Galio.
Awesome. A lot of the other regions are playing some more of these engaged support. We think about Alistar, we think about Galio as well. I want to see what that looks like as we get into the knockout stages, the breakout as to what that looks like.
They're taking Baron and they're taking bottom inhibitor.
Oh my god,
that
there's
is
something.
The game state right now, 15,000 gold ahead. I think they can take this fight. Max Green with the triple knockup, but Starter can't even get over the wall. Rolsters will just chase them down. Nice flank from T-Tigers, almost gets Luna. Stasis used, taunt from Salem. The CC is too thick. And Rolster, why? Take down the Lee Sin. Is this the end of the game? Or
Good. Good.
You do not surrender this game, Tribe. You are playing this one out till the end. Chuck will try his absolute best to defend this Nexus. But you watch this Nexus fall, Tribe. You remember this. Back to North America, bring the lessons. But Rolster, why? With a dominant performance, will move on with a 2-0 into the knockout stage.
Their first 2-0, and they do it against Tribe. It feels almost fitting for them to head into knockouts 3-1. North America, you can feel some kind of emotion, but especially for the Rolster Y boys, they feel good about that one. They're like, that was fun. You know, we got to do some things. I just hope that the Tribe boys do not feel as down. They should recognize some of the goofiness that was happening on the Rift.
Yep. I mean, they were having fun with that one. I mean, you could tell at the beginning they were going aggressive. They were going nuts.
Flip it, boys.
When the game gets away from you like that, at this state, at the international tournament, just keep going for the plays. And they did. They kept looking for engages. They kept looking for these little windows, these little pockets that they could go in. But Rolster, why? They took this game seriously. I didn't know if they would be, messing around themselves other than, leaving Max Green alive for a couple more seconds.
It feels a little familiar, right? Where you have one team, you're just like, hey, can I be a part of your little pickup game? Can I try to have fun? I'm like a little bit younger, I'm a little bit smaller, and then you just have like that one guy on the court during the pickup game who's like really trying his all, trying to be like a D1 athlete. It's like, this is not necessary. This is a lot of effort going into it. I don't want to downplay KT or Rolster Y. They deserve this win, and again, a lot of good looks that we're going to see potentially going into the knockouts.
Let's see how their selfie game is, though. Can they get the optimal selfie?
Okay.
I'm not going to lie, some of the selfies today have been a little sus. Oh, this is looking like good framing. Oh, it's
good,
blurry.
Good, get as many as
Wait,
possible.
Is it focused? I think it's focused. There we go.
It's not as good as Sengoku. Sengoku's definitely, if we're talking about, placing the teams, number one. We actually can't even place Tribe, sadly enough, because they haven't been able to take it. I hope they give them one. Actually, I know they can't hear us. I hope that they get a selfie. At least one with the boys.
That would be fantastic. I don't know if they're
they will.
Get a chance.
But
who knows? Who knows? Maybe after the fact. Maybe after the fact, them and EBRO can get together and get like a group selfie.
They need something. We need some kind of win here at the Horizon Cup. It's been kind of hard.
But okay, all jokes aside, Tribe Gaming coming in from North America, not a region known for being, dominant in mobile esports by any regards. No. And I still think picking up a couple of games here and there, they did pick up 2 wins. So I think that they can walk away from this saying, yeah, we've learned a lot. Let's go back to our region and bring those lessons with us so that we can, improve everybody together so that the next international tournament coming in better.
They had 4 world champions. They had 4 world champions coming out from Tribe. It sucks. Whatever. The desk will see it later on. We're going to send it back to the desk to wrap up the day, and hopefully NA can get some kind of win here on Horizon Cup. Please, boys, get us back.
Thank you, Alk Battery and Kangas. Great cast of the day. And I don't know what you're talking about. We got a great motto for us. It's never give up, never surrender. Let's fly that one more time. I've never seen that happen before. That was so funny to have pop on up there for a second. There it is. The blue team refused to surrender. if you're gonna take it, you gotta take it from us. You're not gonna get anything for free here, Smack.
It is just a hysterical, like, just huge pop-up in the game of the spectator client. Like, they really need to let us know that somebody on this blue team is not believing anymore. But you know what? That's all right. I'm an NA fanboy. I'm still proud of the boys on Tribe for making it to this tournament. They took a game off of TSM, and they had some strong early games in this series. I gotta say, the early games were not all bad.
Yeah, it wasn't, and they were trying to replicate the magic from that first game where they dove bot side of the map, they got a couple kills, and they did get one here eventually. It came, but it came at the cost of 3 of theirs, Riku.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I feel like this was deja vu for T-Tigers. I was happy to see him finally on the Lee Sin, but unfortunately that particular moment was a bit messy. But yeah, going back to Salem, I mean, twice in a row, I feel like he's like the bane of Tribe at the bottom lane. First as Sanami, and now as a Galio, punishing the greed on his life. So yeah, I gotta hand it to him. Engage supports, enchanters have been very consistent on him no matter what.
Yeah, and right there, that taunt as well, I'm pretty sure Salem probably got around the corner of the Baron pit. They lost vision, then the taunt came through. But either way, Rolster doing what they needed to do. They got the job done. They used the substitute mid laner as well to get him a game, and it was a great close to their group stage.
Yeah, it's nice to see Nomel playing on the roster again as well. In the Korean playoffs, he did play as the starting bot laner for this squad. So to see him come back into his main role for mid lane with the addition of Luna to the roster was a nice treat. I missed the boy that was previously in Dragon Lane. So really good to see him, and really good to see Rolster playing with some really highly mechanical champions. We hadn't seen the Aurelia played for the entire tournament, and they pulled that out with a win.
Yeah, and when you're able to do that, it's always great to be able to now put that in the mind of some of the opponents. So Aurelia, some you got to watch out for just in case. Riku, what else jumped out at you that we learned from Rolster from this match?
I mean, the fact that they were still very consistent, like it's like their fundamentals has never wavered. They were humoring Tribe a little bit in some instances, but at the same time, they still have their head in the game. They were still aiming for objectives. They were still playing to their win conditions, and I think that's a very good sign coming into the knockout stage.
All right, well, that closes out our group stage. So I kind of wanted to ask you guys real quick. Oh, sounds like we need to take one more second because we are going to have Chuck come and talk to us from Tribe Gaming. We haven't had the opportunity to chat with any of our North American brothers out there, so we'll be chatting with them for a second. And so what I was going to ask is, as we close out the group stage here, what are the big takeaways for Tribe from here?
Well, for Tribe, they can look to the next event. They still have it in them that they were super dominant in North America. And while that didn't end up translating into international success, they did, they can come into the next one with a chip on their shoulder. Like, yeah, we went 0-4 in that group, but we can do better at the next tournament. So I'm excited for that one to happen. I'm still a fan of the boys. I'm still proud of them. But yeah, this was a tough break for sure.
For sure. Well, for more, let's send it on over to Le Tigers, who's standing by with Tribe's Chuck.
Everyone, with the group stage being complete, I wanted to have the chance to speak to the Tribe Baron laner here in Chuck. I just wanted to know, first off, your reflection upon Horizon Cup and what this experience has been like for you and the rest of Tribe Gaming.
Well, I think the overall experience was pretty, I would say, pretty mind-opening to us. Like, we figured out a lot of our problems, and we figured out just the overall talent pool that this tournament has. You can see all the insane plays that these players make. It's pretty cool to watch, and I am pretty disappointed with our performance. I knew we could do better, but kudos to all the amazing teams out here.
In the end, there is so much value to be had from getting this international experience. What would you say is the greatest learnings, whether it be from the other teams or even reflecting upon yourselves as a team?
Yeah, I mean, I think this tournament as a whole just showed a lot of our weaknesses as players, and it showed the strengths of all these other amazing teams, and there's definitely so much to learn from them. It is pretty exciting to see them play still throughout the tournament. It'll be exciting to watch the finals and semis. And I just hope that this will be a learning experience.
And one of the coolest things about Tribe Gaming is the experience of all of you as a team, a lot of cohesion coming from your previous competitive experience. When it comes to Wild Rift and an esport on the horizon, what has your experience been like throughout your North America play and then now looking forward to the future?
Yeah, I mean, throughout the North American play, right, we still had problems as a team, and we actually overcame it. But, I mean, here, it just, again, more problems that need to be solved, and that's just the next step.
Yeah. And speaking of that next step, with time before we really kick off Wild Rift Esports, anything that you have on the docket as far as coming down from Horizon Cup and looking towards the future?
Yeah, I mean, we realized our mistakes, and like I said before, those are a lot of things we have in plan. We have a long list to work on, and that's essentially just what we're going to work on for the next season.
Well, I got to say, it's been great getting to see you all around here at the venue, North American Pride to the fullest. Thank you so much for taking the time to join me for the interview.
Thank you so much.
All right, that is the official end of our group stage, everyone, but not the end of the Wild Rift Horizon Cup. See you later.
Thank you very much, Gabby. And at least that is what I wanted to hear from Chuck. It's like, hey, we learned a lot. We got a ton of experience looking forward to the future. How'd you feel about that interview with Chuck there, Riku?
Yeah, I really like the mindset, all about having that learning experience going into the next season. I'm still like a huge fan of T-Tigers. Max Green's initiate on the Rakan, and as well as starting's consistent when it comes to, again, when we look at the grand finals and his performance over here at the Horizon Cup. So yes, definitely looking forward for Tribe next season.
I want to see more Tribe gameplay. Unfortunately, they are out of Horizon Cup. I'm just going to have to wait for the next tournament for North America or for International. But yeah, I'm proud of Chuck. It's nice to hear that he's still in high spirits. They're not fully down and out after their loss. And yeah, I'm looking forward to what's next for Tribe.
Yep, well, with that last game, it does it for us here in the group stage of the Horizon Cup. Here's a look at the bracket for the knockouts. It's the two Southeast Asian teams squaring off on the top side of the quarterfinals, and that's a rematch of the SEA Championships, right, Riku?
Yeah, I mean, on one side I'm super torn, and on the other I'm super hyped for the SEA rematches, as you mentioned, because when we look at this regionally, Vietnam were like the big gatekeepers of the Philippine region, even during the Summer Super Cup. And now looking back at the SEA Championships, Team Secret has taken SBTC to Game 5s before, but fell short. And even during the finals, it was 1-4. So now with the Horizon Cup experience absorbed, I'm curious to see if they can finally defeat their rivals, SBTC, in this huge series.
All right, you got me all riled up here for that national matchup. Now on the bottom side, we've got KT Rolster versus Sengoku Gaming. So what jumps out at you in this one, Smack?
Well, if today's games were any indicator, it feels like Sengoku are going to come in with a more reserved, a more patient style of gameplay, and Rolster more high octane. Now, the stakes of today's matchups may have something to do with that. Maybe Sengoku were playing a bit more reserved because their tournament lives were on the line right there and Rolster were already locked. But regardless, I think that's still going to reign true a bit. I think Sengoku, if they can keep that reserved play style on their side and they can keep control, then they might have a way of beating our really strong team from Group A and Rolster Y.
All right, well, we'll find out with the quarterfinals that start on Friday with SBTC Esports versus Team Secret, followed by Rolster versus Sengoku. The winners move on to face Dakun Gaming and ThunderTalk on Saturday. I cannot wait. Smacks, this is it. The group stages are done. Woo! We did it.
We absolutely did. I'm proud of us. Great job. Woo!
Riku, high five.
Yeah.
This way?
Let me in on that.
Yeah.
High five. Yay!
Your hand's a little bigger than ours.
All right, that does it from us here. Before we wrap up groups, here are the Axe highlights featuring the best moments from the group stage. We'll see you on Friday for more Horizon Cup action.
For SBTC, look at YK going in, Yo goes in around the side. Cloud Drake does go down immediately, but this is looking very good for the Chinese team. Okay, 2v1. This is got it, I think.
He might actually win this.
Oh my god, he gets the dog. Oh my god!
He doesn't even care about the reset. Ends up with the upper head trap with a massive kick.
kicks Chris into the waiting arms of the rest of Team Secret. And now Old School's just going to be left for dead. Lucian's unstoppable. Sonny's locked up Chuck. He's going straight in. That was such a sick flash play after the flag and drag out of Sonny.
Sees Isaac fall first. Julie's diving in deep there. Good amount of damage coming across Rattel. But beautiful flash with the wall. Finds a 3-man knockup.
And they're just resetting the mid. And oh goodness, Chris punted straight back towards the tower. But see, he's just diving onto one. He's picked him up amidst 4 different champions. Trevor, the jungler, is going to straight 1v1 kill the top laner. And now it could be more here as he's just going in. 2v3, doesn't matter. 2v4, 3v4 with Shu reinforced. Bahamas from downtown just skates on in.
Osprey doesn't really have the mana to back this up. He's gone in. Asa's going to turn it around, gets one. Should be able to get a second. He can go clean up here. Asa with a massive play. Ibu in all sorts of trouble.
Cataclysm onto the back line, but Rattel slices and dices through the TSM jungler. Sony's in there. Hook shot onto Luna and Isaac. Luna's there. The stasis with the rest of TSM. They have the HP advantage and they will slay Rolster to the ground.
And if this is Strive right now, we'll have to hold that and they find a huge...
Evo!
It is aggression out of the rest of TKG as Yo's just diving on in there. And they're going to get the tower, they're getting the kill, the Twisted Fate is dead, a double kill there for Diana. As now Rattel just completely forced out, that's 3!
Tigers beats the initial engagement back screen. He goes down so quickly, and as it jumps the water, it forces the Hourglass out from Old School, but he's stuck in stasis. This gives you now the time to come in. Yeah, he's gonna go over the wall. It's the Quadra kill. It's a day of Quadras for everyone. They're looking for a re-engage here. Beautiful timing in the Monsoon as they are now looking for a fight of their own. As Archon's in Shockwave on the 2 over by the side. That's Treble coming in to finish off 1.
That's a great knock-up there, but Azuma gets the ulti out. Z's still alive.
Ibu.
No, he did die and take it all back in the Zua. Now trying to live, but I think it's a bridge too far as Chris does find the kick, gets the kill. It's the bowling alley.
Sengoku, can Team Queso clean up the pieces? Can they go for the janitor duty? Andres! Dale, 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 dale! Andres, arriba! Can they steal this Baron? They flash down. Okay! Teeks steals the Baron away from ThunderTalk.
As SBTC are on to the Nexus. TSM are defending. Tentis with a couple more hits. T-Up's down, but the Nexus falls. And SBTC moved to knockout.